Seeing that the board members are now present, Karen, will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Yes, good morning. Patricia Rucker.
Here.
Brenna Pangelinen.
Here.
Jim McQuillan.
Here.
Ting Sun.
Here.
Eileen Strauss.
Here.
Linda Darling-Hammond.
Here.
Cynthia Glover Woods.
Here.
Matt Navo.
Here.
Ade Rodriguez.
Here.
Kim Patillo Bronson.
Here.
Okay, we're all present.
Okay, well, I hereby call the July 2020 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:39 a.m. I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Vice President Strauss, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Would you all please rise? Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to begin this morning by swearing in our three wonderful new state board members. And then after that, I will actually more properly introduce them. And we are going to go in alphabetical order. I'm going to start with Cynthia Glover Woods. And as I say, I'll introduce everyone more properly after we've gotten them officially sworn in. So Cynthia, will you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Cynthia Glover Woods, do solemnly swear.
I, Cynthia Glover Woods, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies,
Foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation
Or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
Upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you very much, Dr. Glover Woods. Welcome to the State Board.
Thank you very much.
And as I say, I will introduce you in just a moment, but I want to swear in Jim McQuillan. Jim, can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Jim McQuillan.
I, Jim McQuillan,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign or domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States.
That I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you very much and welcome to the State Board.
Thank you. Now,
And then last but not least, Ide Rodriguez. There you are, Ide. I have to find you in my Hollywood squares here. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Ide Rodriguez, do solemnly swear
I, Aide Rodriguez, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations and welcome to the State
you.
Board.
Thank you.
And now let me give a little bit of an introduction and opportunity for each of these new board members to say a few words to us. Each of these folks was appointed by Governor Newsom earlier this week. Cynthia Glover Woods is the Chief Academic Officer at the Riverside County Office of Education. She has been a teacher, an elementary principal, the coordinator of professional development, a curriculum specialist, and an assistant superintendent in Compton and Alfred before joining the Riverside County Office of Education. She currently chairs the Curriculum and Instruction Committee of SECESA and is a member of CASA and AXA and a very active participant in education in our state. Cynthia, welcome, and I'd love to invite you to offer a couple of comments yourself.
Thank you so much, President Brown-Hammond, and again, good morning to everyone. I will be very brief, but I just want for all to know I am humbled and honored to have an opportunity to serve the students, families, and educators in the state of California. It is an awesome opportunity to be able to work with all of the State Board of Education board members as we shape education and support our students to be the best that they can be. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
We're delighted to have you with us. And Jim McQuillan is the Education Director for the Yurok Tribe. He has degrees in a master's degree in psychology. He's a pupil personnel credential. He's been very involved in supporting programs from pre-K all the way through high school and even support for college students across the whole education continuum. He's also been American Indian Education Administrator and Consultant for the Del Norte Unified School District and has had a variety of roles in our education system. So Jim, would you like to say a few words and welcome?
I would say Skuyanukoi and Ayakui in the Yurok language. That's greetings and good morning. So I'm very pleased to be in this position for the state of California in supporting and being here for all of our students. We're in very unusual times right now, and I really think we need to be very creative in keeping our students connected and helping them emotionally stay connected. I'm just so pleased to be here and honored to work with all of you and be here for the state of California and our students. So thank you.
Welcome, welcome. And Aide Rodriguez. Aide is currently a teacher at Central Union High School. She is a National Board Certified teacher, which is a very high accomplishment in the teaching profession and has served on the board of the National Board itself. She comes to us from the California Teacher Credentialing Commission. She is additionally the director for the AVID program in her school. And Aide, we are just thrilled to have you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. And also, I'd like to echo what Jim and Cynthia just said. I'm humbled, and this is a great honor. As I was reading the agenda and preparing for the meeting, I found it a harbinger of, good fortune that we're looking at the framework for theater and world language, because I've taught both theater and world language. And so, I was looking at that through that frame. I'm excited to be a classroom teacher and to be able to serve as a bridge, with my colleagues and what's happening on the ground and the decisions that we make here. So I'm very honored and humbled to be here. Thank you.
Great to have you. I'd also like to announce in a bittersweet announcement that this is our student board member, Brenna Pengalinen's last meeting with us. But the good news is she's been accepted to Brown University to pursue a degree in behavioral decision science. I'm not sure what that is, but I think we probably need it in the state board. So after you figure out how to help us make decisions, you can come back and teach us that. So please join me in thanking Brenna for her service. And Brenna, please feel free to say a few words.
Thank you so much. I first just wanted to say thank you to the board for this opportunity. You have all been so supportive and welcoming to me throughout this year. You have all motivated me to do better. You are also accomplished in your respective fields, and everyone here has truly chosen to make a difference. And your passion and your leadership has inspired me. And I am so grateful to have witnessed that passion, because I can enter this next chapter in my life knowing what's possible with the right values. So I thank you all for that. I also want to say thank you to the staff who was always willing to help me. It is definitely intimidating as a student to enter this position, and if you don't learn fast enough, you fall behind. So what has made that easier is everyone here willing to be patient and tell me what I wouldn't have known before, so I could really learn and grow. And I could not have gotten throughout this year without your guidance and support. So thank you so much. I wanted to share one thing. It was kind of one of my favorite memories that I believe summarizes the mindset of this board that I really appreciated. And it was really small, but something that board member Ortiz Licon said during a discussion. And she apologized for being impatient. It was very simple, but she apologized for being impatient. And of course, everything that happens here takes time and is a process because it affects so many people. However, I think being impatient is a beautiful thing when it comes to improving people's lives and education. And I think that's a common mindset amongst all the board members here. In so many discussions, this board pushes forward to not settle for the status quo. So I really appreciate that. And impatience is necessary to make change, and I've learned that from this board. So I thank you so much. Like President Linda Darling-Hammond said, I'll be attending Brown University, and I'm grateful to take all the lessons that I've learned into this next chapter. So I'm very motivated after this year, and I thank you all for helping me and supporting me, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity. So thank you so much.
It's been great to have you. Does anyone want to add any comments to Brenna as she takes this next step in her journey? We go ahead.
No, I just wanted, this is board member Navo, Brenna. I just want to tell you, I greatly appreciate you. You have taught me a lot about how far behind I was as a high school student. And you've taught me a lot about student perspective, which I really appreciate. And I think sometimes it's easy to forget. We spend a lot of time planning and having conversations about what's best for students. We oftentimes forget their voice matters. And you have brought that to bear here, and I appreciate it very much. And you'll be missed.
I think we all share those sentiments, and we wish you all the very, very best. And please come back and teach us behavioral decision science when you've learned it.
Linda, Patricia Rucker has her hand up too to make comment.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Good morning. Brenna, we spent a lot of time as neighbors during the board meetings when we were physically meeting, and it was always a pleasure to sit and talk with you, but also it was always for me with great admiration and awe that I listened to your comments, your questions, and the concerns that you raised. It's amazing to me to think about the fact that you're going to be leaving and going off and representing all of us here when you go to Brown and go back east. And you'll bring that West Coast perspective to the East Coast. But more importantly, this is an exciting time, not only to be from California, but to be in California and be involved in the decisions and the policies that you had a hand in making. So even though it was only for a very short time, I really want to make sure that everyone who knows you and everyone we send you forth out into the world to meet recognizes and understands not only the power of your voice, but the influence that you were able to wield and the role model that you served for the students from the various student councils and student leadership positions across the state that you had a chance to work with. Because believe it or not, as people came in contact with you, particularly those students, they were aware of just how important the work you were doing, and they also wanted to follow in your footsteps. So it's with great awe and respect and admiration that I congratulate you, and take care and have a wonderful life.
That's great. And I want to commend Member Rucker for using the raise your hand function, which shows up in our little participant box. You can do that, or you can raise your hand physically. I'm seeing you and trying to watch that box to recognize folks. And Karen will be at my backup, as we saw.
So, Linda, we have Tony and Ting would like to say something.
Okay, great.
Madam President, I'll wait until after the board members have spoken, but thank you.
Okay, Ting.
Hi. Yes. So, Brenna, I just wanted to add my congratulations to you and wish you a great journey in your college career. I so admire you. I really have. You have a fan for life. And this was kind of brought to home for me when I heard you on an EdSource interview, and I was so blown away. I've been blown away by your maturity, how smart you are, and your articulation. And in that interview, I was literally listening to it and dancing up and down, and so proud of you and the work that you've done on this board. So I wish you the best of luck. I'm so glad to have known you and have worked with you this last year. And I hope to follow you as you go to college in your career.
Okay, Tony?
No, we have Eileen and then Tony, Linda.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to figure out how to manage the chat, the participants, and the Hollywood squares, and I haven't mastered it yet.
I think it's great when you have Karen backing you up. It's really helpful.
Yes.
So, Brent, I just wanted to say, I just so appreciate you came onto the board as such an experienced board member with your experience at your local school district, which really right from the beginning, you contributed, you had comments, you had thoughts and perspectives. And I so appreciate you working to try to make sure we have student board members in our local districts. I know that's a mission of yours, and that they be trained and have an important voice in their local work as well as at the state level. And so I just think from your work across the state and in your work, local district, you've set an expectation that we really appreciate. We've also loved spending time with you personally. It's been really fun. She just joins us all just as one of the team. And we will follow you. You should know student board members go on to do great things and circle back. So this is not, we all have each other's emails, and we do hope that we'll stay in touch with you. But you've made a really big difference in the year that you served while you've been a senior, and now you get to go to your next chapter, and we'll be following you. So thank you, Brenna, for just your energy and your thoughtfulness and always being present in our work.
And Tony, I think you're up.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. Board Member Pangolini, and I wanted to add my thanks to you in addition to the board members, and your congratulations as you pursue what sounds like a very exciting major, like our board president. Not sure quite what it is, but it does sound like something that can be helpful to all of us in California and maybe nationwide, depending on where you decide to land and settle. It's hard to believe that it's already time to say, see you later. I believe in see you laters because as you've heard, we know that you're going to do great things, and we hope that you'll stay connected, and we hope that you'll allow us to help you if we can along the way. It seems like you just jumped right in, that you didn't really need any time, that you felt really comfortable, really holding your place as a board member, as you should. But these are often difficult conversations to enter for anyone. And you showed that you were courageous and a great educator and ready for whatever comes forward. I also would like to offer a personal a word of thanks and gratitude, and to share something that board members may not know, that board member Pangolinian has helped us to launch what is a very new and fledgling Youth Advisory Council at the California Department of Education to give us a chance to bring youth voice into all matters related to education. This has really grown out of our interest in providing support to students during the pandemic, and Board Member Pangilinan was more than generous in her time in helping to be a part of it and shape it, but she really has been a leader and has given us a way to really think differently about how we partner with young people in supporting their education. Hope that you'll continue when your schedule allows, but know that we are grateful. And as I've said, that I and staff and the board are all here if we can support you on your journey. Good luck at Brown, and thank you.
Terrific. And finally, in the area of announcements, I'd like to announce the departure of Malia Gonzalez, who started at the State Board Office in August 2016. She's accepted a new opportunity to work at CDE as a School Fiscal Services Division Associate Governmental Program Analyst in June 2020. And we want to thank Malia for all of her invaluable assistance during her 4 years at the State Board. And she is right down the hall when we get back to being together at the department's offices. Our agenda is very full today for this meeting, and I'll try hard to help us finish today's work by dinner time, but we will have to be very focused to do that. We'll reopen item 1, SBE priorities, to take action on the draft minutes and receive the State Board liaison reports tomorrow morning. Item 7 was withdrawn from our agenda by the State Board yesterday, which would have considered the approval of local educational agency plans as required through the Every Student Succeeds Act through the completion of the LCAP federal addendum. Item 12, Cabrillo Point Academy Charter number 1748 was withdrawn by CDE on June 28th, as noted in attachment 1. There will be no closed session on Thursday. Item 23 has been added to the agenda at the end of the day on Thursday, which is a waiver request by Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. There are 7 public hearings on our agenda, including items 3, 4, 16, and 17, which will be heard today, and items 18, 19, 20, and 21, which will be heard tomorrow. The proposed waiver consent items are W01 through 15. The proposed regular consent items are items 8 through 15. We will take up both the waiver consent items and regular consent items later this afternoon. In terms of public input, members of the public wishing to call in for the public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast in order to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 18 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Board members, please mute your microphones when you're not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times, except during the scheduled breaks, to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. For each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for you, board members, to raise your hand using the Zoom participant window if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, and we'll also watch for you in the Hollywood squares. Agenda item 1 is our State Board priorities item, and we are opening item 1 to hear the superintendent's report and the State Board president's report at this time only, and then we will reopen the item tomorrow morning for any of the remaining items. So I now turn it over to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond to provide his report.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. I'd like to first start by acknowledging and congratulating and welcoming board members McQuillan, Dr. Glover Woods, and board member Rodriguez. You are all very distinguished, and you're joining a very distinguished board. It is an honor for me and the 2,500 employees at the California Department of Education to work with you. There are a number of new staff who I would like to announce and share with you. But first, I'd like to just give just a few highlights of some of the things that have happened since we last met. It feels like it was very long ago. It was only in the month of May, as we are living in some of the most challenging times. Every day feels like the longest day, but I'm grateful to see each and every one of you and that we are able to convene again as you continue to take up the business of the people of the state of California. As you probably know, our office, in conjunction with the State Board of Education and many other partners, and with the support of our president, who joined us when we released it, we did release guidance for how schools can reopen safely. That guidance was released in June. It probably mirrors many of the things that you have heard stated by organizations like the Center for Disease Control and the Department of Public Health in California, that in order for schools to open safely, students will need to wear face coverings, as will staff, and that there will need to be personal protective equipment provided to all of our students. We're grateful to all of our partnerships, but including our partnership in the governor's office and the Office of Emergency Services that has already allowed for personal protective equipment to be sent to 10,000 schools in our state. In many cases, this has already arrived. And so we know that there's still many questions about how school will look and how it can safely reopen. There are questions about, will there be distance learning? There are questions about instructional minutes and the number of days and how to support districts as we keep students safe. But I'm grateful to Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond and to many partners who've worked with our staff at the Department of Education, our Chief Deputy Superintendent who led the process of writing the document, and all the stakeholders who joined us, educators from every perspective and background, teachers and administrators, classified staff, parents, many all coming together to work through the scenarios about what school reopening would need to look like. Many of you know that we launched during the pandemic a task force on closing the digital divide. This was our way of helping to provide computing devices and hotspots to students in need and to advocate for closing the digital divide. Thank you, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond and many others who joined us in making calls for donations for our students. Internet service providers have essentially agreed to provide free internet for many of our students, and in many cases, low-cost internet, but there's still many, many challenges that need to be addressed. There are infrastructure barriers that prevent our students from having access to high-speed internet, and many students don't have a computing device in the home. We are continuing to work through our task force on the ways that we can address the digital divide. I want to let you know about a number of webinars that have been provided. The number is upwards of 40 that were provided during the pandemic to go through various aspects of how to provide distance learning, how to support students with special needs and disabilities, and any topic that you can imagine. We had virtual support circles for parents to talk about how difficult it was to be supporting their students while at home. We had virtual support circles for educators and for students. We've also developed a counseling coalition to help us fill in gaps because we know that many of our students haven't checked in. They may be struggling to find basic needs. We know that meals were provided at more than 5,000 sites across our state. And so these are some of the things that the Department of Education has put in place to address many of the challenges that we are seeing. As you know, since we last met, we have witnessed one of the most devastating acts of police brutality, the killing of an unarmed Black man that really exacerbates our feelings about the loss of life for African Americans and for others who've been impacted by violence. And we've grieved together. We've held many conversations together about the work that we must do. One of the things that we've taken up recently, and I'm grateful to our state board president for joining us, is convene a conversation about the impact of police in our schools. As we join the conversations that are taking place nationwide, we wanted to make sure that we were also talking about issues of safety in our schools. And we've had a robust discussion about alternatives to having police on campus. And there are a number of recommendations being explored right now, like more restorative justice, more de-escalation programs, and more counseling programs to support our students. There'll be another hearing on this Friday at 10 a.m. to speak to those matters. I also want to let you know that the California Department of Education has introduced a new initiative to help bring implicit bias training to our 10,000 schools in the state. We're grateful to have received the grant from the Bechdel Jr. Foundation that allows us to begin this conversation to build out a framework for how to provide implicit bias and to help us start with our own organization with the 2,500 employees at the California Department of Education while we build out this campaign. I want to let you know about some of the staff who will be very important to the work that we'll do in addressing implicit bias. I'm excited to let you know that we've been joined by a new Deputy Superintendent for our Instruction and Measurement branch. Her name is Rachel Maves, and she joins us after serving at the County Office of Education in Sonoma County. She's been an educator and a superintendent and a top leader at the County Office of Education, and we're glad to have her. For those of you who are new to the board, this is our branch that you will probably see her the most. She and our Chief Deputy Superintendent at board meetings, as she oversees a number of divisions like our assessment division and our data collection divisions, and you will hear from her often. We're grateful to have her here. We've added a new Director of Government Affairs who was serving as our interim Government Affairs Director, Ellie Gardner, who is a veteran Government Affairs Director and will work closely with the Government Affairs Director at the State Board and with all of our legislative leaders to shepherd through a great conversation about the importance of education in the political process. As you all know, Kai Jackson, who was our Deputy Superintendent for Equity and Access, did make the decision to leave the Department of Education to return home. He lives across the state and had decided to return home about the time that the pandemic began. I'm pleased to let you know that our former communications director has now taken on those duties, Kendra Britt, who will now be the Deputy Superintendent for the Equity and Access branch, which includes the work that we do in CTE. Kendra, among many things, is a former director of a former teacher of CTE, and we're grateful for the experiences that she brings. As she moves over into that new position, we were proud to be able to elevate someone who was in our communications division to take on our communications division as the new director, and that's Daniel Thigpen. Many of you have met him. He's a veteran communications expert and has been very active in our work in shaping the message of the work that we do together at CDE and the State Board of Education. The final person I'd like to tell you about is someone who is joining us brand new in a brand new position that is grant funded that we've been working on creating for at least the last year and a half. Since the day that I started, we've talked about the need to create more work and staff positions that are focused directly on the conversation of equity. And I'm grateful that through a grant provided by the Hewlett Foundation, I can announce to you that we now have a Deputy Superintendent for Equity at the Department of Education. His name is Dr. Daniel Lee. He is a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, and a school psychologist who is a veteran leader in all areas around special education, around coaching and counseling, and around the work related to equity. He has worked in a great length at building cultural competency for a number of school districts across a number of states. We're grateful that he is joining our team. Many things that we love to share with you. We know you have a long agenda. We're grateful for the work that you provide, and just know that we continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with you on the things that we can do to support you, and we'll have more updates for you as we continue. Thank you, Madam President. This submits my report.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all of your very energetic leadership during this very intense and impactful time. We're in the moment of a historical moment with public health crisis, an economic crisis, and a civil rights crisis all happening at the same time. And I think what we will see are really some tectonic shifts in the society and in our education system, and that's really going to be part of what's on our plate to handle. And it's really been quite extraordinary to see the way in which educators across California have been stepping up to these uncertainties, to these needs, to these events, and inventing, in supporting, in reaching out to each other and to our children. And I know, all want to acknowledge the extraordinary work that is going on across the state. One thing is clear, it's that we are going to be in a very unpredictable situation for quite a while. And I just want to add just a couple of thoughts to what the state superintendent already offered. That clearly teaching and learning will be organized in many different ways this fall, in person, some distance learning, some hybrid learning, etc. It will need to be governed by purpose rather than by place. and we'll see this wide array of arrangements. And I think there are 4 things we should be cognizant of. We'll need to design our system and the way in which we support the system to be continuous and supported by technology in the right ways, to be informed by useful formative assessments, to be as authentic as possible and focused on learning to learn. We're seeing that the places where kids are engaged and motivated and learning are those where the work is being connected to their personal experiences and to the world beyond the Zoom classroom, and to be integrated with social and emotional learning. And as Tony noted, we've been working to close the digital divide, and there will be new resources coming from the federal government that will enable districts to go further in ensuring that everyone has access to technology. Even when we go back to school, schools will probably open and close at various points in time with the rise and fall of the virus, and students will need to stay home if they have been exposed or if people in their household have been exposed. So this fluid approach to learning will be very, very important. Each district is being asked to develop an instructional continuity plan for seamless continuation of curriculum and instruction wherever students are located. And the department will be putting out a template for that plan. And I'm being told that my battery is low on my computer, so hold on a second, I'm going to get my plug. I would hate for us to get disconnected when we're in the middle of this beginning process. And so we'll need to continue to guide districts in that regard. Many districts have been establishing successful strategies for distance learning, and there's amazing and creative work going on. And we'll be trying both at the department and at the California Collaborative to share those experiences that have been the kinds of curriculum, the kinds of strategies, and the excellent teaching that have been going on across the state. It'll be important as kids come back to school to really assess where they are. There's a lot of concern about learning loss. Now, of course, kids are always learning. It's a question of what they're learning. But it's going to be very important that we have good formative assessments when students return to school to understand where they are in their learning, to deal with it as continuous progress forward rather than a deficit approach that labels or stigmatizes students when they return to school. And just this week, we have released a set of guidelines for formative assessment that districts can use. The department already has approved a set of diagnostic and formative assessments that are aligned with the Common Core standards. They offer tools not only for assessment, but also connections to instructional materials and curriculum materials across the grade span from K through 12. And so those will be a very important part of the school reopening process. But as we all know, as students return to school this fall, they'll bring with them a wide range of experiences. Even students who were in the same class when schools initially closed will have had different home lives, experiences, responsibilities, different access to devices and support for distance learning, different emotional reactions to the ongoing and unfolding situation that Superintendent Thurmond noted. Beyond the death of George Floyd, there have been actually deaths of multiple unarmed Black men and women at the hands of the police, and protests that are raising all of the equity issues, not only in that regard, but in our schools as well. And we'll need to be tackling those as well. We've had inequitable school funding, inequitable access to teachers and curriculum. These are long-standing issues in school systems across the country. California is stepping up around many of those issues, and we have further to go that will need to be on our plates as well. And the inequity in what students have experienced during the pandemic is part of what we'll need to be prepared to deal with when school reopens. Some students may have been in daily online learning with a well-planned curriculum supported by teachers and counselors since the week after schools closed. And I know a number of those districts where they hit the ground running. Everybody had devices. Everybody was in class. The curriculum just continued almost seamlessly. Others may have had, very little instruction for a month or more after schools closed, and may have been working with hard copy instructional packets that they complete by teaching themselves on their own time. Some may have sheltered in place safely with all of their needs met. Others may have experienced illness and the loss of loved ones. Their families may have lost employment, housing, health care. They may be experiencing food insecurity. And teachers are going to need to take stock of all of those experiences and needs, social, emotional, health-related, trauma-related, and academic, as we build safe and welcoming communities online and in person, or a combination of both when school begins. So we'll be offering as much support as possible, both through guidance and professional learning opportunities, and sharing successful experiences. And when additional federal funds come through, hopefully for supporting the wraparound services and supports that will be needed, so that students can start the school year with the kind of caring support that we know all of our educators are trying to provide in extraordinary ways, and that our policies and practices should support them in doing. And as with that, we're going to launch into our agenda. And we now will take up agenda item 2, which is our accountability item. And this is going to be presented by Cindy Kazanis with guest presenters Eric Crane and Deb Sigmund of WestEd and Joseph Martineau of ETS. And the recommendation we're considering is that the State Board provide guidance on the proposed student growth model methodology. Cindy, great to see you. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, President Linda Darling-Hammond, and welcome to the new board members. I'm Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. And as President Linda Darling-Hammond stated, we're going to have a lot of folks helping us to do this item today. So this may be a long discussion based on your this board's prior engagement with the growth model. And so we're prepared for pauses in between each of our presenters to allow for clarifying questions. And we'll take this at the pace that you feel comfortable. So I think the first thing I wanted to do today is just do some housekeeping and to introduce myself. And you're going to hear from a member of my team in just a bit, Jenny Singh. Our division is responsible for accountability, for data reporting, and for sharing data with the research communities. So I know later in our agenda, you're going to hear from my colleague Mao Bang, and she is responsible for our assessment division. So this item is not about assessments per se, it's how we use the assessments in our accountability division. It's nice to see in the room a couple of familiar faces that we haven't seen in about 4 months. And so working remotely, we've been able to put together this item and bring the people that you're going to hear from today. I also wanted to let you know that because it's summer, we are joined yet again by another awesome Stanford and government student, Parth Sarin, who is going to be helping us, has already helped us rather, with the growth model and participated in a discussion that we held the first week he was on the job. So today we will be covering in depth again the student growth models on communicating smarter balance results. And then we'll do a brief overview at the conclusion of the item on the legislative action that has taken place since we last met for the California School Dashboard and the Local Control and Accountability Plan. So to get us started, the recommendation is that the Department of Education is asking the State Board of Education to provide guidance as appropriate on the proposed student growth model methodology. So just to break this down for our new members, this means that you're not literally taking action today. We're asking for guidance. So I think this is a good low-stakes meeting for you to ask clarifying questions, to get a thorough understanding of where we've been and where we're headed. I see this process similar to getting your graduate degree, maybe even your dissertation, because it's going to take us about 7 years when we think about when we started in 2016 to completing this process in 2022 or 2023 with the incorporation of the growth model into the accountability system. So really there's two parts to a decision that you'll be making in the future. The part one is what you'll be taking up this fall, which is the formal adoption of a model, so that we can provide results to the field based on past information, prior students on how they're doing, and get the field comfortable and our parents and community members comfortable with how this model works. Part two is how it's incorporated into the dashboard. And like every other state in this country, we had a suspension of our assessments this year. It takes 2 years of consecutive student scores to create a growth model. So all states will be in the position again next year of having a gap in reporting out on their growth models. So you'll hear from, again, my colleagues on the timing of incorporating it into the dashboard, but that's not what's a part of the discussion today or even for this year. This is, again, future year action. We have provided 10 information memos about the growth model. We've had 4 board meetings in which we've discussed this item in general. So we're now on our fifth meeting. We are ready in September to talk about this again, and November to talk about it yet again, and hopefully again for you all to take action to formally adopt the growth model. The last time we brought this to you as a formal item was about 2 years ago. It was July of 2019. It was following a discussion in May 2018, rather, it was following a discussion in which, I have my dates wrong. The last time we brought this formally to you was in 2018. And in July of that year, you had asked us to take a pause, take a year to really work with stakeholders to understand the growth model process. So you're going to hear a little bit about that from our colleagues at the Comprehensive Center. This effort could not be done without our colleagues at the Comprehensive Center to take this break in 2019 to gather a common understanding of what growth models can do and the direction the board had already set us on the path for, which was further exploring the residual growth model. You're also going to hear from experts at the Educational Testing Services who will review what questions the growth model can and cannot answer and provide an overview of the proposed methodology to stabilize the growth model. So ETS, our colleagues through our assessment contract, and we're working closely with our colleagues in our assessment division on this matter, are talking on a weekly basis. So this is a very intense workload for us, but because of the suspension of the dashboard, which you're going to hear about towards the end of this item, we really have again, the right people working on this, and I think we're ready to, again, support the board in any way so that you feel comfortable in making a decision come November. Finally, we will walk you through a couple of questions to help generate some, hopefully some interest and some guidance towards what we need to do moving forward as we prepare, again, to bring back this for action, not only for further discussion in September, but for action in November. So before we get started, I wanted to remind you, because I know this came up 2 years ago, I actually looked at my notes this morning. Education Code Section 44258.9 prohibits the use of specified data from being used by a local educational agency for purposes of evaluating certificated employees, certificated employee performance determinations, or employment decisions. And why this is really important is because today we're talking about a growth model for use in the accountability system. The accountability system doesn't measure teacher performance. It doesn't measure individual student performance. We're looking at things at a school level and at a district level. And so this discussion came up last time because there are concerns now that you're attaching a growth piece to a student, that this could possibly be used in violation of this education code. So I just brought this forward just as a reminder that that is not the intended use, and in fact the state is prohibited from doing just that by education code. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues at the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, Deborah Sigmund and Eric Crane.
Thank you, Cindy. Good morning, President Darlene Hammond and Superintendent Thurman and board members, and congratulations to the new board members. I'm Deb Sigmund. I serve as a Senior Managing Director with WestEg. I also serve as the co-director of the Region 15 Comprehensive Center. And I just want to give you a little background about the center so that you have a sense of why we are able to assist the California Department of Ed as well as the State Board in these matters. Next slide. So the Region 15 Comprehensive Center is a part of a very large network. There are 19 centers throughout the United States, and these technical assistance centers are funded by a grant from the U.S. Department of Education. What's interesting about this project, as Cindy explained, this is a long process, and California is rightly taking its time to make the right decisions for students and teachers as they consider a growth model. We began this project in late 2018 after your July 2018 meeting. At that time, we were the California Comprehensive Center, and I was the director of that center. We served only California. Since that time, we are the recipient of a new grant, which is now the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, and the geography has changed a bit. We now serve California, Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. Next slide. And our priority areas in order to provide technical assistance to the Department of Ed and the State Board of Ed are really centered around 3 areas: equitable teaching and learning, standards assessment and accountability, and systems improvement. So when we were asked to provide some assistance around the growth model, that fit squarely into our standards assessment and accountability priority area. I just want to give a little bit of, my colleague Eric Crane will go into the timeline a little bit more, but as with all things, we were able to shift as the needs of the stakeholders changed, as the conversations became really deep and rich. And so we were scheduled for 3 meetings, which is what we described to the department and the state board staff as what we would need. As it turns out, we actually added a 4th meeting for the stakeholder group, and then an update meeting that we just held last week. All that to say that these are moving kinds of conversations, and I do want to give really a shout out to the stakeholder members who were so engaged in the process and really committed to thinking about growth models and what they did and what they didn't do. And so it was indeed a pleasure to be able to support that work and facilitate those conversations. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Crane. Eric?
Thank you, Deb. Board President Darling Hammond, and Superintendent Thurman, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Eric Crane, and I'm a project director over this work for the Region 15 Comprehensive Center. And I wanted to start by describing the work, the beginnings of it, and what it set out to do. Key here was stakeholder feedback about the growth model. And so when the department reached out to the Comprehensive Center to begin this work, it was oriented with the following goals in mind. The department wanted to understand what was on the mind of stakeholders, so getting to the heart of stakeholder priorities. There was a lot of discussion about various growth models, and to be frank, some confusion about some. And so another goal was to bring in technical expertise to describe growth models, to do some level setting so that all stakeholders were at a pretty similar starting place, and so clear up some of those misconceptions. But to really talk about how a growth model in California could be used to drive school and district improvement. Another goal of the work was to make sure that there was a trusting and well-facilitated space where stakeholders could speak frankly and directly about what was good and not so good about various growth model options. And then finally, the last major goal was to make sure that stakeholders would leave these conversations well equipped to go and be ambassadors for the work, to really explain on what was happening in the discussions at the state, and to share that with their communities, and actually to solicit further feedback so that this process could be well informed by stakeholder feedback and input. So next slide, please. I want to walk a little bit through the timeline and go into a little bit more detail about the stakeholder feedback work. As said, this work began and was motivated by conversations for the board 2 years ago. And as Cindy said, the antecedents are even further back before that. But in July, the board asked for some more work and some outreach to find out and take the temperature of the state on this issue. And so the Department of Education reached out to the Comprehensive Center, and we put together a plan where we would have 3 stakeholder meetings. As Deb alluded to, we saw the need for a 4th and built that into 2019. I'll speak to that in just a moment. And so throughout the early part of 2019, we convened the stakeholders group. We met in February, and not all the stakeholders could join. And so we had a catch-up meeting for the additional stakeholders in March. And so by the end of March, we convened the group and had a chance to explore some of the growth models and do some level setting around different growth model options. And I should say something about the growth model stakeholders. They represent a lot of folks who have been engaged in this work, members of the Local Control Funding Formula Equity Coalition, County Office of Education staff, classroom teachers, the California PTA is represented in the stakeholders group. So it's a very diverse and engaged group. And that brought us to our second meeting. We had that in early April. And the group walked through various interpretations, and they went through questions that a growth model might help to answer and inform. And all this helped to uncover and unearth what stakeholders wanted from a growth model. The work continued with our third meeting in May, where we touched on some of the analytic models and reviewed what some other states had done with growth models and continued the discussion. What that set up was kind of turning from within the growth model stakeholder group to how we could set up discussions for the stakeholders to go back to their wider communities. And so the Comprehensive Center staff built a conversations kit that we armed our stakeholders to go back and use that to help with discussions back in the wider field. And then we had that fourth meeting. That fourth meeting in September, we heard what they had heard when they went back and spoke with their broader communities. And it was pretty clear from this set of 4 meetings that a 2020 update would be appropriate. And so the department committed to that. And we just had that, as Deb said, we just had that meeting last week. And so that's sort of an overview as to where we are. This slide that you're looking at now comes from last week's meeting. And let me just say a little bit more about last week's meeting. Next slide, please. When we gathered last week, here's what we did. We went over the 2019 work, and department staff summarized the timeline, and you'll hear a little bit more about that shortly. Partnering with Educational Testing Service, they did a presentation that talked about the recent technical work on the growth model, and it had an emphasis on this estimated best linear predictor model. And then we had some small group discussion where we asked stakeholders to give some reaction to what they'd heard, raise whatever questions were on their minds, and we kind of documented the discussion. So setting things up for the continued work in the remainder of 2020 and beyond. Next. And that's just our required material for the U.S. Department of Education. So that concludes my remarks. And Cindy, I will send it back over to you now.
Great. So I think we can take a pause here, and I will turn it over to President Darlene Hammond to see if there's any clarifying questions from board members.
I don't see any hands, Linda.
Okay, great. Why don't we continue, Cindy?
Great. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jenny Singh, to introduce herself and this piece of the item.
Good morning, President Darlene Hammond and esteemed board members, and welcome to our new board members. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next few years. I'm going to be doing a brief overview of how we got to where we are in the growth model. Please note that we did a very in-depth overview in the June memo. So if you want all the details, I think we did a good job of providing all those in the June memo. So as we shared at the March meeting, we are recommending that we continue the work on the residual gain model. So just to refer briefly back to the board item, remember that we did investigate many models, and we brought 3 models to the board, and we decided that we would investigate those models more in depth. So ETS did an evaluation on all 3 models, and in the end, the board settled on the residual gain model. So as we continued our work on the residual gain model and looked at the results of how it acted over time, we realized that we needed some technical adjustments that could enhance the validity and cross-time stability. And recall from our several meetings that we have, conversations that we had about this, that the state board decided that student demographics should not be included as a control variable in the growth model. And that is a really important thing to remember. So here's our original growth model timelines, starting with August. I don't want to go back to 2016. That would take a long time. And I'm sure you're going to see right away where this timeline will have to change. So originally, and this is still going to happen in August of 2020, ETS is going to present their findings on their modifications to the RG growth model to our technical design group, and our technical design group will recommend any modifications, if any. Then in September, we're going to be coming back with a presentation of the results from ETS. And then, of course, in November, we're hoping to come back and get an approval of a growth model that will measure individual student growth. And initially, we thought that in September of 2020, with the release of the 2020 dashboard, we would release growth scores using CAS data from 2016 through 2020. And of course, with the suspension of our assessments, that's not going to be possible. And we had also anticipated that between January and November of 21, we would work with LEAs and stakeholders on communication data and using some case studies. And then we had anticipated that in December of 2021, we would release the growth scores using CAS data from 2021. Then came some small event came around called COVID-19. And it kind of changed the way we started to look at how we were going to move forward with the growth model. So nothing changed for August, September, or November. But of course, for December, that meant that when we released the growth scores, we could only use prior year data, 2016 to 2019. So this is going to be looking back at the growth from previous years. This also means that we have an extended window to have some conversations with LEAs and stakeholders. So so we can go from January 21 through November of 22 to talk about really some good ways to communicate what the growth model is telling us and trying to figure out the best way to display this data for the general public, because we all know that growth models are quite complicated, and we want to communicate it in a simple way that people can understand. So with December of 2021, we will not have the data to release growth scores. So we will continue to use the academic indicator methodology that we currently have, the distance to met. And then for December 2022, we can release another set of growth scores using data from 2021 and 2022. So as we mentioned earlier, we had the stakeholder meetings, and CDE staff did attend those meetings, and it was very clear from those meetings how deeply valued a growth model was for the California accountability system. But we also saw how difficult it was to create a growth measure that covers the wide variety of information that various people had. You know, growth models there's a lot of different growth models, and each growth model will answer different questions. And there really was not a complete consensus about which questions we should ask. In fact, the suggestion came around, well, maybe we should have more than one growth model. But that's not going to be possible. But we concluded that from all the conversations that we had, that the residual gain model really was the best fit for the expectations expressed by the group. So beginning in February of 2020, we began working on some technical modifications that would improve the results of the residual gain model within our accountability framework. So specifically, that meant the year-to-year volatility of scores. So you can remember we had that conversation at the July 2018 meeting about the validity of the scores from year to year. So what did that really mean? So as you know, when we developed our growth model, we had some established criteria or requirements that we wanted our growth model to meet. And when we found out about this year-to-year volatility, it impacted whether this impacted the fact that this model did not meet that criteria. So one of the criteria is reliable data. The assessment results are reliable data that we get from schools and districts. We get the file directly from our contractor, ATS. But we weren't sure that the outcomes were going to be valid and fair for all schools. Even though the RG model performed statistically similar in both years, there was that low cross stability within the outcomes. And that was particularly evident with low N sizes. So then, of course, the growth model would not be as fair to small schools and small student groups as it was to large schools. And then we want our information to provide actionable information. The dashboard should do that for when districts are developing their LCAPs. So high volatility results can make it difficult for LEAs to use the growth data for driving decisions, because the decision you make one year might be contradicted by the data that you receive the next year. And we felt that there was a strong risk of misinterpretation when the results would be going up and down over time. So we began our work with the TDG to make some technical adjustments. So the first one was changing the highest obtainable scale score, or the HOS, and that's on the CAS. This allows more students to show higher growth. Right now, the HOS is capped, and so students that are performing very well, they are not allowed, it's very difficult for them to show growth from one year to the next. So we did make adjustments to the HOS scores. We are not the first state to do this. In fact, we are one of the last Smarter Balanced states to do this. Many other states have already made adjustments to their HOS scores. And then we thought about implementing a new regression formula to counter the N size and stability issues. And ETS has been working on this. They've been great to work with. We have very knowledgeable, they have very knowledgeable staff who are experts in this area. And they came up with a formula known as the Estimated Best Linear Predictor Model, or EBLIP. Yes, eBlip. Sorry. So we've been working on that together, and they have been looking at the data to see how it's going to impact the RG model. And they're going to bring those, as I said, they're going to bring the results to you in September.
President Linda Darling-Hammond, would you like to pause for clarifying questions before we switch over to the ETS staff? We can't hear you.
I don't think you're on mute.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think we should go right ahead with the ETS presentation because it's going to explain some of what was just described. Okay?
Great.
Right. So
thank you.
We would like to turn it over to Joseph Martineau, who is the Executive Director for the Center for Operational Solutions and Innovations with the Psychometric Analyst and Research with ETS, Education Testing Services. Joseph?
Yeah, thank you. Board President Darling-Hammond, Superintendent Thurmond, and members of the California State Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity today. I have with me as well the person who is the primary developer of the eBlip model. His name is J.R. Lockwood, and he is one of our experts in growth. He's done a lot of work in the area. So just wanted to kind of talk about what are growth models, and how do we think about that? How do we get there? And so there's one concept of a growth model where it's just pure growth, and that kind of growth model actually assumes a scale that doesn't change over time or over grades. It does require multiple measures for the same person. And this really is kind of what most people think of as a growth model. So these kinds of things are available for physical scales such as height. The difference between 1 inch and 2 inches and 2 inches and 3 inches and 24 inches and 25 inches is it's always 1, and it has the same meaning. So you can think about that in terms of weight scales that we can use, where a difference of 1 pound always means the same thing, and things like temperature as well. Unfortunately, those kinds of scales just aren't available for academic achievement except for in really rare cases. So, for example, for really young students, if we want to know how many of the letters of the alphabet the student recognizes, we can go 0 to 26 or 0 to 52, depending on includes upper. But that's kind of the exception in education. We tend to measure things that we can't necessarily see, and we have to use special models to be able to measure those kinds of things. Next slide, please. So essentially what we end up doing in measuring academic growth, except for in those very rare circumstances, is we use proxies for that. So those kinds of models do not necessarily assume the same scale over time. And that's important because we know that the meaning of achievement scales change across grades. It's not the same scale. We can approximate how students are growing across these different pieces. So that's why it's important that we have these proxies so that we don't treat our academic achievement scales as if they were pure scales where you can just measure across very wide distributions or very wide ranges of achievement, unlike what you can do with height, weight, and temperature, and so on. And it does require multiple measures for each student. And so what we do in the absence of those prerequisites for measuring true growth, we apply statistical models to the data that we have so that we can approximate that kind of true growth. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a big issue that has come up in every state that I have worked with around growth models. It's important to become clear on what growth model can do and what it can't do. Kind of in broad strokes, what it can do is it can give approximate measures of the degree to which students kept up with the increasing complexity of content standards across grades. And you kind of just think of this in general, the complexity, for example, of a third grade mathematics test and the breadth of what it covers is very different than what you would see, for example, on a sixth grade test or an eighth grade test. And in particular, you can kind of think about one of the places where you have one of these biggest transitions in mathematics is moving from kind of the basic underlying parts of mathematics to, for example, algebra. Algebra, when there's a switch to algebraic representations and so on, that's a really different thing that we're measuring now, but it does build on those others, right? So what it can do is it can give approximate measures of the degree to which students kept up with the increasing complexity of those content standards across grade. Right? So it can do that. It can give group level measures of that same thing, how well the individual groups kept up with those same increasingly complex standards. And it can also give us information about group level learning so that we can engage in policy evaluation, program evaluation, and interventions at a high level. So it's one of the main purposes of a state assessment to begin with, is it's intended to give information about student achievement that can be used at a high level by state board members or local district board members, superintendents, anyone who is kind of developing and evaluating programs, interventions, policies, and so on. Next slide, please. So what a growth model can't do, at least with our existing scales, is to give information on the specific knowledge, skills, and abilities that have been gained by specific students in a specific way. And the reason for that is that on our statewide assessments and Smarter Balanced and pretty much every other state assessment, those are such broad measures. They cover so much ground that it is difficult to say that we can identify that a student has learned this particular content standard because we don't have enough items directed toward that content standard and we need more information to be able to make the kinds of inferences that we would want to make in terms of what specifically is it that we can measure with this growth model. It can't give information about why that degree of growth has occurred. One of the reasons for that is, the gold standard in research is to have a kind of a randomized controlled trial that we would see in something like medicine. And because we can't randomize which students go to which schools, and we can't randomize which schools are in a given area, so we've got a lot of things that we can't necessarily randomize. So that makes it more difficult to make causal interpretations about, okay, we saw this level of growth, but why? It can't necessarily help us do that, except for with extreme precision and care in designing a research study that can handle these kinds of data, called essentially a quasi-experimental study. And it requires some advanced statistical analyses that take quite a while to develop and run. So, at the high level, it's very difficult to identify why something has happened. And in particular, it's very difficult to identify the causes of differences among groups. That's, if we want to say why something happened, we need to go more into the research space and work with people who specialize in causal modeling or quasi-causal modeling from data that don't come from our randomized controlled trial. Okay, next slide, please. So selecting a measure of growth it's a hard thing. There are so many variations that can come up come into this deliberation. And I have had the opportunity to work with a variety of states around this selection of a growth model. And so, there is a white paper out there that I worked on. I worked on this paper to kind of guide states in making that decision that was kind of commissioned by Smarter Balanced, from a practitioner's guide to growth models. And this is Catherine Castellano and Andrew Ho, who did this work some time ago. Andrew Ho is at Harvard, and Catherine Castellano is also at ETS. So I developed a framework for understanding and selecting a model or a growth measure that underpins this work that was done with the stakeholder feedback group. Next slide, please. So if you look at this, this was a framework that was developed. It's kind of small, but essentially it walks through why do we want to measure growth in the first place? What is our theory of action? What's the purpose that we want to use this for? And how can we get to the kind of outcomes that we want to have when we go through that the process of selecting a growth measure? So that's kind of the first purpose of this framework, is making sure that we tie the uses and interpretation to the way that model can be used to make interpretations. So I'm not going to go through the whole piece here, but essentially we went through many of these parts of the growth measure with California, with the growth model stakeholder group. We didn't go through all of them, and I learned a lot about how I could have modified this from what we did. But California is the first state that I have worked with. It has gone through this deliberate, patient, and careful process to identify what are the ways that growth models could be used, and identifying a growth model that produces measures that can support that kind of use. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is about the work that's ongoing at ETS on improving the stability of these group level measures of growth. And this is led by J.R. Lockwood, who is on today, and Catherine Castellano, who I just mentioned, and Dan McCaffrey, who is also an ETS expert in measuring growth. Go ahead, please. So I just said the first part, but so what they are working on is an estimated best linear predictor model, and this is something that comes from the classical from classical statistical approaches, and the purpose of this estimated best linear predictor model is to improve accuracy of aggregate or group level measures. That's the primary purpose of the model. And if you can go to the next slide, please. What's nice about that is that improving accuracy can have a fortuitous side effect. Essentially, we can reduce year-to-year fluctuations in group level measures, and the degree of reduction is related to the number of students in a group, such that reduction in that fluctuation increases as group size decreases. So essentially what that happens, this nice side effect, is that it means that the degree of stabilization is the greatest where it's most needed. Next slide, please. So what is the EBLEP model? The EBLEP model is not a growth model. It does not change individual student growth measures from the residual gains model. It doesn't produce growth measures. What it is it's a statistical model that takes those growth measures from the growth model, in this case, a residual gains model, and it creates a more accurate or group level measure from those inputs by going beyond simple averages of individual student growth measures. Next slide, please. So the EBLEP model improves aggregate measures by incorporating individual student growth measures from at least 2 school years. So what that means is to gain a growth measure or to obtain a growth measure, you have to have two measurement occasions. You have to have 2 times that students have taken the assessment in consecutive school years. And so what that means is that for the purposes of this approach that is to be used or is likely to be used or intended to be used for stabilizing results from the residual gains model, it would take 2 years for the first measure and another 2 years from the second measure, and that middle year often overlaps to constitute those 2 years of growth data. So what it does is it creates a weighted average of student growth measures for multiple school years rather than just a simple average in the current year. And in calculating aggregate growth measures, the EBLUP model gives greater weight to data from the most recent school year, growth measure data from the most recent school year, and less weight to data from the previous school year. So what it does is that compared with simple averages, the EBLUP model has the greatest impact for small groups and almost no impact for large group, and that's because the large group simple averages are already more accurate and stable than for small groups. Go ahead, please. So at this point, ETS is conducting an evaluation of that EBLUP model using residual gains estimated from the California data from the 2016-17 school year, 2017-18 school year, and 2018-19 school years. And the results of that evaluation will be presented at the September 2020 meeting. This is an important part of the process to understand and evaluate how well this model is able to stabilize the residual gains growth measures from those 3 years, so we can see what what it looks like when these growth measures are provided.
Great.
Yeah, and I think that is the end of my slides.
That is. And so I'm going to turn it back over to President Darlene Hammond to allow for questions from board members, clarifying questions to our experts at ETS.
All right, are there any questions that anyone has at this point? I know there's still a little bit more to the presentation. I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand. So thank you very much, Joe. It's nice to see you. Are you actually out there in the mountains, or is that just a backdrop?
That's a Michigan National Lakeshore.
Lovely.
Nice to talk to you as well.
Oh, wait, I do see some hands going up now. So I'm going to start with Member Strauss, and then Member Patillo Bronson, Member Navo, and Member Pangilinan. And then I'm just scrolling to make sure I haven't missed anybody. All right. Eileen, do you want to start us off?
Thanks. First of all, Cindy and Wested and the whole team and Joe, thank you so much.
We still have more presentations, so just so people realize we're not yet at the end.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Joe, I just have a question. We've been talking about, and I just need clarification, just because you had so many details, and I know you're trying to lay the foundation because we have new board members and we've been talking about this for a long time. But would you clarify, we've been talking about residual gain model. That's what we've been talking about. That's what we've narrowed down. And now you've brought up the estimated best linear predictor model. Is that a model that is part of the residual gain and provides for stability and less volatility, or is it a completely separate? Could you just clarify the difference of the two?
Sure. The difference is that the residual gains model gives an estimate of individual student growth that can be aggregated for a specific group. The EBLUP model is a model with a purpose of improving the accuracy of those group level results. So it is layered on top of the the residual gains results. So it takes the results from the residual gains model, and it creates group level aggregate measures that are more accurate using the EBLUP model. So that they are separate models. It does not change the nature of the individual student growth measures. It won't change them actually at all. The only thing that it does is it creates a weighted average that is much more accurate than a straight or simple average of those.
So it really is, we're still on the residual growth model strategy, and this is really just a way to aggregate the data that comes from that in a way that allows us to use multiple years of data, giving more weight to the most recent year. Yes. Kim, you're next.
I just had a quick clarifying question on, I think it was slide 14. I believe it was Deb's presentation, so the last presentation actually. And there was a bullet and a mention that I think there was a 2016 decision to not include student demographics in the modeling. And I just wonder if you could describe the background for that decision and how that affects the model.
So there was a conversation at the board with some of the criteria that they wanted to see in a growth model. And it was actually presented by our colleagues in the assessment division. And based on those conversations, it was clear that they didn't want to put student demographics into the model. A lot of states do put student demographics in the model, and basically what that does is when you do that, you're setting lower expectations for student groups that traditionally are underperforming, because you're setting a different expectation for growth based on their prior. And the state board felt that that wasn't appropriate. They felt that they wanted all students, the same expectation for all students in regards to growth. And of course, when you have a residual gain model, the expectations are based on prior year test scores. So there is some, slight adjustments about the expectations for students that are performing lower in one year than higher in another year, but it's based on prior test scores and not on the fact that they're not on their race or their program status.
I will also just note that many states do not use the demographics in the model as well. It's a wide distribution of practices out there among the states. But this is kind of just purely saying, where were you in time one and where was the student in time two, and how much growth occurred is essentially the theory of the model that we're currently looking at. Kim, did you want to follow up on that at all, or are you good?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So I get the idea of not wanting to set lower expectations based on the most immediate year, but it will still have data to show, obviously, sort of who's hitting standards.
Oh yeah, we would still be able to disaggregate the data. We simply wouldn't be adjusting the growth based on demographic considerations.
Okay, so in terms of the bird's eye view, we still have the disaggregated data, but we're not setting targets based on the disaggregated data. Is that right?
It doesn't have to do with the targets. It has to do with how you get the growth metric. So if you include demographics in the model, it's basically saying that you're controlling for the economic status or disability status or language status or racial or ethnic category of a student, and the expected growth is changed by that.
Yeah.
And what the board previously said is we're not going to make different expectations. But once you've got the growth measure, you can still set targets, from year to year, or you can disaggregate by any group that you want to disaggregate by.
Okay, that latter part is very helpful. Thank you.
Brenna. And then I have member Glover Woods in the queue.
Linda, we also have Ting who would like to ask a question.
Okay. Great.
So I have a clarifying question. I believe it was on slide 23 and 24. So I was a little bit confused about the last bullet point, and I'd like to ask some clarifying questions just in regards to the statement that it says it can help evaluate policies, programs, and interventions. However, at the next slide, it says it can't tell what is causing the growth. So what's the difference between those two, just for a little clarification? Oops, you're muted.
Joseph, would you like to take that question, please?
Sure. Sure. The difference there is that program evaluation does not necessarily try to look at these kinds of gains as, particularly causal. So essentially what we are doing when we do that kind of program evaluation or policy evaluation work is to look at something along the lines of, okay, here we had, this is what the kind of the baseline achievement was, the baseline growth levels, before we put this particular piece into play. We put this policy in place, we put this program in place, we decided on an intervention and so on. And so what we would typically do is we would try to do as much as we can to reduce any problems in the study design, or to reduce any issues that could be introduced by not having a randomized control trial. So essentially what we're saying is when we put this into place, we should see X. We should see an increase in achievement, or we should see growth get higher. And that actually does take out one of the big things that can happen with quasi-causal modeling, is you actually have a point in time where you can kind of say, let's break it right here, and we can look at what was happening before we put that into place. We can look at what happened after we put it in place, and we can compare it with prior years where we had no change at a given point in time. So we're eliminating one of those pieces that is a problem. We can actually identify a place where we have interrupted that time series. It's essentially an interrupted time series design, where we know what happened before. We can kind of follow it over time. Afterward, we can see how that changed. And depending on how much people work to reduce the other problems that we have with the design, we can be more confident in it. We can't ever get to perfect certainty on that because we didn't have a randomized control trial. But if we put in the effort, we can reduce much of the issues that we're seeing. Not get rid of them, but we can reduce the issues that non-randomized control trials introduce.
Okay. You good with that? Cynthia, you're next, and then Ting, and then Patricia.
Thank you. I had a question, and this was probably for Joe, around the weighting of the data from the various years. My understanding, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, is that the use of the eBlip really is going to help to stabilize the data itself, and the weighting of the data years will help. How will the weight be determined for each of the years of data that's being utilized?
I'm going to ask J.R. Lockwood to respond to this. He has, he's the developer of the eBlip method, primary developer.
Hi, thanks for that question, Cynthia. That's a great question. So the method takes all of the growth data from the entire state for multiple years and fits a statistical model to those data that produces a set of weights, or produces a method for producing weights for a given school that should produce a number that is as accurate as possible. Accurate means it should be as close to truth as possible. So the weights for a given school will depend on how many students are contributing to the growth measure for that school in various years, as well as some other statistical parameters that are estimated using data from the entire state. And the weights are selected to try to make accuracy as large as possible. I'm not sure that helps.
That helps a little bit. I'll keep listening. Thank you.
Okay, Ting, I think you're next.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of comments and a question, and it may be because we may have more of the presentation, but so as a person who's been pushing this growth model, I was very excited to see that we're still continuing to work on it, and that the technical aspects of this is getting deeper, and that we are gaining a stakeholder input in this. And I appreciate the presentation outlining what we're looking at and what it can do versus what it cannot do. I think we really need to be very clear about that going into this, and since we're putting a lot of time, energy, and effort and resources into it. I am concerned, though, as more overall, that it feels like it's getting further and further away from what we had wanted it to be. And I was hoping more along the lines of getting to more of that individual student growth. And it's looking and sounding like we're not able to do that. So that's one thing that maybe somebody can address. And then the other I want to ask is that given that we don't have the 2020 testing, and we come back in 2022 with the growth, how will we, I guess we're anticipating that there's going to be learning loss in this gap of time. So what does that do to this model, growth model? How accurately will it really be able to tell us what is happening, given that we have this huge one-year gap in scores?
So Ting, I would like to do your last question first, if possible, and,
sure.
and ask JR if he'd be willing to respond to that question about learning loss and figuring that into the growth score.
Yes. So one of the things that I think would be reasonable to do would be to use assessment data from the state prior to the pandemic, and then starting again whenever testing resumes, to try to estimate the potential learning loss that has occurred. And I quickly jotted down some ideas yesterday for how that could be done. There's some well-established techniques in the evaluation literature that can be used to do that. It would require a lot of planning, and there's no one right way, so a lot of different things would have to be looked at, and you're kind of looking for a bunch of corroborating evidence from different types of analyses. I think that that's a really important analysis to do. Would take a fair amount of time to plan and to figure out which approaches might be most promising and feasible. We can do some of that. That's not we. That can be done with data to some extent that already exists, because there are certain types of these methods that the data that we already have could tell us something about the viability of those methods once we actually have post-pandemic data. I can go into as deep a detail as you want. I shall stop now.
I think you should stop now.
Okay.
I just a little flag. This item, if we were on our schedule, we would finish by 11. So just want to keep our conversation moving, and hopefully that's satisfying enough for the moment. Patricia, you're next.
President Darling-Hammond, we didn't respond to Member Ting's first part of her question about student growth
Thank
scores,
you.
and I didn't know if you wanted to take that or you want us to put that.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I think Member Sun, this is something that has been at the heart of the confusion, that while this is a student level growth model being used in the accountability system, we're looking at how schools and student groups, as well as districts and student groups, are doing. Students receive their student growth, their score reports on an annual basis, and how this will be incorporated into those reports. I mean, currently they already are able to look at multiple years of their assessment data when they get their student growth scores. So rather their scores annually for assessments. But I know Mao Bang is on the line, and she can speak to if there's anything specific around the student growth student reports that come through the assessment division.
Okay, I guess what's the difference then? We do already look at groups of students and their growth from, well, we look at grade levels from one year to another. I mean, I guess what does this do more than what we currently have?
So what we have now is the change in distance to Met. And that is just looking, it doesn't look at a cohort of students. It just looks at the students that you have in the school from one year to the next. So the growth model is actually looking at a cohort of students, those students that have matched scores from one year to the next to determine growth. And that is something I think that all this, the board members and the stakeholder groups wanted.
Yeah, and if you think about it this way, there are some schools that have quite a bit of mobility. So the kids who are in the school, you know, this year are, half of them weren't there last year, for example. That's not uncommon in some communities. So when you get two sets of scores, they're not for the same kids necessarily, whereas a growth model allows you to say for all the kids who were here last year and are also here this year, the kids we got to teach all year long, how did they grow? And that's really the conceptual difference in what we would be reporting. Right now we have a sort of a progress score, but for each school, but not a growth metric for the students.
Yeah, but schools right now can do that. They can take data of students who were in fourth grade last year and now are fifth graders.
They
can.
They can do that. We will make, by doing this, we would make what gets done at any level more accurate by, for example, allowing more growth to be shown at the top end of the scale, you know, and some of the other things that we talked about.
Yeah. And I see that is useful. I was hoping that we would get a little bit deeper into something that's actionable, more actionable on a student basis. So that's my bit of disappointment, you know, in this model. But I understand technically how difficult it is to do.
Well, and one of the things that kind of underlies the process that we've been going through over the many years that this has been on the table is that what you might do to satisfy some interests in using the scores is different than what you would do to satisfy other interests. And as a state agency, our primary responsibility is for the reporting of the system on an accountability level in terms of, as Cindy said, you know, groups of students, programs, schools, districts. There are other technical issues that will arise if you started to try to, you know, do something at the level of the classroom or the student. And so I just think we could come back to some of that if we need to. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Cindy or Jenny, before we go to Patricia and then back to your presentation?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Patricia, you're next.
Linda, she put her hand down, so I think she's no longer in the queue.
Okay, great. Maybe that question got answered. So please continue.
Great. So I'm going to conclude this section of the discussion with an overview of our detailed timeline of action. We started the presentation with action that you're going to be taking, but I wanted to emphasize on this slides particularly that there are 6 different opportunities for input from the public prior to a decision and approval of a growth model in November. So just to walk through these so that you're left with sort of what's on our to-do list from the Department of Education, working with our technical experts at ETS, is ETS will be concluding their report to present to our technical design group. And I realize that our new board members may not be familiar with this group. It is an advisory group to the Department of Education. That is staffed by technical experts in the field from major institutions in California, as well as experts from school districts. And so we do have a representation, a nice representation from school districts. We will then go before the California Practitioners Advisory Group, which is on here. The acronym is CPAG, and that is an advisory group to the State Board of Education that is required under the Every Student Succeeds Act, the federal law. around education and accountability. And we'll take that to their meeting in August. We follow those meetings up with what we call our local control funding formula stakeholder meeting. And we'll use that opportunity, which we did in the prior meeting this year, to respond to questions that the stakeholders may have about the presentation. And this will give them an opportunity to ask, clarifying questions and really have it be a dialogue. ETS will continue to conduct additional technical work on the growth model as needed and requested by the technical design group, so that by the time we come to the board in September, we'll have preliminary results of the data, so of the methodology as compared to the prior residual gain model that we presented to you back in July of 2018. And we will be seeking, again, direction on which model to pursue, so within the residual gain model and the EBLIP methodology. October will be another technical design group meeting of the discussion of that final ETS report, again, with the intent of the board providing us further direction in September. We will put forward to you an information memorandum with that report, so it'll be publicly available then. And then we'll go again to the CPAG group, to that group that advises you on this, to present information on the growth model. We'll have an additional LCFF stakeholder meeting, and then we'll bring forward to you a recommendation for action in November. During this time, as we're getting the results and the preliminary results of these data, and the final report is delivered to us from ETS, we will be working on what a report looks like. And so because this is not being used for high stakes accountability at this time, we do have a little bit of time to make this right. So we are in a continuous improvement system. This is how the accountability system was designed back in 2016. And so December, it will be the first version of getting that data out, but I am confident that we'll be spending much of the winter and spring really trying to get it right, and also trying to educate, again, the public, to Member Sun's comment about what this is and what it's not, and how it can be used in districts, how it can be used at schools, and whether it's appropriate to use in individual classrooms. So with that, we did have a couple of discussion questions, and if this is okay, this would close out the growth model discussion. So the CDE would like the Educational Testing Services to conduct data simulations to determine the impact of the EBLIP on the residual gain model and share the results at your September meeting. So are you supportive of moving forward with this option, and do you have any concerns with what we've presented to date?
Thank you very much. I want to really recognize the staff. This has been a long journey for the staff, and they've done yeoman's work both with the stakeholder groups and with the technical advisory group and so on. So Cindy and your entire staff, thank you very much. The public comment slide needs to go now. And then I'm going to get people queued up. There's a delay when people try to call in.
Linda, we're not done with this item yet for public comment.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought Cindy was closing us out.
I'm sorry. We do have two parts to this item. The other was the update on the legislative action. So if you'd like us to proceed on that, we can come back to the discussion.
Yeah, please do that.
Okay.
Please do that.
All right. So for this piece of the discussion, I have just a few slides that relate to the dashboard, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Lindsay Tonatori, to talk about the local control and accountability plan and what was done under the trailer bill. So this past week, the Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 98. And this has several references to the California School Dashboard. The ones that I thought you would be most interested in are really operationally what it means for us for fall. So it prohibits the department from publishing the dashboard in 2020 and from identifying local educational agencies in 2020-2021 school year for technical assistance or intervention process. So really, when we release the dashboard, it's typically in December, and so we would not release the dashboard with state or local indicators. We are anticipating to be able to release school information on the dashboard this fall. So information about student enrollment, student group information, what enrollment specifically. So you wouldn't see a skip in the year when you're looking at the dashboard, you just simply not see information on local or state indicators. This bill further directs that the department, for purposes of identifying local educational agencies for intervention in, or technical assistance a year from now, so December of 2021, to use performance data on the state and local indicators from December of 2019, which is change on the dashboard, looking at status for December 2021. So we have a clear guidance from the legislature that we are going to use non-consecutive years to create color on the dashboard for 2021. So the second slide I have related to the dashboard is about the things that are related in absence of a dashboard, in which this legislation requires, or rather directs, the department to publish any valid and reliable data collected through our student level data system, commonly known as CalPADS, or California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, that would have been included in the 2020 dashboard on DataQuest, which is our publicly reporting site, or by any other means. And so some of the things that we are talking about here in the department is being able to, of course, produce graduation rates for this year, potentially a college career indicator, but just the status only. That would not be on the dashboard, it would be on a sister site. Things like truncated suspension rate. So those are the things that we've been talking out loud about, and we'll have more information for you as we actually start receiving that data and we close out our data collection, which takes place at the end of each August. So right now, districts are reporting to us the data that we would normally produce in the dashboard. During the summer, we have about a three and a half month window for districts to report that information to us. And then finally, just in this ongoing theme of trying to align our systems, San Joaquin County Office of Education, who is our contractor for the dashboard, this appropriates $450,000 to them to support that integration of not only the dashboard, but the local control and accountability electronic template system and the school accountability report card, or the SARC. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Lindsay Tonatori. Welcome.
Well, good morning, President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy Gregson, members of the board, new members of the board. My name is Lindsay Tornatori. I am the director of the Student Achievement and Support Division, formerly known as the Improvement and Accountability Division here at CDE. So prior to the holiday weekend, we sent out an information memorandum regarding the learning continuity and attendance plan requirements as laid out in SB 98. Today, I'm here to provide an overview of that memo, share our plan for collecting stakeholder input while we develop the template for our learning continuity plans, and explain the three-pronged approach that we are taking to support our LEAs through the development and implementation process of these plans. So as Cindy mentioned, the California School Dashboard shall not be published in December 2020 based on performance data of state and local indicators. In addition to that, Trailer Bill SB 98 also waived the local control and accountability plan requirement for the 2020-21 school year. SB 98 also separated the development and adoption of the budget overview for parents from the development of the LCAP. The budget overview for parents must be adopted still by December 15th of 2020, and the requirements for a separate public hearing and adoption at a public local governing board meeting are consistent with California Education Code 52064.1 still remain. So the biggest part of SB 98 that I'm here to talk about is the establishment of Section 43509 in Education Code, which is, of course, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And though CDE, we love our acronyms, we are referring to the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan as the Learning Continuity Plan and not the LCAP, because this is not an LCAP. It's very different. And so to make sure that we are all staying in our lanes and reminding ourselves, too, of the approach that's going to be required for this, we are referring to it as the Learning Continuity Plan. The Learning Continuity Plan also requires for the CDE, under the leadership of our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, in consultation with the Executive Director of the State Board, to create a template for LEAs to use on or before August 1st. The content that is to be included in the Learning Continuity Plan template is very much prescribed through this legislation. And it is because this language is so prescriptive that we feel we are able to create a high-quality template that will be meaningful to our LEAs as they develop their plans and get them adopted by their local governing boards by the September 30th deadline. In addition to following the statute to develop the template, we are also seeking stakeholder input. We have reunited the LCAP Advisory Committee, who worked on the LCAP 3-year template that was approved this past January and includes representatives from county offices of education, districts, charters, and advocacy groups. The CDE internal process is going on right now, and we are also looking forward to the input that we will receive during an upcoming stakeholder input session on Tuesday, July 14th at 11 a.m. If members of the public are unable to attend the stakeholder input session on the 14th, but want to give feedback, they can do so by emailing our LCFF email box. The draft template will be posted on the CDE webpage and shared through our listservs by this Monday, July 13th. We plan to collect written comments from the public between July 13th and July 19th, and these comments will inform the final versions of the draft template that will work on with close consultation with members of the state board staff before seeking our final approval. The slides aren't working? Okay, that's it, yeah. And so I wanted to, of course, all of this information is included in the memo sent out last week, but I wanted to highlight some of the requirement areas that LEAs must follow as they develop their plans, because as all of you know, there are a lot of new areas that our LEAs are managing as they prepare to reopen schools safely in the fall. So the first is LEAs must hold meaningful stakeholder engagement and adoption processes. And so what that means is, again, to highlight parts from the memo, they must consult with teachers, parents, principals, administrators, other school personnel, other bargaining units, and solicit recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding specific actions and expenditures. Similar to the LCAP, LEAs must present their learning continuity plans to their parent advisory committee and English learner advisory committees. Throughout the plan development and stakeholder feedback process, LEAs must provide for remote participation in public hearings. The Learning Continuity Plan also has specific adoption requirements, which include one public hearing for review and comment and a separate public meeting after but not on the same day as the public hearing to adopt the plan. LEAs need to address what additional supports they are providing for pupils with unique needs, including English learners, pupils with exceptional needs served across the full continuum of placements, pupils in foster care, and pupils who are experiencing homelessness during the period in which distance learning is provided. And the final area I want to highlight are the last few bullets on this slide, which are the content areas or the buckets that LEAs will address in their learning continuity plans. So again, to highlight information that is included in the memo, some of these buckets that we're thinking about are instructional offerings and specifically actions LEAs will take to offer classroom-based instruction whenever possible, especially for students who have suffered significant learning loss or are at greater risk of experiencing learning loss. Thinking about student and staff mental health and social and emotional well-being, a description of how LEAs will monitor and support student mental health and social emotional well-being, and the professional development and resources that will be provided. School nutrition, this is specific to the continuation of meals for students who are eligible for free and reduced price meals while they are participating in in-person instruction or distance learning. And also distance learning, so inclusive of plans for the multifaceted approach that it is going to take to focus on learning acceleration and ensure that all students have equitable access to instructional resources, technology, and connectivity so they can participate in distance learning. Finally, again, to reiterate, it's important to remember this plan is not an LCAP. And we've had to remind ourselves of that many times. So the approach and the process for the development is going to be very different. And therefore, we are working on multiple ways that we will support our LEAs through the development and implementation process of the continuity plans. So first, we have a series of upcoming webinars coming. The next webinar is going to be this coming Tuesday on July 14th. I mentioned earlier about stakeholder input. This webinar is going to be based on to walk through the draft template we have. We'll answer questions. Participants can put questions and comments in the chat. All of those questions and comments will be taken and used to inform the next iteration of the draft. Additionally, again, if members of the public cannot attend this July 14th webinar, there will be opportunities for them to email the LCFF inbox, and also the template will be posted on our webpage. We also have several other webinars coming up. The times and topics are posted again at this link here shown on this slide, which is the CDE Tuesday at 2 webinar webpage. And login information to access that will also be included. So in addition to the webinars that CDE will host, we are also working across state agencies and with our partners in the field to support the development and implementation of the learning continuity plans. We have already had discussions and set wheels in motion to align efforts among CDE, CCEE, State Board, and CSESA through CISC. And actually, one of our new board members, Board Member Woods, has been very instrumental in helping us to align these efforts, so thank you for that. We see this work as having 3 big phases. So the first phase, of course, being the development of the template, because of course the template will guide the way in which LEAs have their discussions about the plans. The second phase of this work is to cultivate tools and resources that already exist. We have a lot of high quality resources, especially within the past few months, that have been circulating around for the field, and we want to make sure that we are pulling the resources together in a way that is feasible, digestible, manageable, and helpful to our LEAs. So CDE and CCEE will take the role of air traffic control to coordinate these efforts amongst all of our state agencies and county offices and educational organizations. Once we have the resources cultivated and put into forms that are basic slide decks, facilitation tools, and also indexes of resources, then we're going to really mobilize the system of support, asking all of our leads to take a role in becoming comfortable with these resources so that they can help all of their LEAs have conversations and think about how they're going to use these resources in the planning and development of their plans. The main goal of all of this work, of course, is to provide ongoing targeted support for the process for the continuity plans so that we can meet the needs of our LEAs, take a little stress and anxiety off of their plates so they can focus on responding to the needs of their communities, schools, and most importantly, their students and families. So with that, I will turn it back over to my colleague, Cindy.
President Darling Hammond, this does conclude our presentation. And the next slide has the public comment. So I don't know where you want to start today.
That's great. Let's go to that slide. I know there is a lag for people who are doing the live stream, to see that we're ready for them to call in. We want to open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number that is listed here, 712-432-0075, entering the access code 651905#, and then you wait for the operator prompt and to press *6 and then another prompt, press 1 to enter the queue. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Eileen Strauss, as one of our accountability liaisons, if she has any initial comments. Then I'll ask board members if they have any other clarifying questions, but we want to get to the public comment and then return to board members for any further discussion.
So I'll start with my initial comments and just thank Member Ting Sung, who's also our assessment account liaison, because I think it kind of combines both issues at this point. First, I think the state board's taken a long time and a thoughtful process. I think we're very, very committed to having a growth model, and I think we want to get it right. I think we have a lot we can learn from other states and in the process, and I so appreciate the work of the CDE team and WestEd, but ETS in running our modeling and trying to make sure we get it right. I think the issues that were brought up in today's presentation about stability and to avoid volatility, I think are really important so that when we go for adoption in November, we actually have the best possible model to give us the right information. I also believe that the comment about communication, so important that Cindy shared and what Member Sung shared, that we need to talk to people about what a growth model does, what it can do, and what it can't do. And so I think we want to make sure that we pay attention to the development of communication and tools so that people know what to do with this model as well. I just really appreciated the stakeholder input. I think it helps to guide our work. I know we have an overwhelming commitment to see this through to adoption, and our stakeholders have been very helpful and very clear about why we need to have a growth model and why it's so important. I think I'll look forward to the update in September with the additional data runs that we're going to do, and then also participating later after the public comment in our discussion today. But I think just overall, I believe that we are on the right track and that we are intentional about getting this as right as we can so that we adopt it as an effective tool for LEAs to use. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And Member Sun, as assessment liaison, is there anything you want to add before we hear the public comment?
Nothing more to add to what Member Strau had just said. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hopefully now we have some folks queued up for public comment. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you're following the live feed so that we don't hear both. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. Do we have any public comment?
Currently, we have 7 in the queue.
Okay.
Caller, you're unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing California Association for Bilingual Education and the California Together Coalition. My comments are specific to the growth model. We are encouraged that work continues on the student growth model. However, there needs to be an opportunity for public and stakeholder input using real data and details on how different approaches to presenting and explaining the growth model might be considered. Currently, assessment results reports EL and RFIP in the last 4 years as 1 score. When the board releases the student growth data in December, it is requested that the English learner growth data be disaggregated by English only and RFIPs classified in the last 4 years. Let us take the opportunity to do this in order to establish a growth model that will accurately show the growth of our English learners. Thank you.
Next caller, your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Maria Arias, and I have my son Samuel Arias who wished to also give public comments, so I requested 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samuel Arias. I am a 10-year-old student in 4th grade. I need help in math and in reading. Fontana Unified School District has filed due process against me not to provide services. Please help children like me in need. Thank you for your support.
Hello, this is Maria Arias, mother of Samuel Arias. I have 3 children with special needs. I'm a community member in the city of Fontana Unified School District. I've been battling with the school district for several years, approximately 8 years. The school district has misused taxpayer funds to file against parents with special needs, especially during the pandemic. They filed against our family in April 1st, 2020, and we wish accountability to ensure all CELPAs and school districts provide education, not litigation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments for my son and myself. Please help children in need in the city of Fontana and close by cities. Thank you.
Next caller, your time starts now. Shelley Coleman, your time starts now. Shelley Coleman. Okay, we'll go to the next caller, and perhaps Shelley can call back in. Next caller, your time starts now.
I'm Lexi Lopez from EdVoice, and we recommend the board direct the superintendent to establish a section for evidence of minimum daily instructional time by grade span in the learning continuity plan template and require districts to explicitly state what their minimum daily live interaction expectations will be. Direct synchronous instructional time is critical to learning, and this spring it was both lacking and highly inequitable, and if it continues into 2020-21, we believe the state will be sanctioning new unconstitutional net of opportunity on top of known achievement gaps and clear violation of Butt v. State of California in 1992. EdVoice also requests the board provide additional opportunity for public input before taking action to finalize the residual gain student growth model, as we believe it is critical to receive broad stakeholder input prior to making key policy decisions. Also, we recommend the board direct staff to evaluate the use of a 2-year residual gain measure of growth that students have made from spring 2019 to spring 2021 and allow for comparison to past growth. The value of the analysis would help the state and districts better understand overall learning loss and the loss that individual students and subgroups have experienced.
Time.
Low-income English learners. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, your time starts now.
Good morning and welcome new board members. My name is Jessica Sacco here on behalf of Children Now. SB 98 requires the learning continuity template to be developed by the state superintendent in consultation with the state board and includes the requirement that distance learning include daily live instruction. Consequently, we urge the board to consult with the superintendent to include specific requirements in the template that would require districts to define what their minimum daily live interactions will be. Relative to the growth model, we're appreciative of the progress that has been made to date on the development of the growth model. We urge the board to direct CDE staff to explore ways to measure student learning loss as discussed by the ETS expert during the presentation. In that exploration, we encourage the evaluation of a 2-year residual gain measure of growth that students may have made from spring 2019 to spring 2021 and allow for a comparison to past growth over a similar time period. In conclusion, I refer you to our 2 letters that we are co-signatories on from the LCFF Equity Coalition and the Alliance for Students for our complete comments on item 2.
Next caller, your time starts now.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. First, we'd like to associate ourselves with a letter from the Equity Coalition, both on the growth model and on the request to put on September's agenda a discussion of the work plan of the state's effort to establish objective criteria for priority 1, namely the teacher quality criteria. We appreciate the work that the department staff is doing to respond quickly to the new requirements articulated in SB 98, particularly the learning continuity plan. Our teachers, in reviewing the draft plan template, were pleased to see the focus on stakeholder engagement, especially including efforts to reach students, families, and other stakeholders that do not have internet or speak languages other than English. They're also very pleased to see the focus on mental health and emotional well-being. As it relates to mental health and emotional well-being, we hope that the new plan template does not just ask for generalized information, but really frames details over how and who will support students and what follow-up and supports will be provided. Our teachers hope to continue to engage in the feedback process, but also wanted to elevate these issues with the state board as you advise department staff on how to proceed. Thank you.
Next caller, your time starts now.
Madam President, members of the board, this is Brian Rivas calling in on behalf of the Education Trust West. We have some concerns about the education trailer bill. Although it took some important steps forward regarding distance learning, our interpretation is that the policy framework provided does not require any kind of minimum standard for online or synchronous instruction. And we think that's a pretty big disconnect. We think students that receive synchronous instruction are going to be advantaged quite a bit relative to their peers. And so we would ask that in your work on the template that you adopt a minimum standard for this type of instruction. And if that's not possible, we think there needs to be a lot of transparency so that families and communities know what they're receiving and they can advocate locally to get more of this type of instruction. Our fear is under the current framework, low-income students and students of color will get a lot less. Thank you.
Next caller, your time starts now.
Good morning, Chair Darling Hammond and board members and superintendent. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates, also a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. I want to echo a lot of our colleagues from the coalition that have already spoken. We are in support of you directing staff to evaluate the use of a two-year residential gain measure of growth so that comparisons can be made from spring 2019 to spring 2021. This will allow for comparison to past growth and will be an opportunity for districts to understand students' learning loss, especially for low-income English learners, foster youth, special education, and racial and ethnic student groups. We appreciate very much the frank conversations we've had with staff regarding the board's obligation to create objective criteria for priority one teacher data to be included in the dashboard and the accountability system. This was a duty created in last year's education budget bill, and we think it should be taken up in September. Thank you.
Next caller, your time starts now.
Hi, this is Angela De Ramos. I'm representing California Teachers Association. We appreciate all the hard work of the CDE on this growth model, and we're honored to be included in the growth model stakeholder group. There's only been one meeting since the last May board update, and so some of the concerns we have I'm going to bring up now. One is that only one of the methodologies was presented to the stakeholder group. There were others brought up, but no discussion was held on those other models. And as previously mentioned, no data runs were provided on the methodologies presented. Also, there's been, as previously mentioned, there's no discussion about the implications of using the data from the previous year given our lockdown and limited data. So we are looking forward to having additional discussions on the use of the growth model and accountability systems. And want to make sure that it isn't used for teacher evaluation purposes as laid out before. Thank you.
Next speaker, you're unmuted. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman. Sorry about the previous time. I got confused on which buttons to push, but I'm here representing Californians Together. I want to reinforce what Martha Zaragoza-Diaz said, and I also want to suggest that in September, when data runs and information about the application of the EBL are presented to the state board, that those runs show student subgroups, that from the very beginning we start looking at the effects of all the particulars of the RG model with the EBL, but we look at it not only for all students, but for the student subgroups from the very beginning. And we would hope, at least for information, that we're able to look at English, the current English learners and RFEP students in those data runs to see what the implications are. And then I want to reinforce the suggestion from my other colleagues from the LCFF Equity Coalition about the template at a minimum having districts report the amount of live interactive instruction that will be delivered. If they cannot tell us what they're going to require for a minimum, at least report to us what is going to be delivered. Thank you very much.
Susan Nisman, you are not currently in the queue, but I'm going to unmute your line if you'd like to provide public comment.
Thank you. Susan Nisman with Speak Up, and in agreement with our partners, EdVoice and others from the Alliance. Direct synchronistic institutional time is critical to learning and was both lacking and highly inequitable during the spring. A recent Speak Up parent survey in Los Angeles shows that 1 in 3 students had contact with their teachers only once a week or less, and only 40% of students received any daily live online instruction. African American and Latino students were up to 3 times less likely to have participated in live classes at least once a week, and up to 7 times less likely to have interacted with teachers. We believe in whether distance learning or hybrid delivery approach, we believe that the state must be clear on minimum standards for how much live and synchronistic instruction is required, instead of delegating that decision entirely to the local level. We recommend that the board direct the SBI to include a statewide minimum requirement in the learning continuity plan template, and that districts explicitly state what their minimum daily live interaction expectations will be. Thank you very much.
David Legstein, you are currently not in the queue. I'm going to unmute your line if you'd like to provide public comment. David, would you like to provide public comment? Thank you. There are no further public comments.
Okay. Given that there's no other public comment, we're now open for board discussion. Board members, please remember to raise your hand in the participant panel of the Zoom if you have a question or comment. And when we're done with comment, we will move to a break before we get to the next item. I see Patricia Rucker, Matthew Navo in the queue, and let me see if there's anyone else. So that we'll start with you, Patricia.
Okay, so like all of my colleagues on the board, I have really been looking forward to and have appreciated the conversation presentations that have been made about the growth model. This is very technical stuff. And I have to tell you, up until today, I thought I was following the conversation rather well, because this is a register of English I do not speak. And so it was very interesting to hear, and I do appreciate Dr. Martineau's explanation about the e-blip, because that did add some clarity to me and alleviate some of the concerns I have about the failing of the current model that we're following. My frustration is, as the board member Son has said, is with each successive conversation and attempt by the staff to make the regression model work, we are moving further and further away from the intent behind the reasons why the board originally had an interest in the regression model. So let me suggest that in going forward, and I'm hearing clearly from the stakeholders, there are multiple expectations about what this growth model is supposed to do. And there is no consensus among the stakeholders about what they're expecting from the growth model. Yet, when we finally get to the point when we are ready to start doing the data runs and even adding this growth model to the multiple metrics we have to give information about the system of instruction across districts in our state, people are going to be expecting this growth model to do things that Dr. Martineau has clearly stated it cannot do. So I think that while we can congratulate ourselves for the amount of attention to the technical detail about what the growth model will do and about the fact that we are being thoughtful and being careful with the development and choice to choose to implement this growth model. I think that what is clearly being shown is we're going to have to do a lot of educating with our stakeholder community, not only about what California intends to use the growth model for, but in choosing to use the growth model, what the limitations may be, but what the explicit and wonderful potential for what the growth model will do for school districts should be. And so I appreciate the statisticians and their expertise on that. But I think we're going to have to spend a little more time in conversation, both as a board and with all policymakers, to make sure that we remain in consensus on what we are hoping the growth model will accomplish, and that overall goal has not changed in how the development of the growth model is going to work.
Thank you, Member Navo. And then I have Member Patillo-Bronson and Member Pangilinan in the queue.
I couldn't agree with Board Member Rucker's more. I think you hit it on the head in terms of educating and bringing consensus. This conversation predates my time on the board, but I do appreciate the conversation about moving to the residual gain. And I appreciate the EBLIP as it pertains to small school districts and stabilizing the results of the small school districts because of the small N size. So I do appreciate that discussion, and I know that we're trying to move efficiently and effectively through this. So I'm going to change my questions into comments, Board President, just for things for the staff to think about as they move forward, as opposed to me asking questions. In relationship to what the last portion of the presentation, I think we're going to have questions from the field around the technical assistance, Cindy, and how that affects the current county office relationship with current districts in technical assistance. Will those continue? And because it sounds like they're going to continue for some time. So there's going to be some questions there. I think there's going to be questions, Cindy, about how the County Office of Ed's special education schools and their classrooms, are they responsible for a continuity learning plan, or is that embedded within the district's plan? And last but not least, I think there's going to be quite concern or many questions about the number of public hearings that are necessary to adopt the plan. So if I understood it correctly, I thought there were two, which led me to believe there was a public hearing and then a board meeting for additional public hearing and adoption. But I thought I heard there needed to be two public hearings and then an adoption, which would mean that a district that has 2 board meetings a month would have to have their plan written, stakeholder engagement done by September 4th minimum. So I think there's going to be concerns from the field with those, and I'll leave it at that as opposed to dialogue, Board President, but I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Member Patillo-Bronson, and then I see that Member Glover Woods is also coming into the queue.
I just wanted to address the memo from CDE on the upcoming template that I believe is going to be released on July 13th around what is the distance learning plan at the LEA level. And I think there's maybe 2 things is about sort of the structure of how it comes forward. And as I understand it, the state board, the template isn't coming to the state board for approval before it goes to LEAs. And so we don't have a formal vote to suggest one way or another. But I do think it's important for us to actually sound off on it and make sure that some of the things that I think have been raised in public comments and also in the correspondence are lifted up, which is that to the same extent that our LCAP has been, I think, moving in the direction consistently of trying to lift up where there are racial disparities, where there are economic disparities, making sure that we don't have COVID and distance learning become not a space where education has been the backstop around disparities and has been or has had the potential to be the great equalizer in the face of great disparities, but that COVID does not instead take on the role of the exacerbator of racial disparities and educational outcomes. So I think continuing to track that very closely is going to be incredibly important. And I think this issue of live and synchronous learning time is also a very important one. The statute, and I want to thank the state board staff for walking us all through it. But the statute does already provide a fair amount of direction and sets the expectation that it is minimally required that there should be a reporting requirement around live participation, around pupil progress, around synchronous learning time. And so being clear that the statute actually says that already, that there must be some reporting at the LEA level of what the expectations are and what, if there's something that is locally bargained, what those decisions are that have been made. But I also think it certainly is very clear that what has made California schools great is the teacher to child interaction, right? And that is the basis for learning, and making sure that it is not just, you know, a bunch of Khan Academy curated links is very important, because our kids are depending on talent that is only accessed through actual interaction. There's a quote from Supreme Court jurisprudence, which is about this idea of an inexorable zero. When zero is happening, then you know it is a undeniable problem. And in my own home county, there have certainly been reports where some students haven't had any live interaction during the 3 months of the last school year. And that needs to be something that the distance learning plan addresses and enables the support necessary for teachers to interact directly, but to make sure that we are providing the flashlight and the sunlight that data is supposed to provide to locals to actually be able to engage and say, this is either happening or this is not.
Thank you. It looks like Member Pangilinan has come back into the queue. Are you?
Yes.
There you go. You're next, and then Member Glover Woods.
So I will also transfer my question into a comment, but so to my understanding, it seems that the process will end with a submission of the learning continuity plan. And my only concern is that I hope that once those plans are submitted, there is a way to provide support if we feel that those plans maybe aren't comprehensive enough. So just moving past reading those plans and requiring those plans, but really being interactive to make sure that what districts are doing are really helping students. Just because I feel like we could get caught in a place where it's just a requirement once again, and we have to make sure that it's meaningful rather than just a requirement that districts have to do.
Thank you. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. I'd like to make two comments, one based on the growth model and the other on the learning continuity plan. As it relates to the growth model, again, kudos and much appreciation to the CDE staff for all that's been done over these last few years. I just wanted to take an opportunity to underscore how essential it is that the data is stabilized. As I'm sure many of us know, data drives a lot of what is done at the school level and at the LEA level. Plans are written, the LCAP and others, based upon what the data shows. So as there is opportunity for the data to become more and more stabilized, the better the plans are, and more importantly, the implementation of those plans will be. So again, I just continue for CDE staff to continue to look at that. I know the EBLIP, which is the estimated best linear predictor methodology, is one that seems to have the most promise in that data stabilization. Just encourage you to continue to look at that and be sure that is going to be the best methodology to be utilized with the residual growth model. My last comment is in relation to the learning continuity plan. And again, I really appreciate differentiating the local control accountability plan, or LCAP, from this particular plan, because they are not synonymous. and intentionally not using LCAP as an acronym, even though it's ironic that they really do have the same acronym, is going to be very, very helpful. So as this plan in the template is being developed, it is going to be important that the template is reflective of the information that needs to be known, not only in the LEAs, but also for the community and all of the stakeholders. Also, am appreciative of the collaborative approach that is being taken with the state system of support through CCEE, CDE, CSESA, and the state system of support leads in providing resources that are going to be needed. There's a lot to be done, and I'll close with saying this. There's a lot to be done in the next 90 days. All of our schools and districts and LEAs and our charters are grappling with how to best reopen school within really the next few weeks with the pandemic that continues to shift from one way to the other. In addition to that, it's essential that the learning continuity plan is thoughtfully developed, that there is stakeholder engagement at all levels, so that this plan is one that helps to really chart the path for what will take place in the 2021 school year. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm very confident that LEAs across our state are grappling with all of these things, and the more that we're able to, through the state system of support, through our state agencies, provide a collaborative approach that offers resources and guidance, the better it's going to be for our students when they return to school for the 2021 school year.
Thank you so much. And I'll encourage you to put your hands down so I'll know when you raise them again later. And with that, I think we thank Cindy and her team for all of the good work. And we will take a 10-minute break. I'd like to ask you to please turn off your microphones as well as your cameras, and then turn your cameras back on, and you come back in 10 minutes to reestablish the quorum. It is 11:20. I will look for you precisely at 11:30. See you then.
Here. Jim McQuillan.
Here.
Tim Sung.
Here.
Eileen Strauss.
Here.
Linda Darling-Hammond.
Here.
Cynthia Glover Woods.
Here.
Matt Navo.
Here.
Ade Rodriguez. Ade, you're muted. She's frozen.
Oh yeah, her Wi-Fi froze.
Yeah, and
Ade, can you unmute?
Kim Patia Bronson.
Here.
Okay, let's see if we can get. Ade, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Everyone's present.
Terrific. So agenda item 3 is a public hearing regarding the arts education framework item. The item is presented by Shanine Coates of the CDE with guest presenters, IQC Chair Jose Iniguez, and Arts Subject Matter Committee Chair Julie Tankovich. And the CDE and the IQC recommend that the State Board hold a public hearing and adopt the draft arts framework. I hereby open the public hearing at 11:33 a.m. and Shanine, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, President Linda Darling-Hammond, members of the board, Superintendent Thurman. As you know, today my name is Shanine Coates and I serve as the Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission. It's my honor and privilege to be in front of you to present the Arts Education Framework for California Public Schools, transitional kindergarten through grade 12. Our recommended action today is that the State Board hold a public hearing and adopt the draft arts framework, including the additional edits recommended by the Instructional Quality Commission on April 17th, and authorize CDE staff to make any non-substantive technical edits necessary for publication. Together, we will provide an overview of our process and highlights of the framework. We will start with a snapshot of where we have been and where we are going next. So Assembly Bills 2862 and 37 required the California Department of Education to revise the 2001 VAPA, Visual and Performing Arts Standards, and create new standards for media arts. This began with focus groups in January 2017 and concluded with the State Board of Education adoption of the California Art Standards on January 19, 2019. The arts education framework we present today is the second milestone of 3 in the VAPA revision project. New instructional materials are scheduled to come before the State Board of Education and Adoption in November of 2021. It may be useful before we delve into the arts framework itself to talk a little bit about standards, frameworks, and instructional materials just to ground the conversation. I'll start with standards. Standards essentially are the what. They're what we want students to know, understand, and be able to do by the end of each grade level and at the end of their transitional kindergarten through grade 12 experience. And for teachers, it is also the what for instruction. So we have standards in a variety of content areas. Once standards are adopted, it's important to help educators and administrators understand the standards and how to best provide instruction for each and every child. And we provide this through our curriculum frameworks. Curriculum frameworks include guidance on how to deliver high-quality instruction to each and every student. And then finally, after a curriculum framework is adopted, we move into the world of instructional materials. Instructional materials are the tools. They are tools to help that in the classroom instruction to meet the standards. Instructional materials come in different forms, such as textbooks, worksheets, and digital formats. The state provides an initial review of kindergarten through 8th grade materials, and this review is based on alignment to the standards and content of the frameworks. So in summary, standards, curriculum frameworks, and instructional materials are all key supports for high-quality instruction for student success. Since the arts framework we will present today is meant to support the recently adopted arts standards, I'm going to provide a brief overview about what is new regarding these standards. The new art standards articulate standards for media arts as a separate discipline. They are student-centered, open, and inquiry-based. They focus on process and are organized by 4 artistic processes, and they include 3 proficiency levels for high school. Commissioner Tonkovich is now going to elaborate on some of these points.
Thank you, Executive Director Coates. The discipline of media arts has been around for a very long time. However, media arts is articulated as a separate discipline in the 2019 art standards. The new standards emphasize process and provide general guidelines and benchmarks, which can be adapted to specific media. They can be developed through and support learning in interdisciplinary contexts such as STEAM. All of the arts disciplines may integrate aspects of media arts, but media arts can also be taught as a separate, discrete discipline. These new standards can help equip students to access the many opportunities in California's creative economy. Some applications of media arts include multimedia communication, interdisciplinary integration, design thinking, such as in STEM and STEAM learning, and media and digital literacies. The 2019 art standards include enduring understandings, known as EUs, and essential questions, known as EQs, that work together to support an inquiry-based approach to arts education. They state big ideas or important understandings, which is why they're worth studying in order to provoke inquiry. They also make connections to other disciplines within and beyond the arts. The 2019 art standards focus on process and are organized by 4 artistic processes shared across the 5 disciplines. The 4 processes are creating, responding, connecting, and performing for dance, theater, and music, producing for media arts, and presenting for visual arts. They focus on what students do rather than prescribe what teachers teach and provide multiple entry points for learning. The increased focus on process embraces inclusion and social and emotional side of arts learning and the development of creative and resilient learners. It reduces emphasis on products such as gallery quality artwork and polished performances. The artistic process, the The artistic processes are broken down. Could we go back to the last slide, please? Thank you, thank you. The artistic processes are broken down into process components in each discipline. For example, in media arts shown here, the process of creating includes conceiving, constructing, and developing. When producing, students engage in integrating and practicing. When responding, they perceive, interpret, and evaluate. When connecting, they synthesize and relate. The PK through 12 performance standards are discipline-specific and measurable end of grade and course learning targets. They are also grade level and end of course outcomes. In terms of content, they are open rather than prescriptive. The high school proficiency levels are flexible enough to accommodate varying degrees of achievement by students during high school, including those who explore a wide range of artistic pursuits and experiences, as well as those who build on their PK-8 foundation by pursuing deeper engagement in one or more of the arts disciplines. Here's an example of a media arts standard for grade 5. The artistic process is create, the process component is conceive. The enduring understanding is media arts ideas, works, and processes are shaped by the imagination, creative processes, and by experiences both within and outside of the arts. The essential questions are, how do media artists generate ideas? And how can ideas for media arts productions be formed and developed to be effective and original? And the performance standard for students to reach by the end of grade 5 is, envision original ideas and innovations for media artworks using personal experiences and the work of others. Now, I'll turn it back over to Executive Director Coates, who will overview the framework process.
Thank you, Commissioner Tonkovich. CDE began the development of the arts framework in August 2018 by conducting focus groups with nearly 50 arts educators across California. We had support from San Diego, Santa Clara, Tulare, Humboldt, and Siskiyou County Offices of Education who hosted the focus groups and supported this process to ensure the inclusion of urban, suburban, and rural educator voices. We had representation of all 5 arts disciplines in the focus groups and educators from 35 school districts. Clear themes and points of agreement emerged in the focus group meetings, and the input gathered became the foundation for the IQC recommended and State Board of Education adopted guidelines. During this time, we also recruited educators and content area experts for the Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, otherwise known as the CFCC. After the CFCC was appointed by the State Board of Education, they came together at 6 two-day meetings where they discussed and made recommendations for revisions to the draft framework chapters. Each CFCC meeting was publicly noticed, open to the public, with opportunities for the public to make comment during each meeting. During the entire process, we have had steady attention and participation from members of the public. We have also had steady attention and participation from the arts education organizations, such as the California Music Educators Association, the California Educational Theater Association, the California Dance Education Association, and the California Art Education Association. I would like to call out the California Music Educators Association's participation in the process because they were also very active in getting the legislation passed that led to the revision of the standards and framework. Once the CFCC completed their work, they forwarded their draft to the Instructional Quality Commission, known as the IQC. The IQC approved the framework for the first public comment review period. After the first public review period ended, the IQC reviewed all of the public comment, made its edits and its revisions, and then placed the framework out for another 60-day public comment review period. At their April 17, 2020 meeting, the IQC made additional edits and revisions, and that brings us to today. I'd like to just take a moment to thank those that have been involved in this process. I'd like to start off by thanking Constantino Silva, Administrator of the Curriculum Frameworks Unit, and Letty Strauss, Lead Consultant for the Arts Framework. I'd also like to acknowledge the lead writing team, Chris Alexander, Armelin De La O, and Courtney Sawada, as well as the CFCC members. The primary writing team worked with the guidelines to produce drafts and then received feedback and requests and edits from the CFCC. The CFCC was comprised of many experts with all 5 disciplines represented: dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. The CFCC included kindergarten through 12th grade teachers, university professors, a teaching artist, a museum educator, and a librarian. 7 members of the CFCC had been on the 2019 Art Standards Advisory Committee. The Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Committee even included 2 individuals who helped write these standards, the 2001 Art Standards. They were a knowledgeable and thoughtful group, and the writers were responsive to their feedback and requested edits. Thank you again. As mentioned previously, all of the CFCC meetings were open to the public, and public comment has been welcomed during this entire process. We had a dedicated email to receive that public comment. There were 2 60-day public comment and review periods. Most stakeholders who reviewed submitted comments based on their expertise. For example, music teachers tended to have a lot to say about the music chapter. There was a good balance of affirmation and critique that overall helped condense, clarify, and improve the document. We had a good balance of participation and public comment, including some of the Secessa Arts Initiative regional arts leads and several university faculty who are also pre-service credential teachers, as well as members of the California Alliance for Arts Education. In response to the first round of public comment, the IQC requested that chapters 4 and 8 be revised. They requested that chapter 8 be revised again after the second round of public comment. Commissioner Iniguez will now share how the framework is organized and some of its highlights. Commissioner?
Thank you, Executive Director Coates, and good morning, Superintendent Thurman, President Darlene Hammond, and members of the board. As mentioned, my name is Jose Iniguez, and as Chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, I'm excited to discuss the organization of the arts framework with you today. When developing the curriculum frameworks, the IQC carefully considers how best to support educators. For example, we consider how to support multiple subject educators, not just those who are content matter experts. We also consider other audiences, including parents, administrators, counselors, institutions of higher learning, and publishers. I'd like to note that based on the development timeline, the framework does not explicitly address online learning strategies, something we know is highly sought after during these challenging times. But based on the framework development process that began 2 years ago, there was no hint at that point of a pandemic necessitating increased learning online. Nonetheless, the framework is useful in this regard. For example, it includes pedagogical approaches such as universal design for learning, or UDL, that may be used to help design online learning experiences. With this in mind, the draft arts education framework is intended to help implement the 2019 California Art Standards in TK through 12th grade instruction, and to provide guidance for developing the artistic voice of all the students while preparing them for college and career. The framework is composed of 10 chapters, as well as a guide to reading and using the framework, and a set of appendices that include many useful resources. Next slide, please. Thank you. The guide to reading, I'm sorry here. Okay, here it is. I'm having a hard time balancing the outline here on Zoom. Thank you very much. All right. The guide to reading and using the framework is the brainchild list of the CC and is intended to provide entry points for different users, as I've just mentioned. Additionally, each chapter contains a short guide to reading and using the framework, including summary statements of that particular chapter. We hope the guide will increase the usefulness of the framework based on readers' backgrounds and needs. For example, an elementary teacher may look at the integration chapter and then at specific discipline chapters as they plan foundational arts learning experiences to build an integrated unit or lesson. Chapter 1 introduces the philosophical foundations of lifelong goals of the standards. It also articulates the intersection of social emotional learning and arts learning, something that we know is important during these trying times. This chapter also introduces the National Opportunity to Learn criteria to assess and report whether students and teachers have the necessary resources for students to achieve the state standards. I will address Chapter 2 in the next slide. Thank you. Chapter 2 includes an explanation of the 4 artistic processes and the process components as explained by Commissioner Tonkovich. It also elaborates on the art standards, including learning targets and a focus on student inquiry. Given that high school students have different grade level entry points to art, this chapter also focuses on proficiency levels for high school. It also elaborates on inclusive practices for instruction, culturally and linguistically responsive teaching, and universal design for learning, as I've mentioned. Next slide, please. Thank you. As indicated by the titles, chapters 3 to 7 are specific to each arts discipline. Each of these chapters provide a discipline-specific overview of the standards by grade bands, TK through 2, to second grade, third grade through fifth grade, sixth grade through eighth grade, and high school. Also, within each discipline-specific chapter, the framework elaborates on universal design for learning, culturally and linguistically responsive teaching, supporting students who are English learners, supporting students with disabilities, and considerations for instruction in the discipline. A note about Chapter 4. Public comment during our initial 60-day public review window indicated a need to tease out something Commissioner Tonkovich mentioned earlier. That is, how media arts may be taught as a discrete discipline or by integrating it into the other arts discipline, prompting us to revise Chapter 4. Next slide, please. As mentioned by Executive Director Coates, we revised Chapter 8 twice, once after each public comment period. After thoroughly considering public feedback, it became apparent that we needed to tease out the concept of co-equal arts integration, or the idea that integrating art with non-art curriculum like math or science promotes higher level thinking skills such as problem solving or recognition of patterns. This chapter also includes a discussion of the differences in learning foci and outcomes of sequential discrete arts learning, arts integrated, and arts enhanced approaches. Finally, this chapter also includes models and examples of how arts teachers and non-art teachers might collaborate to plan for and implement integrated instruction. Next slide, please. Thank you. This quote, or the quote on the slide, is an excerpt from Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is intended to be used in conjunction with the discipline-specific chapters 3 through 7. This chapter elaborates on how to implement effective and equitable arts education, school and district-wide programs. It also provides guidance on how to effectively monitor and assess arts education programs, and it provides guidance on planning and implementing arts education program professional learning, as well as engaging all stakeholders in leadership and advocacy for arts education. Chapter 10, as I mentioned, is meant for diverse audiences, including publishers and school districts. Chapter 10 outlines criteria to help guide adoption of instructional materials related to art standards. The IQC is scheduled to review arts-related instructional materials for grades K-8 in the fall of 2021, after which we will submit recommendations to you, the State Board of Education. That said, the criteria in this chapter is intended to serve as a guide for the adoption of instructional material. The appendices include links to a variety of important and useful resources. And with that said, thank you for your time. I will now turn over the presentation to our Executive Director, Coates.
Thank you so much. Now that you have some background on the standards and the content of the draft framework, which will support the implementation of the standards, let's talk quickly about what will happen if the board acts today to approve this framework. Legislation has scheduled a K-8 instructional materials adoption process pending state board action, and also pending state board action, CDE would begin the editing and design of the arts education framework. This brings us back to the action recommended before you today. We are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for those excellent presentations. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. cue, and there's the slide with all the directions. While we are waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Vice President Eileen Strauss, as our Arts Curriculum Liaison, if she has any initial comments. Then if there are any clarifying questions from the board, we'll take those and then we'll get to public comment.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. So the Visual and Performing Arts Framework and the content standards and evaluation criteria were originally, the liaison role was Nikki Sandoval, who finished her term in March. So I've been liaison since Nikki completed her term. And I just want to highlight just a quote from Chair Anikas is that Barbara Jordan said, which was, the arts can lift us up and has the potential to unify. And I think that's been the feeling of this framework development. Just remember, when you looked at the timeline, the last standards were in 2001, and we are in 2020, and we will not have a recommendation to the state board for aligned materials for K-8 until November of 21. So this is a 20-year process. So I would just say, as my sister is a chair of a VAPA department at a school, the arts department have been so waiting and so supportive of this process. So I just want to say that this is a long time in coming. It's been very, very thoughtful. A credit to the 3 writers who work with the California Arts Project. They're part of the subject matter projects who play very critical roles in our framework development and our professional development. And to Julie Tonkovich, who's the IQC liaison to the arts, Julie lived every word of this framework, I would say. She's been an amazing resource. And Shanine Coates and her leadership following Stephanie Gregson in the work of the IQC, everyone's worked really, really hard on this. And I just think the public comments, just so the board is aware of, the public comments help to influence the rewriting. And the writers really listen to the public comments in both 60-day review and in the IQC dialogue. So this framework comes to us as a state board being really refined and addressed. I just wanted to highlight a couple things. I think the guide for reading and using the framework is going to be very, very helpful to the field, both for the teachers in discipline specific and those that can look to integrate across discipline. We know that arts has an ability to do that. And I think that the addressing of universal design for learning, particularly addressing the English learners and the students with disabilities, is an important component of this framework. We have gotten really stronger. As Patricia Rucker and I have worked with instructional quality over the last 10 years, we have really seen a development in the framework process that adds really specific chapters to really help the implementation. It's a wonderful resource and a wonderful tool. And I do want to say that I think the arts integration is an important component to think about as we think about the rollout and how to help everybody embrace the arts going forward. So with that, let me just say this framework has gone through a wonderful development process and refinement and lots of input, and I think it's ready. And when we listen to the public comments, I'll be ready to make a motion. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody asking for clarifying questions at this moment. So we'll go to public comment and then come back for board discussion. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 2 speakers so far. Speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I'm representing the California Music Educators Association. CMEA is in full support of the proposed arts education framework. It is comprehensive and provides guidance on reviewing, improving, and developing equitable standards-based arts education programs for all students. The framework is organized into chapters that address the full range of arts education, including the 5 arts disciplines through discipline-specific chapters, and it provides a clear and concise chapter on the co-equal approach to arts integration in Chapter 8. The arts education framework is sorely needed in the arts education field, and our arts educators are waiting to use it. All California students will benefit from this updated and comprehensive arts education framework. please approve and adopt the framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you're now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Okay, that particular caller has not dropped into the queue. I'm going to attempt to unmute.
Hello, this is Carol Huddy. I am a theater educator for the past 35 years and a member of the California Educational Theater Association. And I want to state our full support of the new framework. We appreciate the transparent process of developing this framework. We believe that our voices were heard throughout the timeline, not only through members of the VAPA Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, focus groups, but through the opportunity to give public comment. And the transparency of this process solidifies the validity of the document. The California Arts Framework is a valuable tool that will inform all stakeholders to implement the standards and develop the tools necessary for executing standards-based curriculum in this classroom. Our goal is to aid students in arts literacy, and this document helps educators develop creative ways to design and implement the California Arts Standards. This framework finally modernizes tools we use in the classroom. Please support. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is our last caller.
Okay. With that, we'll turn to board discussion and vote on the recommendation.
Linda, you need to close the public hearing now that.
Oh, so the public hearing is now closed at 12:01, and we'll open up for board discussion of the recommendation. Anybody want to add anything before we get a motion to vote? Sounds like it has been a wonderful process. I want to thank the staff for shepherding this along so beautifully. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I move approval of the California Arts Framework, recommended unanimously by the IQC.
All right. Sorry, was that a second from Member Sun?
Yes, second.
Okay. And I think we need to hold a roll call vote. Is that, unless there is any further discussion? Then we need to hold a roll call vote. Karen, can you call the roll?
Yes. Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Brenna?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Ade?
Yes.
Patricia?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
And Ting?
Aye.
It's unanimous, passes.
All right. And we have hoped to have the world languages framework heard before lunch, if you can hang in there. I'm seeing nods, so I hope that will be okay. We have the CDE and the IQC recommending that the State Board hold a public hearing and adopt the World Language Framework. This too will be presented by Shanine Coates with IQC Chair Jose Inigas and the World Languages Subject Matter Committee Chair Alma Delia Renteria. I hereby open the public hearing at 12:03 p.m. Shanine, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to be in front of you today to present the World Languages Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12. We are very excited to be here to discuss a framework that lays the foundation for schools and districts to implement robust opportunities for California's diverse student population to develop multilingualism and global competence. Today, we will briefly discuss how the contents of the World Languages Standards and the guidance in the World Languages Framework can help strengthen the learning of languages and the development of global competency and literacy at schools and districts throughout California. We had many generous partners along the way to whom we owe our deepest gratitude. I'd like to start by thanking Constantino Silva, administrator of the Curriculum Frameworks Unit, as well as Alejandro Hernandez, lead consultant. I'd also like to recognize the members of the World Languages Standards Advisory Committee. They gave shape to the direction and defined a vision for world languages education that would be aligned to 21st century learning. The World Languages Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee took the standards and created guidance that ensures that the standards are fully implemented. The writers for both the standards and the frameworks did an exceptional job listening to the committee members, fleshing out the guidance, and making countless edits and revisions. The writers for the World Languages Standards, Brandon Zaslow and Christine Lanfear, Tanya Byram, and Svetlana Lazarova served in the World Languages Standard Advisory Committee. They then collaborated to write the World Languages Framework, and so we are so very grateful to them. The California World Language Project and the California Language Teachers Association have consistently provided support, public comment, and encouragement during the development of both the World Languages Standards and the framework. They got the word out when the framework needed snapshots and vignettes, and the World Languages community responded. Their work is an integral part of these documents. And of course, thank you to the educators in the Instructional Quality Commission who ushered this work forward, advocated for language that was inclusive, provided clear guidance to educators, parents, and other stakeholders. Last but not least, we'd like to thank Nicole Nadit, who attended every meeting and conducted presentations to both the Advisory Committee and the CFCC, chaired the World Languages Subject Matter Committee for years, and in May 2020 facilitated a webinar focused on providing instruction to students of world languages in a distance learning format. During this presentation, we will provide an overview of the content and the status of the draft World Languages Framework. And I would like to begin by sharing the two recommendations we would like the members of the board to consider. The California Department of Education and the Instructional Quality Commission recommend that the State Board of Education hold a public hearing and adopt the World Languages Framework, including the additional edits recommended by the IQC on April 17, 2020. The CDE also recommends that the State Board of Education delegate authority to the State Board of Education and CDE to make any necessary revisions as the document is professionally edited and prepared for publication. I'd like to start our presentation with building background, knowledge, and providing context around standards, frameworks, and instructional materials. Let's start with the standards. Standards are what we want our students to know, understand, and be able to do at the end of every grade level and at the end of their K-12 experience. For teachers, it is the what for instruction. Excuse me. The World Languages Standards were adopted by the State Board of Education in 2019. Here is one example of a goal for Communication Standard 1, interpretive communication. Students demonstrate understanding, interpret, and analyze what is heard, read, or viewed on a variety of topics from authentic texts. They use technology when appropriate to access information. The goal is then followed by World Languages Standards for the novice, intermediate, advanced, and superior range of proficiency. Once the standards are adopted, it is important to help our educators and administrators understand the standards and how to best provide instruction for each and every student to meet the standards. And we do this through the support of the curriculum frameworks, which provide guidance to teachers on how to deliver high-quality instruction to each and every student. So members of the World Languages Committee in California are very excited to have updated standards and a curriculum framework that supports the implementation of those standards. Why, you ask? Well, because this is the first time that we have both in California. Some of you may recall that in 2003, California had a framework, but no standards. Then in 2009, we had content standards, but due to the national budget crisis, we were unable to develop a framework. Exactly 10 years later, we are about to do something historic. Provide the world languages teaching community and other stakeholders with a framework that is aligned to our content standards. The standards provide critical information about what students should know and be able to do as they progress in their proficiency in languages other than English. So after a curriculum framework is adopted, we then move to the instructional materials, which, as we have stated, are the tools that teachers use in their classroom to help students meet the standards. Instructional materials come in a variety of different forms, including textbooks and digital formats. In summary, standards, curriculum frameworks, and instructional materials are all supports for high-quality instruction for students. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Inigas to discuss the framework's development process.
Thank you, Executive Director Coates, and hello again. It seems like a while. The World Languages Framework development process parallels the arts framework timeline that we mentioned earlier. The CDE began the development of the World Languages Framework in August 2018 by conducting focus groups with world languages educators across California. We had the support from San Diego, Santa Clara, and Los Angeles County Offices of Education, as well as the CDE, who hosted focus groups to support this process to ensure the inclusion of diverse perspectives. The focus group feedback, including discernible themes, are the foundation for the Instructional Quality Commission recommended and State Board of Education adopted guidelines. During this time, we also recruited educators and world language experts to serve on the curriculum framework and evaluation criteria, commonly referred to as the CFCC. After the IQC recommended to the State Board of Education approved appointments to the CFCC CFCC members met for 6 sessions. Each session is composed of 2 long meeting days, or days, I should say, where they discuss and make recommendations for revisions to the draft World Languages Framework chapters. The World Languages Framework development process is transparent and open to the public. Each CFCC meeting was publicly noticed, open to the public, and included opportunities for members of the public to make comment each day of the meetings. In fact, many members of the public participated in these meetings. Once completing recommendations, the CFCC forwarded their draft to the IQC, where we, the IQC, then reviewed the draft framework and made additional edits and approved a draft for the first public comment review period. After the first public review period, the IQC, with the help of the CDE, who, by the way, meticulously and regularly reviews and organizes public comment, thank you very much. We can't thank you enough, CDE, for thoroughly organizing these comments. Sometimes these comments are well over 1,000, so thank you. But together with CDE, we thoroughly considered the public comment and made additional edits based on these comments and prepared another draft for the second 60-day public review window. During the April 17th, 2020 meeting, the IQC reviewed public comment received during the second public window period and then made additional edits and revisions in preparation for today. Next slide, please. Given what I've just shared, I'd like to publicly acknowledge the work of the following contributors. First, the CFCC, composed of content experts, including K-12 educators, school and district administrators, and university professors. The CFCC volunteered many hours to the development of the draft World Languages Framework. We are certainly grateful for their passion and dedication to providing quality world languages education to the students of California. I'd also like to thank the work of my IQC colleagues, past and present, who also volunteer countless hours to the framework development process. It's truly a collaborative effort. And as the slide indicates, I'd like to delve into some detail about the public comment period. The public comment period allows the public to review detailed drafts of the framework drafts and are part of a larger effort to make this process as open as possible to the public. For example, as I said earlier, all meetings are open to the public, and the CDE established a dedicated email to receive public comment throughout the entire process. The first 60-day public comment and review period occurred from October 1st, 2019 through December 2nd, 2019. During this particular public comment period, we received over 80 comments submitted via online survey, email, regular mail, phone calls, and verbally during IQC and World Language Subject Matter Committee meetings held in January of 2020. During the January 2020 IQC meeting, we requested that the CDE staff collaborate with the framework writers to ensure there was consistent voice in all chapters, particularly Chapter 8. The second 60-day public comment and review period occurred from January 30th, 2020 through March 30th, 2020. During this time frame, we received 11 comments from 11 individuals and organizations through email. The CDE staff also submitted comments during this review period to help refine the alignment between the World Languages Framework draft and the CFCC recommendations and the World Language Framework guidelines, particularly to ensure that the framework is comprehensible to a wide audience. Several comments also suggested increased clarity of the guidance in the framework. Thank you, and I now pass the presentation baton to the IQC World Language Subcommittee Chair, Alma Deliarenteria.
Thank you, Chair Iñiguez. So this brings us all to today, and we are so very happy that the edits, the public, the World Languages Subject Matter Committee, and the Instructional Quality Commission have all been addressed in the version of the framework that is currently posted on the World Languages Framework webpage. The World Languages Standards and the World Languages Framework reflect 21st century world language education programs that promote linguistic, global, and intercultural competency for all learners, and ultimately led to some important pedagogical shifts that are represented in the standards. The World Languages Framework provides guidance for the implementation of the World Languages Standards that the State Board of Education approved back in January of 2019. So the World Languages Framework is comprised of a total of 14 chapters and 2 appendices. Chapter 1 explains the vision of the World Languages Standards and discusses the instructional shifts needed to fully implement the standards. There's also a discussion of how the 2019 World Language Standards recognize and leverage recent initiatives, such as the California Education for Global Economy, Global California 2030, and the State Seal of Biliteracy, just to name a few. Chapter 2 then goes into detail regarding the provision of access and equity. However, specific teaching strategies aligned to this guidance are also incorporated throughout the entire framework. Chapter 3 suggests a variety of ways that educators may embrace and implement at their schools and districts to ensure that more California students have pathways to learn a world language. Chapter 4 describes how the 2019 California World Languages Standards align to the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, or ACTFL standards. Chapter 5 discusses best practices for implementing the World Language Standards. The chapter begins with an overview of universal design for learning, provides reasons for using authentic materials, and suggests technology tools and resources that teachers can use to provide a high-quality world languages instruction. Chapters 6, 7, and 8 are all dedicated to each of the 3 strands of the standards: the communication standards, the culture standards, and the connection standards. These chapters include a robust series of figures, snapshots, and vignettes that illustrate how to implement the world language standards. Then we go on to Chapter 9, which explains how the global competence domains relate to world languages instructions, describes the ranges and phases of language proficiency, and identifies scaffolds to support language learners to develop their language proficiency. Chapter 10 describes appropriate use of formative, interim, and summative assessments with all students, including students with visible and non-visible disabilities and students in need of differentiated support. Chapter 11 identifies strategies for leadership and advocacy to ensure access to world languages education for all students, kindergarten through grade 12. Chapter 12 focuses on the ways that language differ and how those differences impact teaching and learning. Chapter 13 provides criteria for the evaluation and guidance to local education agencies regarding the adoption of instructional materials for the instruction of world languages. Chapter 14 is a glossary of all the terms that appear in bold text throughout the framework. Then there's our two appendices who are super helpful. Appendix 1 contains numerous tables that stakeholders, which are teachers, students, parents, administrators, and others interested in the progress of world language learners, may use for placement, articulation, and the development of new language programs. And then Appendix 2 offers a substantial list of resources consulted in the preparation of the framework that may be of interest to language education scholars and world language educators. Now I'll turn it over back to Executive Director Coates.
Thank you so much. The design of this World Languages Framework is based on 4 principles and beliefs generated by world languages educators and leaders around the state and approved by the Instructional Quality Commission. The principles guide student access to world languages education, highlight the value of developing multiculturalism and multiliteracy as a key component in global competence and career readiness, underscore the importance of high-quality curricula that incorporate culturally authentic materials, and prioritize ongoing support for professional learning opportunities for world languages educators. The educators we talked to during the focus group meetings, during the standards development process, and during the framework development process have all had a common message. California is ready to expand opportunities for its unique and diverse student population to acquire world languages, develop intercultural competence, and become global citizens. And California educators will find that the world languages standards are aligned with and support recent legislation and initiatives that champion these outcomes. Naturally, these standards establish a path for students to become multilingual and prepare to attain California's seal of biliteracy. The World Languages Standards also provide guidance in light of 2 significant pieces of legislation. The charge of this legislation and a subsequent initiative, Global California 2030, Speak, Learn, Lead, is for K-12 schools to support multilingualism for California's unique and diverse student populations through access to world language programs. The passage of Proposition 58, Education for a Global Economy, in 2016 initiated a statewide effort to promote linguistic, global, and intercultural competency among California students. The EL roadmap was designed to assist local educational agencies as they implement California's 21st century college and career ready standards, curriculum, instructional programs, and assessments for English learners. It is also intended to provide resources and information to students, parents, and community members about EL education and effective research-based practices. Pending State Board Education action today, we will begin the editing and design of the World Languages Framework. And additionally, we are scheduled to conduct a state-level K-8 instructional materials adoption process pending State Board of Education action. This brings us back to the action recommended before you today. We would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. It's exciting to have our first ever such framework. We will now open the phone line for public comment queue, and then we'll come back for, while we're doing that, I'll ask Member Eileen Strauss to give some comments, but let's get the public comment slide up. Looks like it's the very next one. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by following the instructions on this slide. While we're waiting for members to call in, I'll ask Eileen Strauss, who's been our World Languages Liaison also, if she has any initial comments, and then we'll ask if there are any clarifying questions before we take public comment and then resume board discussion. Eileen.
Thank you, President Darlingham. So let me just acknowledge that the World Language Framework development was originally, the liaison was Dr. Karen Valdez, who was on our board until last year. And then I assumed as one of the liaisons to IQC along with Member Rucker. So I'm delighted to be the liaison to recommend, and I will make a motion at the end of the discussion. But I do want to highlight, this was a really collaborative process. It went really well. I want to thank Alma as your as the liaison to CFCC and Jose as the chair of IQC. All the work that was done, this was a long time in coming. And I think to have a standards and a framework in one document is really, it's time, it's been overdue, and it's done in a really collaborative and quality way. I do want to highlight some things that I think our presenters talked about, but I think it's important that the board know as well. So frameworks typically take a longer time than we think. From the time we adopt standards, then we do a framework when it goes out for all the public comments and the edits. Then it finally comes back to the board, and then we get the materials, which is for this one is also November 2021. So for the field who is so anxious to use this, and it's so rich with guidance, I just want everyone to realize it. We're not quite done yet, but we can start to share this and help collaborate with our leaders in the field. Again, the writers were incredibly responsive. A couple of highlights. It's aligned to the national standards. I think that's really important to know. The connections, there's some figures and snapshots and vignettes in the framework, which we put in our frameworks now, that really help train teachers. So you can look at a little snapshot, a little vignette. You can practice what it'll look like for classroom practice. You can also teach administrators and leaders what it's going to look like when they're working with their teachers to facilitate this. Also, American Sign Language is in the frameworks. I thought that would be interesting to share as well. And the equity and access is actually embedded throughout, but there's also some explicit area where it's dedicated. And also, it's really addressing an asset-based approach of what all learners bring to the classroom and to the learning setting. And I thought that was really important to share. We also address English learners and students with disabilities. So that's with a deeper understanding, which is important to understand what that means for teachers with a diverse student population in their classroom and how to address it. This was a true collaboration also across departments in CDE. So I think we'll hear from the public comment in the board, but this is a resource guidance document that we need to really enhance and use with the field to make sure that the next generation of students get quality world language experience. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for the work that they did on it, and thank Karen for her early liaison work, and for all the people who were part of it. I think it is going to be a quality document that will live for a while to help guide our work. So thank you. With that, I'll turn it back to President Darlingham and the public comment process.
And seeing no hands raised for clarification at this time, we'll begin the public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have two for public comment. Speaker, you are now unmuted and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. We are in full support of the 2020 World Languages Framework. The framework provides a blueprint for the implementation of the World Languages Standards adopted by the board on January 2019. Teachers will have guidance on implementing a high-quality World Languages program for every student from kindergarten through 12th grade. The framework is complemented by and supports other frameworks such as the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework, and supports the California Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts and Mathematics. The adoption of the World Languages Standards in conjunction with the adoption of the World Languages Framework, we believe, represents the commitment of our state to increase multiliteracy throughout California. Let's provide our students with opportunities to learn more than one language, increasing their intercultural appreciation and global competence. Please approve and adopt the 2020 World Languages Framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I am Nicole Natives. I'm a program specialist for instructional technology and world languages in San Juan Unified School District. And I just want to also duplicate what the previous speaker said and what everybody in this meeting has said and add my support for the adoption of this world languages framework, having witnessed the work firsthand from the start of the standards development process through most of the framework development process. I am beyond overwhelmed with the quality of the writing that is going to support world languages education for all of our learners and provide multiple pathways. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more individuals for public comment.
All right. Thank you. Given that there's no other public comment, we'll now close the public hearing for this item at 12:30 p.m. and commence with board discussion and action. And I'll kick that off simply by saying how proud I am to be part of a state that is so explicitly committed to a multilingual future for all of us in the state and for all of our students. So I think this is a wonderful step in that direction. And is there any discussion from members of the board before we take a motion? I am not seeing any hands raised. So do I have a motion?
So I'll be glad to make a motion. I move approval on adoption of the World Language Framework as unanimously approved for IQC with the edits and any necessary revisions as it goes to formal publication.
And do we have a second?
I'd like to second that.
Did you catch that, Karen?
No, who's second?
I think a couple of us did, but this is Aide, and I would like to second Eileen's motion.
Thank you very much. And so we're going to have a roll call vote. Karen, will you manage the roll call?
Yes. Patricia? Patricia Rucker?
You may be muted, Patricia.
Yes.
Thank you. Brenna? Brenna, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Jim?
Yes.
Ting?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Ide?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
And unanimous and enthusiastic. So thank you, Shanine, for all this great work. And you'll be pleased to know we're now going to take a 30-minute lunch break. It is 12:32. I will see you back here at 1:02. Please turn off your microphones and cameras during the break. And then when you come back, turn them on again so that we will reestablish our quorum. See you then. So we need to reestablish our quorum. So Karen, please take the roll.
Okay. Patricia Rucker?
Here.
Thank you. Brenna Pangelinen?
Here.
Jim McQuillan?
E.
Tim Sung?
Here.
Eileen Strauss?
Here.
Linda Darling-Hammond?
Here.
Cynthia Glover Woods?
Here.
Matt Navo?
Here.
Ide Rodriguez?
Here.
Kim Patillo Bronson?
Here.
All present.
All right. So we are going to take up item 5, the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress System and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California. This is an update on program activities. We are now on a schedule that gets us finished after dinner time. So we're going to try to keep things moving, and I'm going to ask Mao Feng, who is going to present this, to just keep going through all the segments, And if you have questions, please keep a notepad nearby and keep track of your questions so that we can take them all at the end. Okay? Mao, please present the mega assessment item.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Superintendent Thurman, President Darlene Hammond, and board members. I'm Mao Vang, the Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. The item before you today is an information item. Given that we have a few new State Board of Education members, I would like to start by providing an overview of California's system of assessments. I will also provide information about resources that are available for parents and guardians. And then I will move into the assessment program updates. I will finish with some time for questions. So let's start with an overview of California's assessment system of assessments, excuse me. The Assessment Development and Administration Division manages a number of assessments for the state of California. At the forefront is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP system, which comprise of 7 different assessments: the Smarter Balanced assessments for English Language Arts and Mathematics, the California Science Test, or CAST, the California Alternate Assessments for English Language Arts, Mathematics, and Science, and the California Spanish Assessment, or the CSA. The CASP system was established in statute in 2013 and became effective on January 1st, 2014. The statute provides for the development and administration of assessments through the use of technology where feasible. All of our assessments are at various stages of development and transitioning to online assessments. The primary purpose of the CASP system is to assist teachers, administrators, students, and parents to promote high-quality teaching and learning through the use of a variety of assessment approaches and items. So the implementation of CASP was significant in that it shifted the primary focus away from accountability and toward promoting high-quality teaching and learning. Our division's work really place our assessments meaningfully within the teaching and learning process. So the starting point for transitioning all of California's state assessments was the adoption of the Smarter Balanced assessments for English Language Arts and Math from the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. It is a state-led partnership whose goal is to provide leadership and resources to improve teaching and learning. And currently, there are 12 states, 1 territory, and the Bureau of Indian Education that are members. So since its inception, California has played a key leadership role in the governance of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. California has members on numerous advisory committees. Our state has made a significant investment in this comprehensive system by ensuring it is available at no cost to local educational agencies and their staff, and has financially supported numerous professional learning opportunities in support of our assessment system's purpose. In order to leverage all of Smarter Balanced components, this means that it's accessing a balanced and comprehensive system of assessments that include end-of-year tests, referred to as summative assessments, interim assessments to be used as periodic check-ins during the school year, and tools for teachers, which has replaced the digital library as the formative assessment component of the Smarter Balanced assessment system. The digital library was decommissioned on May 28th of this year, and the Tools for Teachers preview site was launched on June 16th. Tools for Teachers consist of instructional, professional learning, and formative assessment tools and resources. Each of these elements work together throughout the year to support teaching and learning. Our Smarter Balanced summative assessments are aligned to the Common Core State Standards in English Language Arts and Mathematics for grades 3 through 8 and 11. The English Language Arts or Literacy measures the domains of reading, writing, listening, and research or inquiry. Mathematics measures the domains of concepts and procedures, problem solving, and data analysis, and communicating reasoning. Moving on to the California Science Test, which is aligned with the California next generation science standards for grades 5 through 8 and high school, and provides models of high quality items that reflect fidelity to the standards. The first operational administration of the CAST, or California Science Test, was conducted in the 2018-2019 school year. The CAST measures the domains of life sciences, physical sciences, and earth and space sciences. The engineering, technology, and application of science performance expectations are embedded within the 3 science domains being tested. And the environmental principles and concepts are used as context for the assessment items when appropriate. The California alternate assessments are available for English language arts, mathematics, and science. And these California alternate assessments are aligned to the connectors, and they are linked to the same standards as the general assessments. Sorry, I think I went a little too fast. So our California alternate assessments provide students with developmentally appropriate opportunities to demonstrate what they know and can do as it relates to adapted grade level content. The California alternate assessments are designed for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and only students with an individualized education program that designates the need for an alternate assessment can take them. So unlike the California alternate assessments for English language arts and mathematics, the California alternate assessment for science consists of 4 embedded performance tasks, which are administered shortly after science instruction throughout the school year. And again, they're aligned to the same general standards as the general test through the connectors or the alternate standards. Next, we have the California Spanish Assessment. It is an optional test used to measure a student's achievement in Spanish reading language arts that is aligned with the Common Core state standards in Espanol for students in grades 3 through 8 and high school. This assessment measures 3 domains: reading, writing mechanics, and listening. Another assessment program we have is the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC. LPAC serves multiple purposes. The initial LPAC is given to eligible students whose home language survey indicates a primary language other than English, to determine English proficiency and identify students as being either an English learner or initial fluent English proficient. This is done within 30 days of enrollment in a California public school. Students will take the initial LPAC only once in their educational career. The summative LPAC is given to students who have been identified as English learners based on results from the initial LPAC or previously by the California English Language Development Test, and measures a student's progress toward English proficiency. The results support decisions for students to be redesignated as fluent English proficient. The English language proficiency assessments for California is aligned with the 2012 California English Language Development Standards and assess 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The summative LPAC transitioned to a computer-based assessment in spring of this year, 2020. The initial LPAC will transition to a computer-based assessment beginning on August 20, 2020. So the alternate LPAC is like the other California alternate assessments in that it is for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and it's used for the same purposes as the initial alternate LPAC and summative alternate LPAC for this population. It is aligned to the 2012 California English Language Development Standards through the English Language Development connectors that are reduced in breadth, depth, and complexity for students in kindergarten through grade 12. And it will replace all locally determined alternate assessments for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities who would normally take the summative LPAC starting this year. in a operational or census field test. Each of the CASP and LPAC assessments are carefully designed to be accessible to all students. Our comprehensive system of accessibility resources sets a national standard, with such resources as translation glossaries, text-to-speech, and tools such as calculators and periodic tables that are accessible to students who are visually impaired. These resources provide equal opportunity for all students to access the assessments and demonstrate what they know and can do. So in terms of the test takers, just a quick summary for English language arts and math, that's for students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. For the California science test, it's grades 5 and 8 and once in high school. That is grade 10, 11, or 12. If the students cannot take the regular English language arts, math, or science, and their individual education program team indicates that they take an alternate assessment, then they take the corresponding alternate assessments. For the CSA or California Spanish assessment, it's for students. It's an optional test for grades 3 through 8 and high school. And for the LPAC, whether it be the initial, summative, or alternate, it is given to eligible students in kindergarten through grade 12. So in these challenging times of distance learning and other challenges that parents and guardians are facing with their children's education, I want to remind us that we do have resources to support our parents and guardians in California. In collaboration with the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, the CDE, the California Department of Education, has developed a website that is dedicated to helping families become familiar with our assessments so they can better understand their children's score and have easy access to family resources. There are two Starting Smarter websites, one for the CASP system and the other is for LPAC. Currently, the assessments on these Starting Smarter sites include the English Language Arts and Math, the alternate assessments for the English Language Arts and Mathematics, and the California Science Test, and the California Spanish Assessment. The California alternate assessment for science will be available later this year. And on the LPAC Starting Smarter website, we have included the initial and summative LPAC, and the alternate LPAC will be available this year. So on these websites, we have sample student score reports and an explanation of the domains of each assessment. We also have sample test questions and links to the practice tests and other no-cost parent and guardian-friendly resources that support learning. Both of these sites are available in English and Spanish. Our division also supports the work of several other assessments, including the physical fitness test, the grade 2 diagnostic assessments, the high school equivalency test, the California High School Proficiency Exam, and the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Our division does have a lot going on. So with that, I want to move on to the written item before you that provides updates on most of our programs. I will begin with the assessment program updates. So over the last few months, our division has made critical changes to support the movement to distance learning. The following table is a summary of some of the events that took place. So with testing paused in the federal waiver secured in March, there were a lot of questions from local educational agency staff about next steps. In April, then, we hosted a cross-divisional webinar for all coordinators to discuss how the executive orders and the federal waiver impact assessments, accountability, and the California system of support, as well as the local control and accountability plan development process. Also in April, we worked with the Smarter Balance and our contractor, Educational Testing Service, to make the interim assessments available to be administered remotely without the need for a secure browser through June 30th. This option provided local educational agencies with the flexibility to incorporate the interim assessments into distance learning. Moving on to May, We identified assessment resources for supporting the Learning Acceleration webpage, as well as pivoting very quickly to hold educator involvement activities in a virtual workshop environment. In June, we contributed to the development of the California Department of Education's Stronger Together guidebook, and we also developed a web page that provides answers to questions that our division has received in response to the coronavirus pandemic. And we contributed to the implementation tool, Guidance on Diagnostic and Formative Assessments, with the leadership of our board president, Linda Darling-Hammond, and Superintendent Thurman, that was released yesterday. So when the statewide testing was suspended on March 18th, testing across the state had already begun prior to that suspension. So the following table here represent content from Table 1 from the item. When analyzing the summary data for our Smarter Balanced English Language Arts, Literacy, and Mathematics, the California Science Test, and the California Spanish Assessment, we can come to a conclusion that the numbers of students who completed testing prior to the statewide suspension represent such a small portion of the anticipated testing population. For reference, there were 1,956 local educational agencies in California who have students in these grade levels that the tests assess at. The number of local educational agencies that started testing also represented a small portion of the total. With the numbers so underrepresented of the testing population that any reporting of data would not have potential use in any meaningful way. And these data is also from Table 1, following the same trend for the alternate assessments for English language arts, mathematics, and science for the alternate assessments. And then this table shows the summary data for the summative LPAC. It's considerably higher, yet still only a small proportion of the total number of registered students. As we get the K through 2 or kindergarten through 12 writing tests scored throughout the summer, the numbers at the end here, the number of students who completed testing will increase. As you're aware, in grades K through 2, the writing test is still on paper. So what about student score reports? Student score reports and student level data files will be provided to local educational agencies at the end of the month. Only students that submitted a complete assessment will receive a score report. So for the California Spanish assessment, due to the low numbers of participants for each grade level, we will only provide the percent correct for the students. For the California alternate assessment for science, due to the suspension of testing, we were unable to conduct standard setting because it was the first year that was supposed to be the first operational year. So standard setting work was not completed, and the development work of the first operational assessment of the California alternate assessment for science has been delayed. So we will not provide score reports for those students either. We will provide instead preliminary indicators like we did when we had the 2018-19 field test administration. And there will be no public reporting and no federal reporting. So moving on to another update of the Smarter Balanced interim assessment status. Since 2015, the Smarter Balanced interim assessments have been an integral part of the CASP system of assessments designed to support teaching and learning for English language arts and mathematics throughout the year. The 2019-20 testing volumes for the Smarter Balanced interim assessments was on track to exceed the approximately 11.3 million administered during the 2018-19 school year. As of March 18, approximately 7.9 million interim assessments had already been administered, which exceeded the approximately 7.1 million the year before. Between April 14 and June 11th, while interim assessments were available for distance learning, about 15,595 were administered remotely statewide. So in June, the Smarter Balance members voted to continue making this option available for the 2020-2021 school year. The interims will be available starting on August 20th, 2020. There are more than 160 interim assessments, and there are 3 types. The interim comprehensive assessments, which assess similar targets as the summative. The interim assessment blocks, which assess about 1 to 8 targets, and the focus interim assessment blocks, which assess about 1 to 3 targets. They're smaller bundles. So although these interim assessments are developed for grades 3 through 8 and high school, the Smarter Balance interim assessments can be administered to students at any grade level, K through 12. And the results from these assessments will be electronically available to educators within 20 minutes of administration after a school or district coordinator creates the student groups for the teachers to access in our California educator reporting system. So another update wanted to share with you is that the CDE will implement the January 2020. I want to remind us that the State Board of Education approved a revised California Science Test Blueprint in January of 2020. And due to the stoppage of testing, the CDE has decided to delay the implementation of the revised blueprint by 1 year and reuse the 2019-2020 test form with modifications to the field test sets. One reason for this is the California summative assessments were suspended in March, right? And less than 27,000 students took the California science tests. So with this insufficient number of students responding to last year's field test questions, we were unable to build a new test form that would allow for the implementation of the revised blueprint. And the revised blueprint will now be used to develop test forms for the 2021-22 administration of the CAST. And that was one way of us looking at some cost savings for the contract as well. So another update is the California Assessment for Science. The timeline for that is also updated. I mentioned that the first operational administration and standard setting for the California Alternate Assessment for Science has also been delayed for a year. The first operational test now will begin on September 8th, 2020. Standard setting is scheduled for August 2021. And if all things go as planned, the CDE will present recommended threshold scores for approval at the November 2021 State Board of Education meeting. Next, we have the update on summative LPAC. So when the summative testing was suspended on March 18th, it has raised questions from the field of whether or not students who were able to complete the summative will receive their test results. As a result, we will offer the electronic student score reports for students who completed all 4 domains in the spring of 2019-20. And the student score reports will be available in 2 waves. For grades 3 through 12 reports, it will be available sometime now in July. And kindergarten through grade 2 reports will be available in late summer or early fall. As I mentioned, once local educational agencies submit their answer books for scoring, then we will combine all those scores and report them out. For students who completed testing in 2019-20, their results from that summative LPAC can be used to determine reclassification eligibility. So for those students who did not complete testing in the spring, an optional fall summative LPAC window will be open and available between August 20 and October 30th, recently through Senate Bill 98. During this window, educators can administer the optional fall summative LPAC assessment and use the results to meet the assessment of English language proficiency eligibility for reclassification. The optional fall summative LPAC is highly recommended for all English learner students who have already met other criteria in 2019-2020, except for that first criteria. Students in grades 4 through 11 are highly encouraged to take this opportunity. Another update about the initial LPAC is that for the initial LPAC administration, the window just opened on July 1st, and the administration will begin somewhat differently. From July 1 through August 19th, LEAs have the option to continue to administer the paper pencil version of the initial LPAC. Alternatively, they can wait until August 20 to begin administering the assessment as a computer-based initial LPAC. This paper pencil option was set in place for the first 6 weeks of the administration window to provide additional time for the California Department of Education and its contractor, ETS, Educational Testing Service, to prepare for the optional fall administration of the summative LPAC. Okay. And then following up with another update on the Tools for Teachers preview website. It is now available. So the rollout of the new Tools for Teachers website from Smarter Balance, again, which is the new formative assessment component of the Smarter Balance assessment system, did roll out. And in May, we presented a demonstration of the key features of the Tools for Teachers preview website. Since then, Smarter Balance launched the Tools for Teachers website, and it is now available for all public school staff. Tools for Teachers offer instructional and professional development resources aligned to the Common Core state standards for English language arts and math. So for our 2020 Tools for Teachers status and training opportunities, we are offering several opportunities for local educational agency staff to receive training on how to use Tools for Teachers. The day after the June 16th preview launch, the California Department of Education hosted a live webinar to demonstrate the new website for California members of the state network of educators. On June 22nd, we hosted a webinar to provide a live demonstration of Tools for Teachers. All of the approximately 296,000 local educational agency staff members who previously had a digital library account were invited to attend this webinar. Approximately 1,300 public school staff members attended. A recording of this webinar and other Tools for Teachers resources are available on the Tools for Teachers resource page on the CASP.org site and the LPAC.org websites. So on July 28th, the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium will host a virtual Train the Trainer workshop for California staff members only. We will be training other California educators on the Tools for Teachers and the formative assessments. This workshop will prepare their staff to conduct local trainings to assist educators in the use of the Tools for Teachers. And with the grand opening of Tools for Teachers planned for September 30, 2020, in conjunction with the Smarter Balance's 10-year anniversary. We are planning to have a webinar in late September to offer another demonstration for California educators focusing on the resources and features in the Tools for Teachers. We also offer Tools for Teachers sessions and presentations at CDE-sponsored conferences and other events, such as the California Assessment Conference that will be offered virtually in October, and the Interim Informative Assessment Training that will be offered in fall 2020. This training is the Summer Institute training that is being reconfigured to offer virtually. So in addition to the above trainings, the CDE will continue to offer sessions and presentations throughout spring 2021. We have regular updates in our assessment spotlight, and we'll continue to send out periodic emails to our coordinators, site administrators, and Tools for Teachers users. So with the understanding that Tools for Teachers contain excellent resources to support English language arts and math instruction, California continues to develop similar resources to support science instruction. The California Department of Education has worked with the California science educators, with a number of California science educators, to develop high-quality formative assessment resources that are aligned with the California next generation science standards. And we are very excited to announce that we are preparing resources to be added to the Tools for Teachers website starting in the fall. So through the development of these formative assessment science instructional resources, it included a process with quality criteria that ensures these assessments are aligned with the California's next generation standards. They have embedded instructional differentiations such as formative assessment strategies and equity and access considerations for all students that include embedded accessibility strategies. And in addition, these resources are authored in a multi-step collaboration process with multiple peer reviews, vetting, and assistance provided by coaches. Each science instructional resource contains these key features: focus on phenomena and opportunities for active learning, such as hands-on exploration and peer-to-peer collaboration. And these resources also integrates learning standards such as science and engineering practices and cross-cutting concepts, and references Common Core state standards. So there are 39 instructional resources that are developed through these 2 virtual workshops conducted in April and June. And while these resources are developed for kinder through grade 5, educators from all grade bands participate in the development and ensure vertical articulation of the resources. And as I mentioned earlier, the CDE is working with the Smarter Balance staff to arrange for the inclusion of these resources on the Tools for Teachers website this fall. We are constantly accepting applications for our trainings and educator opportunities. To access these opportunities, you can navigate to the homepage of the CASP.org and LPAC.org pages, and then select the training tab for upcoming training activities for the assessment programs, and then select the Get Involved tab for upcoming educator involvement opportunities such as standard setting and item reviews. And with that, I have our contact information available for each of the programs here. You may also sign up for our assessment spotlight by sending a blank link to subscribe-CASPP at mlist.cde.ca.gov. And we encourage you to follow us on Twitter with the handle at CDE Assessments. And with that, I will thank you all for allowing me to share our assessment program updates with you. I would like to take this time for any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Well, what I'm going to ask us to do then, thank you so much, Mao. It's very helpful to hear what's happening in the last few months, especially. I'm going to ask us to open up the queue for public comment. And then while we're doing that, I'll ask for some clarifying questions. You can see that members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by following the instructions on the posted slide there. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I'll first ask Ting Sun, as one of our assessment liaisons, if she has any initial comments.
Sure.
And then I'll ask board members if they have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam President. So a couple of things. First of all, thank you, Mao, and your team for continuing the good work during these very trying times. And I just wanted to emphasize a couple of things in Mao's presentation. One around the purpose of assessments under CASP, and that is to promote high quality teaching and learning. So what we've been trying to do is to decouple the assessment from accountability with varying degrees of success, right? And then coupling that with using assessments as a tool for teaching and learning. And so you have heard a myriad of tools that this division has put together for educators and to be able to do that. So, and I know that we have been all very disappointed that we were not able to conduct the summative assessments this year, and no doubt it's a setback for us in our work with assessments and looking at our equity work and making sure that we are making progress and assessing where we are with students who have been left behind. So, but given that we don't have the summative assessments, what it does allow us to do in the fall, instead of focusing on what the students did last year, right? Now we can really pivot and focus this fall on how students are coming into our system this year. So I think pivoting from our usual focus in the fall on how students performed in the summative assessments to really focusing on interim assessments, gathering information on where students are coming into schooling this year, and being able to then start addressing any kind of learning loss from the get-go. We had talked about the continuity of learning plan, and I don't see how we can address continuity of learning without first understanding where the students are who come in to this fall and where they're where they are performing. So I would just highly encourage us to focus on those interim assessments, the guidelines that Mal had talked about that was just released, that was led by President Darling Hammond and work of Superintendent Thurmond, I think is very comprehensive, and the types of assessment, interim assessments that are out there and how they can be used. And certainly there are lots of tools, and they're still continuing to build more tools to support educators in that. So,
okay. And I'm our other assessment liaison, so I'm just going to add a couple points to the ones that Ting has already brought out. One key thing is that the new interim tools that Smarter Balanced has developed, which allow you to go into a much deeper dive around specific topic areas, are also linked to tools for teachers around instruction and curriculum to then address the needs that may be highlighted by those assessments. So we're bringing them much closer, together with the tools for teaching themselves and connecting those. There are other tools that are offered by Smarter Balanced, and under Ting's leadership, we're exploring some of those to see what else can be made available to the field to help us move kids along in a continuum. In addition to those, the other diagnostic assessments that the state approved originally for second grade testing, but most of them have a long continuum of being able to assess kids along a scale beyond grade level from wherever they happen to be across multiple grade levels, and then use that regularly to see growth and progress, are part of the guidance that we just talked about. And that's going to be really important, because every teacher knows that when you get a heterogeneous classroom, the kids in that classroom are not all functioning at the same skill and grade level. And we want to figure out where they really are along the learning progressions and then really help them grow and monitor that growth. For districts that had some of those diagnostic tools in place, and many districts do, they use the DRA, or they use Acuity, or they use iReady, or they use MAP or something else. They do have a way from last spring to see where kids are in the fall when they come in, and then to track their progress over the year. So we really want to emphasize how districts can use the most productive tools, and all of those also have links to curriculum and instructional materials to figure out where kids are starting, and then to really accelerate their progress over the course of the year. So thanks so much, Mao, for all of your great work on that. Are there any clarifying questions from the board before we go to public comment? I'm not seeing any hands raised in the hand raising place, so we'll go to public comment at this point. And we want to encourage everyone who makes comments to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Remember to turn down the volume of your computer if you're following the live feed, and you'll be limited to 1 minute each. Are there public comments?
We have one caller in the queue for public comment.
Great.
Hi, my name is Jessica Ibarra. I am a parent of a student that attends a public school in California. I just had a question because my daughter has been struggling to reclassify out of ELD. She's now entering high school, and we kind of had she's met all the criteria except her summative test. And she was only a point away. So I'm not sure exactly how we can push her past that threshold, and any advice for that.
And that's actually a question we can return to Mal when she comes back to the podium. Are there any other public comments? Hearing no other public comments.
We have two other callers that have not yet entered the queue.
Okay.
If you can please, callers, if you can please press star 6 and 1 when prompted. Hello, caller. Would you like to make a comment on this item? No, they hung up. Hello, caller. Would you like to make a comment on this item?
No, thank you.
Okay.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay. And I want to open then the ground for board discussion. And be sure you raise your hand in the participant panel. I do want to also ask if Mal is still available to us.
Yes,
If you want to
here.
say anything about fall testing used on the English learner progress assessment.
For the parent who called in, if your child finished or completed testing on the English language assessment, English language proficiency assessments for California, the LPAC last spring, you could use those scores to see if she's meeting that criteria 1 of having an LPAC of level 4 for reclassification purposes. We have not sent those score reports out, so you need to determine whether she completed testing or not, and you'll have to probably consult with her school that she took it at. Once you have that information, if she meets that criteria, she's a perfect candidate for what we were talking about. If she meets the level 4 for reclassification purposes, she can be reclassified. If she did not meet it or she did not complete the test, and she has like 1 or 2 domains left, or even if she didn't start at all last spring because of the school closures, she has an opportunity to take it this fall. As of August 20th, we will make it available for all school districts to be able to give it to students like your child who are on the cusp of being able to be reclassified. So those are some of the things you could think about, and maybe talk to her former school as well as her new school to make that happen.
Thank you very much. Any board discussion, comments, or questions about this item? I'm not hearing any, and this is not a action item. It's just an information item. I think
Linda, Eileen has her hand up.
Eileen has her hand up now. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted
Member Strauss.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment to follow up on Member Sung's liaison report, because I think we're all really worried about our students coming back this fall in whatever format they come into, and knowing where they are and how we begin to connect and work with them. And I just think through Smarter Balance and through CD, we've worked really hard to try to provide resources, not just summative, but formative. And I think the interims in the past have been quite helpful in helping teachers start to align their practices and to check in and see where their kids are. So I just think we want to make sure we reach out to districts and counties as people think about opening, and to highlight some of the resources that Smarter Balance will offer with the tools for teachers. And I just appreciate Member Sung's comment that this is about tools for teaching and learning, and that we need to remember that that's what this is about. And I think things are so different now than they were 6 months ago and will be going forward. And so I think as students come back this fall, we need to remember that we have a lot of tools together that are available, but we got to connect to our students to look at how we can meet them where they are and help them progress. Thank you.
Sounds great. And seeing no other discussion, then we will conclude this information item. And thank you very much, Mal, both for the clear rendering of the system and where we are, and for all the work that you've done to get us here.
Okay. Thank you.
And we're going to move to item 6, which is the School Accountability Report Card. Approval of the template for the 2019-20 School Accountability Report. The CDE recommends that we approve the proposed SARC template for the 2019-20 school year, and the item will be presented by Cindy Kazanis from the CDE. So Cindy, please begin.
Good afternoon, Cindy Kazanis, Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division.
There we go.
And this item, as you mentioned, President Darlene Hammond, is an annual item that the board takes action on, the approval of the SARC template. And so our recommendation is that you approve the proposed SARC template for the 2019-2020 school year.
Did you want to say anything else about that?
This item is normally on consent. There's not really a lot of additions this year. If anything, with the prior board item that you just heard, our update on assessments, we've had to remove several items from that would normally be reported on because we do not have any data for our assessments that are required to be part of the SARC. The other thing I would note is that our suspension tables, so discipline records, we are recommending that be separated from the discipline tables from prior years because we anticipate that we will have a truncated set of data in that we will only have discipline records between July and March or end of February of 2020. And so it's not appropriate to compare those incident reports from prior years to this past year that we just finished, since students were not physically in the classroom for a large part of the end of the school year.
Thanks. I know people are wondering what kind of data they will be able to see, so that's very helpful. And we're also in the process of doing some work to think about how the SARC will evolve over time. So I wonder if you could say a little bit about that.
Sure.
For people's preference.
So what I mentioned this briefly in item 2 because the legislature and the governor just signed into law SB 98, which provides some additional funding. It piggybacks on a budget item from last year, which provides $350,000 to align the SARC with the LCAP e-template and what's on the dashboard. And so we are spending this fall and actually this summer working with our contractor, which is San Joaquin County Office of Education, to redo really the SARC. It's one of our oldest applications that we do in accountability to make it something that is more aligned with what you see in a current data system. It's a very old data system. So I think if anything from the field's perspective and on the data input side, administrative side, they'll see something that's a little bit more user friendly. And our hope is with this additional funding that's in the current year budget, we'll be able to even put something out on the template side that is much more 21st century as opposed to 1990s version of what you're currently seeing in the template that you'd be adopting today. And I think the other thing that you were really excited about, my recollection was when we spoke about this a couple weeks ago, was that as opposed to when the SARC template first rolled out, when we didn't have a lot of usage by districts that were using private or third-party contractors, we do have over 75% of our districts using the template that the CDE pre-populates, and we do pre-populate over 2/3 of that document. And so we're really happy that it has wide usage out there and that we're saving districts money by providing this template and the pre-populated data to them.
And I'm still excited about that. So thank you. Okay, great. We will see if there's any public comment and open the phone line for public comment. It's displayed. Any members who wish to provide comment can do so by following the instructions on that slide. And while we're waiting to see if we have any public comment, I want to ask Eileen Strauss, as one of our accountability liaisons, if she has any initial comments.
Oh, let me just make a comment, and I appreciate Cindy helping us understand where we're going and what the governor's budget will do to help us. But we've been talking for a long time about trying to get all these required reports that districts have to complete connected and integrated and pre-populated whenever possible. If you've ever been a district leader who's worked on these things, there's all these different reports. And so I feel like we're starting to move forward on that. And trying to make a connection so that the reports, when they overlap, we don't have to sit there and input all the different pieces again. So I'll be excited to look at the process going forward that the budget is helping us do. I know Suber and I, who are both liaisons to accountability, really support the integration and connection of all the items and the pre-population whenever possible. So after the public comment, I'll have a recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, and are there any other clarifying questions? I don't see any. So we'll see if there is any public comment.
There are no speakers for public comment.
All right. So given that there's no public comment, we'll open for board discussion and then for a motion. Is there any further discussion of this item? I'm seeing none.
Sorry, I didn't get my hand up, but I just wanted to flag one thing, and this is more for future reference as sort of the conversation comes up about both how to pre-populate, which I think obviously has incredible efficiency opportunities, but also just to begin planting this idea that where we sometimes have some distinctions. For example, I was just thinking about the curriculum, the conversation about TK versus K. And there are a couple places within the attachment on pages 13 and 14 where there's the potential for disaggregating the data to actually be able to look at class sizes and distribution of class sizes and provide data that can help school districts look at what they're doing at the early years of instruction and whether they're actually offering different models for TK versus K. So this isn't for today, but it's more a preview of things to come, especially as we're thinking about the potential for boilerplates where it can be automatically uploaded. And if we can build that into the system, I think we'll be a step ahead rather than needing to do it after the fact.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, please.
So I think it's important to note that transitional kindergarten is not considered a grade for purposes of reporting. It's considered a program, and so the SARC is very strict on what we can add, and actually we haven't had anything added to the SARC since 2008. So it's really something that the legislature has driven. It was actually part of the original Prop 98 over 30 years ago. So if there is an interest from the board to head in this direction or to add pieces, it may actually be a function of the legislature to put that into this document. Whereas as opposed to the e-template or the dashboard, you have a lot more authority and control over what goes in those reporting systems as opposed to the SARC. It's just, and that's why it is the way it is, very clunky, because we are bound by legislation on what goes in here. So we have a very structured model on this piece, whereas I would, compared to the dashboard, I think there's a little bit more freedom there.
Great, that's helpful to know, and it may be something that we want to evaluate and make some recommendations about. Is there any other discussion of the SARC? I'm not seeing any other hands raised in the participant queue.
So I'll make a recommendation that the state board approve the proposed SARC template for the 1920 school year.
And do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Now I think we need to do a roll call vote. So Karen, can you facilitate that?
Okay, yes. Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
That was Matt, actually, Patricia. I didn't call you yet.
Okay.
That's funny. Okay, Brenna?
Yes.
He did not respond. Kim?
Yes, for Kim, not Matt.
Yes, I understand that. I did.
Yes.
Patricia?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
And Ting?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Matt,
back.
You're back.
Yes.
You're a
Sorry.
yes. Okay. Thank you, Matt. Okay. It's unanimous.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you, Cindy. And now we're going to put the public comment slide back up to prepare for the consent items. And you will get a 10-minute break to give time for callers to get into the queue for providing public comment on our waiver consent calendar. And then following that break, we'll take up our calendar, which includes waiver items W1 through 15. Please, if you want to comment on this, members of the public, use the instructions that are shown on the screen. Board members, please turn off your microphones and your cameras, and we will reconvene at, let's say, 2:15. That's a 9-minute break. See you then.
Are we live? Okay, Linda, we're live.
Okay, is everyone reassembled? Do you need to reestablish the quorum? Yes, please do.
Yes.
Okay. Hi.
Okay. Linda Darling-Hammond?
Here.
Cynthia Glover-Woods?
Here.
Jim McQuillan?
Here.
Matt Navo?
Here.
Brenna Pangelinen?
Here.
Kim Patillo-Brownson?
Here.
Ide Rodriguez?
Here.
Patricia Rucker?
Here.
Eileen Strauss? Eileen, you're muted. Eileen? All right. Ting Sung?
Here.
Okay, we got a quorum. We can go.
Okay. So we'll now open up the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment, please identify yourself and your affiliation for the record, and the waiver item and the district name to which you are speaking. Remember to turn down the speaker volume on your computers if you're following the live feed, and speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. Is there any public comment?
We have public comment. Please state your name for the record, waiver number, and
Alan Gard.
Your time starts now.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Alan Gard, Assistant Superintendent of Business for the Hayward Unified School District. I appreciate the State Board of Education's time in considering waiver W13 for our Hayward community. I fully support the waiver based on the following 2 reasons. One is it's critical for our community. There have been a substantial amount of our schools built in the 1950s, with our latest facilities master plan, there's a significant amount of investments needed to bring our schools up to par. And this was reiterated with our community's overwhelming approval of our 2018 bond measure to implement critical fire alarm, roof replacement, and safety projects across our 31 schools. And also regarding the legislative need for the waiver, this legislation is based on the law from 1878, which does not consider the seismic safety, energy efficiency, or programmatic needs of our young learners today. And so it's also oh, sorry. Thank you.
Muted.
Any other public comment?
We have another public comment. Caller, please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Hello? Hi, caller, please state your name for the record, your affiliation, and which item you're speaking to in the district.
Unmuted.
Any other public comment?
Hello? Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Lorraine Richards.
Your time starts now.
My name is Lorraine Richards. I represent the California Teachers Association. As highlighted in our letters on items 13 and 15, CTA continues to be concerned with the funding determinations for non-classroom-based charters at 100% as well.
Please call back at the appropriate item the next time we take it up. Hello, caller.
Any other?
Please state your name.
Hello, is that me?
And any affiliation. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Michael Juba, and I represent California Teachers Association. I'm speaking on letters that we turned in for items of consent, items 12 and 14. CTA continues to be concerned with the funding.
Please call back at the appropriate time. We're not taking up these items at this moment.
Let's clarify that we're only taking up the waiver items. I think that's the confusion, right? For those who are in the queue, this is for the waiver items.
We have no callers at this time.
Okay. I think people are already queued up for the next part of our agenda. So given that there's no other public comment, I'll now ask for a motion on waivers 1 through 15.
I'll motion.
Thank you, Member Navo. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Member Rucker. We'll now hold a roll call vote. Karen, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Patricia?
Yes.
Brenna?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Ting?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Ide?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay, very good. Now we're going to allow the callers to get into the queue for providing public comment for the regular items on the proposed consent, which we know we have a few people to comment on. And we're instructed here to take a 5-minute break so that people can get into the queue. I think they're already in the queue. So Karen, do we still want to take that break?
Sounds like we don't need to because people are already queued up.
I think they are, yes. So let's just keep moving. We're almost back to our time schedule, so let's keep moving. And please ask any callers to identify themselves by name and affiliation as they respond to items 8 through 15.
Hello. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Michael Juba, and I represent the California Teachers Association. As highlighted on the letters that we sent regarding items of consent, items 12 and 14, CTA continues to be concerned with the funding determinations for non-classroom-based charters at 100%, as well as the process in which the funding determinations are happening. Furthermore, we believe that the state is asking the members of SBE to provide public oversight on these funding determinations in a manner that's impossible given the limited amount of information on the items. The funding determination forms and budgets for each of the NCBs should be provided when the agenda is posted for public consumption. So in closing, CTA opposes the CDE's recommendation for the 100% funding determination for the non-classroom-based charters listed on this item. CTA believes that the CDE must share the funding determination forms and budgets to help ensure that another A3 scandal does not occur. Thank you.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This is
Hello, caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record.
This is Claire Crawford with In the Public Interest.
Your time starts now.
Yes, thank you. I am speaking in opposition to items 12 and 14, and specifically the non-classroom-based funding determinations for Trivium charter schools, as well as for Heartwood charter. In both cases, these schools have drastic disparities in their enrollment. For Trivium, only 750 with 750 students across 3 schools. They enroll 0 foster youth, only 4 English learners, and only 2 homeless students. Similar numbers for Heartwood Charter School. Heartwood Charter School also continues to have an illegal practice of requiring a phone interview before enrollment. They are also not in compliance with the posting requirements of SB 75, and it appears that their enrollment practices are discouraging enrollment of students with disabilities. They only have 2 students with disabilities, 0 English learners. So similar problems at both of those schools.
Time.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is John Lupo, and I want to comment on item number 16. I support the petition to establish the Pinecrest Expedition Academy.
Caller, we are not taking up that item at this time. Please call back at the appropriate time.
We are on items 8 through 15.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation and the item to which you're speaking to. Your time starts now. Caller, would you like to make a public comment on any of the consent items?
These are items 8 through 15.
We have no additional public comment at this time.
All right. Given that there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent for items 8 through 15.
I'll move.
Okay, we have a motion from Member Rucker. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Matt.
All right, we'll take a second from Member Navo. Is there any further discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote.
Okay.
Karen, please call the roll.
Okay. Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Brenna?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Ide?
Yes.
Patricia?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Ting?
Yes.
Okay. Unanimous?
All right. At this point, we're going to proceed to get ready for 2 public hearings for items 16 and 17. We will take, because these may be long items, we will take a short break now. It is 2:27. Let's come back at about 2:35. And we'll ask you to please turn off your microphones and your cameras and do not leave the room. And we'll see you back in a few minutes. Get yourselves ready. This will be a longer spell. All right, we are reassembled. Are we live?
Give us a minute here, Linda. We'll make sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Okay, we're live.
Okay. Agenda item 16 is a public hearing regarding petition for the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. Consideration of Pinecrest Expedition Academy, which was denied by the Twain Harte School District and the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to establish Pinecrest Expedition Academy, a TKK through grade 8 charter school, and this item will be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE.
Good afternoon. President Darling Hammond, board members, and welcome to the newly appointed board members. Before we get started on the Pinecrest appeal item, because we have 3 new board members joining us for the first time, I wanted to do a quick overview of the charter school process, authorization process, and appeals process to the state board before we get started. So I'm going to go over the authorization process, and I want to be clear that this is the authorization process that was used for these the 5 appeals up before the state board during this meeting, pre-AB 1505. So I know July 1 some new laws went into effect, but we are using the pre-AB 1505 criteria for review and renewal and appeals. So that's what we're going to go over today. Rest assured, you all will be getting a workshop or a review of the new process in the coming months, but for today, it's just pre-AB 1505. So we're going to talk about appeals to the state board, the types of appeals that we receive, a quick little summary of what the state board currently has as their authorized schools, and the role of CDE in the Charter Schools Division. So we have 2 types of appeals that come to the state board. We have establishment appeals, which is a new school that was denied at the local level and has come to the state board. And then renewal schools, so schools that were up for renewal, denied at the local level, and have come to the state board for authorization, and then revocations of charter schools that happen at the local level and are appealed to the state board. When petitions come to the state board, and if the charter school division finds that the recommendation will be to deny, that can only happen with written factual findings. Those findings include whether the charter school presents an unsound educational program, the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program, the petition does not contain the required numbers of signatures, the petition does not contain an affirmation of specified assurances, and the petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive description of the 15 required elements of a charter petition. So those are the findings that we must find and the board must find in order to deny a charter school at this level. For renewals, if renewals are granted by the authorizer, it's for a period not to exceed 5 years. The board does consider increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils served by the charter school as the most important factor. The state board does also consider past performance of the school's academics, their finances, their operations, which also includes their governance, and future plans for improvement. Charter schools authorized by the state board are required to submit a renewal petition to the local authority that originally denied the charter. So academic renewal criteria under Ed Code 47607, as I said, this is pre-1505. This has since changed, but before, and it's kind of an odd thing because some of this is way out of date, as you will see. Academic renewal criteria before, schools needed to meet at least one of the 4 criteria, which you can see the first 3 were based on the API, which has not been in existence for quite some time. So because of that suspension of the API and that we no longer use that, those first 3 renewal requirements or criteria are no longer applicable. However, the 4th one is what we are currently using and is what we used for the renewal charters that are before you tomorrow. And that is the entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school students would otherwise have been required to attend, as well as the academic performance of the schools in the school district in which a charter school is located, taking into account the composition of the student population that is served at the charter school. So when we look at renewals under the pre-1505 criteria, we are looking at comparable school performance across the district where the charter school is located compared to the charter school. And that academic renewal criteria is really the threshold. So you must meet that academic renewal criteria in order to be considered for renewal and approval, but is not the only thing that we look at. Also, we can look at alternative measures. Since the API, as I said, is old criteria and it hasn't been calculated for many years, Ed Code 52052F allows for alternative measures to show increases in pupil academic achievement. And there are listed there some of the types of alternative measures we look at, which graduation rates. We now look at dashboard results, dropout rates, internal benchmark data from the charter schools themselves, suspension expulsion rates, those types of data. The appeal timelines, petitioners submit to the local district for review and approval. If they're denied, they can elect to appeal to the County Board of Education within 180 days. If denied by the county, petitioner can elect to appeal to the state board. Appeals must be received by the state board no later than 180 calendar days after the denial by the county. State board has 120 days to act on the appeal, and the state board conducts a de novo review, which means a new review, a brand new review. We do obviously take into account the findings from the local district, and we take into account responses from the charter school, but the Department of Ed Charter School Division does do an independent analysis of the petition. And as I mentioned earlier, written factual findings are required for the denial of a petition. So currently, we're just brand new into July, and this slide is a little off because we've had a few charter schools close, state board authorized charter schools. So I'm going to correct this slide just verbally and say that we currently have 25 State Board of Education authorized charter schools. We have 3 charter school division consultants who provide ongoing technical assistance and support and site visits to the state board authorized charter schools. We have 1 statewide benefit charter, which includes 9 sites, and we have 7 all charter districts, which includes a total of 18 schools. And those are authorized by the State Board of Ed with oversight conducted by county offices of education. The role of the department, CDE Charter Schools Division, as staff to the State Board, thoroughly review and analyze all the appeal documents, including the educational program, academic performance, fiscal viability, and prior history. Appeals first are presented to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, who hears all of the appeals in a very similar manner into which you do, and provide a recommendation to you, the board, for each of the appeals they hear. And then we present them to the state board for action. The Charter Schools Division provides oversight to charters approved by the state board. And then we do that through monthly calls, annual site visits, review of all the fiscal reports that are required to be submitted annually, technical assistance, And then we also provide the following annual memos to the state board on their state board approved charters: an annual review of each school's academic performance and an annual review of each school's fiscal viability. So that is a quick overview for board members. Now I'm going to go to item 16. Are there any questions about the overview?
No, but thank you for that.
Okay, great. Okay, so item 16 is petition. It's a petition for the establishment of Pinecrest Expedition Academy. They are seeking authorization from the state board to establish a transitional TK through grade 8 charter school within the boundaries of the Twain Harte School District. The petitioner submitted their petition previously to the Twain Harte School District on November 20th and were denied, 2019. They then chose to move to the Tuolumne County Board of Education on February 3rd, where they were also denied, and they appealed to the state board, and we received their appeal on February 20th, 2020. The CDE recommends that the state board hold their public hearing to deny the request to establish Pinecrest Academy, a TK through grade 8 charter school under the oversight of the SBE. As I stated in the overview, this did go to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools in June. They met and they heard the appeal, and the ACCS moved the CDE recommendation to deny the request to establish the Pinecrest Academy petition by a vote of 8-1. The CDE's, our basis for recommendation is the petition does not present a sound educational program. The petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program, and the petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all required 15 charter elements. A little background on the school and what their mission and vision are. It is a rural area, and they do plan to, their plan is to do some expedition type program from their school. They want to inspire a diverse group of learners to achieve academic excellence while developing a strong sense of character and community. They intend to open with 52 students in TK through grade 8 and grow to serve 65 students in TK through grade 8 by 2024-25. They plan to, their intention is to offer a site-based and independent study program. A little more detail in our findings. Unsound educational program. The petitioner is intending to offer the following: 2 multi-grade classrooms for 52 pupils, TK through 8. The petition does not describe how instruction will take place with the anticipated gaps in learning, age, and instructional approaches based on the target student population. They do plan on their independent study program will have a home study program component as a choice for families, but the petition did not give a comprehensive description of how that model will include, including in pupil enrollment numbers, how they plan to implement their instructional model, or how all pupils will be adequately served. Additionally, the petition does not sufficiently describe how and when English learners will receive targeted English language development instruction. I would say this petition was very weak in details. The petitioners have very little education experience in terms of their the petitioners and the board that they have put together. Very few have education experience, and it shows in the lack of detail and description of the program implementation. They intended to open this August. Obviously, that's up in the air. SB 98 allows new schools to put off their opening date for a year, so that's something that can be considered. But we did have a lot of concerns regarding their ability to recruit staff, create a high quality instructional program, and administer two separate educational programs really within their school, the home study option and the site-based classroom option, which really doesn't, our concerns are not alleviated by putting off opening a year. Inability to implement in terms of their budgeting. Obviously, we've had COVID-19 has impacted school budgets and charter school budgets. You know, there was a large variation between the governor's proposed budget and the proposed May revision. Now we have an agreement that includes deferrals for 2021. That is definitely something that will affect charter schools, and it's something that they will have to consider if approved. They already have a burden of fronting cash and maintaining cash flow just on the regular with this particular school. So add deferrals to that and it can be really detrimental. Their original budget that they submitted to us with their petition is not viable. As you can see here, they have negative ending fund balances for the first 3 years of operation with no reserves at all. I think it goes back to the lack of experience within the petitioners, that they, in the budget that they did give us for revenue and expenditures, they overstated by quite a bit their LCFF revenue and the funds they would get from the lottery, and they understated what their expenditures would be, which really leads us to not be confident that they would be able to implement their program. The petition does state that non-certificated full-time staff shall participate in CalPERS and federal Social Security, although the petition and the budget did not project any expenditures for CalPERS. And they did not project any startup funds. I think their intention is to apply for the Charter School Revolving Loan Fund in 2021, if obviously, you know, those dates are a little in flux right now. They also had several deficiencies in the charter elements in terms of reasonably comprehensive descriptions. Description of the educational program, as I've said before, it was a weak description, insufficient description of the multi-grade instructional program, not a strong description of how English learners will be educated. They did not include a framework for instructional design, especially with the fact that they're having two separate types of programs within their school. And then also, as I said, the English language development instruction was not sufficient. Measurable pupil outcomes, they do plan to reside within the Twain Harte School District, which is only comprised of 257 students. 58% of which identify as socioeconomically disadvantaged. However, their petition does not outline pupil outcomes for this group or for any groups of pupils. Charter elements 5, 10, and 14, employee qualifications. The petition does not describe general specifications and qualifications for non-certificated and certificated employees. Their suspension and expulsion procedures were weak, and the dispute resolution procedures does not include all the necessary language for those elements. The CDE recommends that the state board deny the petition to establish Pinecrest Academy, as the petition does not provide a sound educational program, the petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program, and the petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required elements.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephanie. At this time, I'll open the public hearing at 2:54 p.m. First, we'll hear from the petitioners. The petitioners will have 12 minutes. Then we will note that we're allocating an additional 2 minutes to each side because of technological delay. Then we'll hear from the district and the county that are opposing the petition. Together, they will also have a total of 12 minutes. After the presentations from both sides, there will be an opportunity for public comment from any individual who has not already presented for 1 minute each. So we'll invite the petitioners to the podium at this time or to their Zoom location.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Heidi Lupo, and I am the lead petitioner for the Pinecrest Expedition Academy. My screen should be sharing at this time. Can someone confirm that they can?
It is.
Okay. The picture you see on the cover is a picture of the Pinecrest area from last winter under substantial snow, which is indicative of where Pinecrest is and some of the difficulties that we face by our location. I've shown on this next slide some of the driving distances from the Pinecrest area to more urbanized locations in California, which you may be more familiar with. As a general rule, Pinecrest is at least 25 to 30 miles from other more populated areas. So you may be asking yourself, why do we need a school in Pinecrest? Why are there even people there? Pinecrest is a very popular tourism destination on Upper 108, our highway. And because of that, we see a large influx of visitors both in the summer and winter time, and have a substantial amount of businesses and high tax-based homes in our area. Our community provides a great deal of support to Tuolumne County and our $240 million tourism industry. The realities of our location bring into account that our proximity matters. There's a significant distance from the Pinecrest area to other schools, such as the Twain Harte School District. It's at least 20 miles from all areas, and for some of us, even closer to 30 miles. So the development of this petition is Pinecrest Expedition Academy. Why this school? Why here? We have an active outdoor community similar to areas like South Lake Tahoe or Truckee. Our curriculum from EL Education is innovative, it's unique, it encompasses outdoor classrooms, project-based learning, and a relationship directly to our community. The slides I'm showing now are our facility. This is the former site of a district Pinecrest Elementary School located within the Pinecrest area. This is a 10,000 square foot facility that is now privately owned. This facility is available to us under a lease. As you can see, the facility is comprised of 3 classrooms in the main building and 1 exterior portable classroom. It has a play structure, a multi-purpose room, office space, and outdoor space. This property sits on nearly 5 acres in the town of Strawberry, which is 3 miles from Pinecrest. There's been a lot said about our lack of educational experience and our lack of charter school experience. And I can't tell you otherwise. I can tell you that we are business leaders. We have substantial nonprofit experience. They are a highly responsible group of people who understands accountability and transparency. And Peggy Herndon and our new board member, Chris, do bring substantial education experience to our board. The petition was designed uniquely because we do have a low student count and our staff is unique. It has a lead teacher designed to serve as a principal and a classroom teacher, a business operations manager to oversee some of the back office and business end of the school, a second classroom teacher, and 2 part-time independent study teachers to oversee the independent study program, as well as being able to serve in the classroom as substitute teachers and assist with special education as needed, and an administrative assistant who can also serve in the classroom as a teacher's aide if and when needed. This petition was developed by using the EL Education design principles. There's several EL Education charter schools in California. The principles behind their program focus on these that I've put up on the screen: the primacy of self-learning, having wonderful ideas, responsibility for learning, empathy and caring, success and failure, collaboration and competition, diversity and inclusion, the natural world, solitude and reflection, service and compassion. These building blocks build upon the whole curriculum, which is based in project-based learning and learning outside of the traditional classroom. This encompasses case studies, field work, collaboration and service learning with other area agencies and businesses. We have agencies such as the United States Forest Service, the Strawberry Fire Protection District, Tridam Project, which is a major hydroelectric project in Strawberry, and other local businesses such as Pinecrest Lake Resort and Dodgeridge Ski Area, very actively interested in being collaborators with this program. The instruction and design is designed to run 2 lateral programs, a site-based program and a homeschool program. The homeschool or independent study program was envisioned so that each student has a scheduled weekly meeting with their teacher using the same curriculum, modified as needed, as we are using in the classroom. The homeschool students would be eligible to participate in the learning expeditions that occur outside of the classroom with the site-based students. Multi-grade classrooms are decidedly unique. Everyone knows that. We understand that we will meet the needs through standards-based instruction, rotating daily whole group, and differentiating small group instruction based on data from assessments that are ongoing. COVID-19 has obviously posed unique circumstances to every one of us in everyday life. However, we feel that our program is very well poised to navigate COVID-19 and close gaps that are left by the district, and that the district only has one main campus, no ongoing independent study program, and no satellite campuses either. This program is designed to have a smaller school with adequate spacing in our facility, the ability to use outdoor classrooms, a smaller staff, and an easy transition to distance learning if and when needed, thanks to the independent study homeschool program already built in. A lot of you will ask, where do these students go to school now? Many of them have transferred out of district to provide for other opportunities with emergency contacts. It's hard to be 30 miles from your student when they're in elementary school. They need something throughout the day. Many of these kids are homeschooled without using a public school program at this time. And we also have a large amount of parents who drive into our area and work, who would prefer to have their kids go to school close to the workplace. The financial viability of our budget is there. We did qualify on June 25th, 2020 for the $250,000 charter school revolving loan. That money was removed from the budget that we submitted to CDE, and that created the negative fund balances. The county found a deficiency in special education. We have included 12.37% for special education funds, including $29,952, which would be listed for AB 602, and $44,928 for encroachment. The original budget assumed that the SELPA would act as a pass-through and intercept the AB 602 funds. On the screen is a revision to the LCFF money based on the May 20 calculator. I believe the calculator is version 21.1A. When including the $250,000 charter school revolving loan, we do have positive reserve balances. They are substantial. Our startup costs are minimal, as our facility is actually already very well equipped with desks, chairs, library books. We have a substantial amount of computers that are up to par, which have been given to us from the community. I ask you to consider what it is like for these kids to travel huge amounts of time, what it's like for their parents not to be directly involved in their education, and see the importance of this school in this location, and know that our business sense is capable of hiring the appropriate people needed to run this school so that it is successful and academically and financially very viable. I look forward to your questions to myself and our board members on this call.
All right. I think now we're going to hear from the district and the county.
Hello?
We're having a hard time hearing.
Well, I want to make sure. Can you hear me? This is Rick Hennis, Superintendent.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, would you like me to proceed?
Somebody is talking in the background then.
It's not me. It's not. I'm by myself.
Okay, everyone else please mute and please continue.
Thank you. I am Rick Hennis, Superintendent of the Twain Harte School District. Our district spent a great deal of money and time to develop our summary of findings, which I believe you have reviewed as well as your advisory committee. Back in 2018, this petition was presented to the Twain Harte School Board and was denied 5-0. It came back with only one change, and that was the addition of an independent study program, which in our opinion is very unreliable and unpredictable. It was denied by our board by 5-0 vote. As Kathy Parker will talk to, the county superintendent, county office of education denied it by a 6-0 vote. Your advisory committee denied it by an 8-1 vote. Before I go on, I want just to present that please pay attention that that's only received one positive vote in this process. I've continued to question the number of enrollees that the petition has stated. I one time authenticated, and I didn't authenticate, but more than 20, 21 kids, but that's debatable. I'm still not sure that those students are there. One of the businesses, Jeunesse Park, which was going to provide a substantial number of students to the charter, or that they hoped, has closed down out of business. And I don't know that the petitioner has mentioned that, but I think that's going to have a big impact on the small number of students they're already looking at. The charter is alluding to the concerns about the distances from our school to the Pinecrest area. But I want to point out that the charter provides no busing at all in their petition, where we do drive up and pick up the students. And we firmly believe that driving the bus in any snowy conditions, it's not as far as the petitioner states, is much safer than private automobiles. And lastly, we continue to question the fiscal stability of the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we hearing from a county administrator?
Yes, my name is Kathy Parker. I am the County Superintendent of Schools. Just to give a little history of the Tuolumne County Board of Education, they have supported 2 charter school petitions on appeal. Both were the only charter schools that came on appeal, and both were approved in the past, Golden Lakes Charter School and Foothill Leadership. So they have a history of supporting alternative education models in our county and support innovative practices. However, when this academy was first coming to the county on appeal in 2018, in that particular review, we found a lot of the same deficiencies that we found in this current review, which was done as a de novo review as well. The main concerns are some of the things that have been highlighted by the commission, the CDE, and also the LEA, Twain Harte School District. Setting aside the educational program concerns, the amount of money that is set aside for special education in that particular budget is woefully deficient. It is, we have about a 13-14% identification rate for special education students in Tuolumne County. We also have an allocation that districts need to build in. We sweep basically all of their special education funds and do a bill back to districts of approximately $750 per ADA to provide moderate to severely disabled student services in our county. The county office provides all of those services. So independent living skills, nexus programs for students with emotional disturbances, structured preschool programs. The county office provides it all. So districts have to use their general fund dollars to provide support for special education services offered at a district level. In addition, they have to pay $750 per ADA to support the cost of providing services for students with moderate to severe disabilities. So that was a piece in the budget that was very concerning. In addition, there were no contingencies for students who may qualify for additional services, such as speech, OT, adaptive PE, or for students who might be placed into a program offered by the county office, because then there is a cost associated for that as well. Additionally, we're concerned about the employee qualifications. These concerns were brought up by the CDE. We're concerned about the racial, ethnic, special education, and EL balance requirements in a petition. But again, it all comes back to the operational budget and the startup budget. And while the county office reviewed this petition separate from the previous petition that had been submitted, we also identified that there wasn't much of a difference between the one petition that had been submitted and this new petition. We feel that they are unlikely to successfully implement the program. And so as a result, the county board denied the petition. It was a 6-0 vote with one of our board members abstaining from the vote. And that's my contribution to this conversation, unless you have questions.
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to prepare now for public comment before we raise any other questions. We're going to open the phone line for the public comment queue. And if somebody can put up that slide again so that folks who are watching can see it. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so by calling 712-432-0075. Enter the access code 651905#. Wait for the operator prompts to press *6 and then another prompt to press 1 to enter the queue. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. And please remember to turn down the volume on your computer if you're following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. Are there any public comments?
Yes, we do have public comments for this item.
All right. And do you want to put up the public comment slide? I'm not seeing it. Thank you. Okay.
Hello,
go ahead with public comment.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is John Lupo. Thank you for taking my call. I support the petition to establish the Pinecrest Expedition Academy. The Pinecrest community desperately needs this school, culturally and economically, and more importantly, by creating the opportunity for children to attend school where their families and friends live and work, you will be offering these people the choice to determine the environment where learning best occurs. You can help make their lives better. So I respectfully request that you work with Heidi and her team and approve, at least conditionally, this petition. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
State board members, this is Sheila Whitley, and I represent the California Teachers Association. CTA recommends that the State Board of Education vote to deny this petition of establishment for Pinecrest Expedition Academy. We oppose this petition for the following reasons. PEA does not represent a sound educational program and is demonstrably unlikely to implement the program set forth in this petition due to unrealistic financial and operational plans, including negative ending fund balances. Secondly, this petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all the required elements, 1, 2, 5, 10, and 14. Currently, Twain Harte School District serves only 257 students in K-8. Pinecrest is proposing to enroll 65 of these students in their K-8 petition. The physical impact of new charters, especially during the pandemic and these unusual budget times, is not prudent. Therefore, we recommend the State Board of Education deny Pinecrest petition. Thank you.
we have no additional callers in the queue right now, but we do have additional callers on the line. So I'm going to check with them to see if they would like to provide public comments. Good afternoon, caller. Did you wish to make a comment on item 16? Caller, did you wish to make a comment on item 16? Good afternoon, caller. Did you wish to make a comment on item 16?
Yes, I would like to, please.
You may begin your comment now. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, I'm Chucker Twining. I'm a board member of the PEA.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please get closer to your phone or to your microphone?
Sure. Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Chucker Twining. I'm a board member of the PEA. I'm calling in favor of granting them the petition. I spent 21 years on the Tuolumne County Board of Education, and we've gone through several charter school applications, and I understand that Kathy is a little weary of them because two of the last ones we approved failed. I've been out of the County Board of Education for a year now, so I haven't been following what's going on. There's lots of unique things that are offered being in the mountains. Some of you probably would love to have grown up or raised your kids in an environment like we have, where it's safe and sane and in the mountains, and it's a great area for raising kids. Hence, you need a school for them. In the 6 years the school has been gone. My time up. The 6 years the school has been gone.
Time.
It's put a big hindrance.
That's your time, caller. Thank you for your call.
Thank you.
That concludes all of the public comment on the conference line.
Okay. Given that there's no other public comment, I hereby close the public hearing for this item at 3:17 p.m. and we'll commence with board discussion and action. And first, I want to ask Ting Sun, as our State Board Liaison, if she has any initial comments. Then we'll ask board members if they have any clarifying questions or comments as part of our board discussion. Ting?
Hi. Yes, so I wanted to first start my remarks with maybe adding a little bit to what Stephanie had described about the state board process, because we do have some new members. So just one of the things I wanted to emphasize and to remind our board is that these appeals, these petitions that come before us are de novo reviews. So we're not looking at how it was reviewed by others, but looking at a brand new, fresh look at the petition in the process. The other that I don't think was mentioned is that under current law, which is what we are looking at under the reviews under which we're looking at these petitions and appeals, is that it actually does compel the authorizer, the reviewer, to approve the petition unless we can prove that there are these various elements, right? That was described by Stephanie. And so what I have found that when we have looked at these, on face, it looks like it could be very technical, right? Whether the program is unsound, whether the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely or likely to be able to be successful with the program, whether the elements are reasonably comprehensive. You would think you could checklist this, but in actuality, it's really fairly subjective in how we look at this. And so what I do, and when I'm looking at these situations, is a lot of times it is about context. And I look at time and place in which these petitions were here. I look at innovation. Is this offering an option or choice that doesn't currently exist within the system, which is part of what chartering is about? And then I mostly look at benefit for kids. And so you have to take all of these things in mind, and this is not necessarily to this particular petition right now, but I'm just making some general comments about the context from which to look at these petitions. So with that now, specific to PEA, I'm quite inspired by the concept by the petitioners have brought forth. It kind of reminds me of this kind of one-room schoolhouse concept, and I am empathetic to the distance that the school is from the school sites that the students would otherwise be attending. And so I understand, and I really laud the petitioners for their efforts in bringing forth a program that they feel best meets the needs of their students in their community. At the same time, I am concerned with also the other side of this, which is looking at operationally and fiscally whether this school can stand alone. And it is particularly related to the size of the program and the size of the district in which this program would be opening. And from my understanding is that there used to be a Pinecrest district, I think, right, in the area or something to that effect, which ended up having to close or something like that. So I am very, very concerned about the size and the ability of just within the size of being able to provide the scope of services to meet the needs of all students. Because while it does hearken on this full idyllic one-room schoolhouse concept, we're not in the 19th century US, we are in 21st century. And so there are lots of requirements, and to be operational as a LEA for special education, for a myriad of other things like accountability, I do have a lot of concerns.
All right. Is there further discussion from the board? Let's see if I see any hands up. I see Member Navo and then Member Strauss.
Yeah, thank you, Board President. And Stephanie, I have a question. I'm trying to wrap my head around the financials, because it's clear that Pinecrest has a different view of what their ending balances are compared to ours, and I'm trying to grasp how we're so far apart from one another in terms of where they are financially, if they included the $250,000 revolving fund in their funding calculator, and that created the discrepancy. Can you shed some light on that from your perspective?
Sure. So I'm on, right? So yeah, so we based our analysis on the budget that they submitted with their petition. The numbers that they are showing today during their presentation, those were not submitted to us. They did not submit a new budget to us. So we've not been able to analyze that or provide any analysis. We're seeing it on the screen with you.
Okay. Doesn't that constitute a material revision? Or no?
I'm gonna let Judy answer that.
Hi, this is Judy Sias with the Chief Counsel for the State Board. What defines a material revision under the old law is certainly complicated. I think in the past the board has acknowledged that budgets change, and certainly in this instance, when petitioners do their budget in the fall and what shows up this spring given the pandemic is different. I do think, when they put stuff out for us at the beginning where we haven't had a chance to review it, that certainly adds a layer of complexity to the analysis. But whether or not it's a material revision is a complicated question that we've struggled with as the board. But the budget is certainly one of the things that petitioners have submitted updated figures given the changes in the budget circumstances that are often beyond the control of the school.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions, but I can come back, Board President, let others weigh in.
Why don't you go ahead, Matt, and ask your questions, and then I'll move to Member Strauss.
This is for the petitioner. I do agree with the county regarding your special education funding. I'm trying to understand how you came up with your special education funding plan. What did you base that on?
The original budget did not include funds from AB 602, as we assumed that a SELPA would intercept those funds. So the original budget submitted to the county included the $44,000 in special education. If we were to become a member of, say, the El Dorado SELPA and retain those funds from AB 602, that would raise our special education budget to 12.37%, and it's $74,000.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it goes back to the original question about the budget. You included that as a new item in this budget. CDE didn't see that. County didn't see that.
We included that as a rebuttal to our county findings, and we did submit a revised version of the LCFF calculator, and I did present this same slide to the advisory committee in June.
Okay. For the county office, you had mentioned you have charters that you've approved, Golden Lakes and Foothill. Can you tell me a little bit more about what the difference is between those two in this request?
At the time that those petitions were submitted, they had a budget that was sustainable, at least in their charter petition at the time. That was one of the largest. So the likelihood of a program being successful and the soundness of the educational program as well that was the deciding factor for the county board. I will be frank that on both of those, I was not the county superintendent on either of them. Both of them were two different county superintendents. The county superintendents and staff recommended not approving those charters, and the county board did decide to approve those charters despite the recommendation. So I just want to make sure that that's understood about how the county board operates. They are very independent in that they will very much give a lot of latitude in their approval process, trying to, again, encourage innovation, trying to encourage different ways of addressing some of the challenges we have in small rural counties, meaning small districts, not small geographic areas. And so that's the history behind Golden Lakes. Unfortunately, Golden Lakes, within 2 years of operating and opening, there were some issues, and they changed their charter approver to a school district in Stanislaus County, and then shortly after decided not to seek approval for a renewal and closed. Foothill Leadership, which was the most recent one that was approved, did not receive a renewal, again, under very sad circumstances, a lot of inexperience on the fiscal management side of the house. And it's taken a year for us to finally close out that school. And so that's the history with our charter schools in Tuolumne County. And then there's only one other charter school in Tuolumne County, but it is about the third largest school as a district in Tuolumne County. So it attracts quite a few students.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anything else, Matt?
No, that'll do it for now. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to go to Member Strauss and then Member Glover Woods. Eileen?
So my understanding is this is a rural setting, and there's a small number of students that the local Twain Harte district serves, and then also that the petitioner is proposing to serve. I do have some I think there's some strengths that the petitioner presented today. Certainly the personalized, knowing the kids well, the experience, the outdoor in that area sounds really exciting for parents, particularly how hard things have been lately and knowing in a small personalized setting. However, I do share the concerns of the educational program that Member Sung reminded that we are responsible to make sure that English learners have the right support, that special ed has the right support, and there's a lot of requirements. Those of us who have led schools and districts know, even though you have good intent, there's some legal guidelines. I do think the SELPA would provide support, but I think it's a broad proposal with 60 some odd students in 2 classrooms with home independent school as well. And I guess I have another concern that having originally submitted the petition in 2018, that there's been very little change and modification to the petition over time. And yet the findings have really said you need to address the changes. So I just, again, I have mixed feelings in that I think there's a wonderful belief in opportunity to create a nice setting and a learning opportunity for a small number of students, but I still believe that we have requirements in the educational program that we must ensure are there for those students.
Okay. Member Glover Woods?
Thank you. And my question is to the petitioners. It can also be to Stephanie as well, and it really builds off of Board Member Strauss's comment. As it relates to the review that was done, there was a concern about the descriptiveness of the English Learner Program and the support that English learners would receive. I wanted to hear a bit more from the petitioners on the specifics on how you would ensure that are designated as English learners receive the proper program.
I would like to have our board member Chris and Peggy answer that question if it pleases the board.
Okay, are they there? That's fine.
Okay, Chris? Did we lose Chris?
Oh, no, here I am.
Okay.
Yeah, she's there. Well, as I can appreciate that a small school has challenges when you have only 2 classrooms and 8 grade levels, the idea would be that you would have a block of whole group instruction for students in K, Bird Language Arts anyway, in TK or K3, and you would deliver on rotating days the core standards. Embedded in the, not embedded, but along that, ELD standards are part of the ELA standards. So there would be an alignment to the integrated parts of ELD in the ELA time as well as in science and social studies times. And the idea is to give differentiated instruction for ELA, ELD, and ingrain the designated parts with small group instruction with rotating centers. So it'd be, you're talking about, when you're thinking about the number of students here and you're saying roughly 54 students, it sounds like you have this amazing challenge, but you need to picture that, say, roughly. You can't control exactly how the distribution by grade level is, but let's just say there were 25 students in K3, and they're not going to fall neatly into grade level. But if you begin to think about the size of the classroom in and of itself, it's a lot easier to differentiate instruction. We're not talking about trying to provide ELD designated and integrated to hundreds of children. There's 25 students, and so you're able to really determine through the LPAC, through ELA assessments, through the basic phonics skills test, all kinds of early reading literacy to figure out where students are, both as English learners and as English language arts learners, and differentiate a program for them by which is going to be customized and tailored almost individually to each child. The beauty of a multi-age classroom in that way is, as we all know, you can have first graders who are really performing as third graders, and you can have third graders who are performing as first graders, and that multi-age allows for that flexibility. this program would be, in a way, you're having like I said, an individualized plan for each student that is able to address their particular needs. The program is designed, or the school's intent is to progress monitor these students every 4 to 6 weeks, with the flexibility of moving them in and out of either small group differentiated instruction in ELA or ELD as needed. Therefore, students are able to progress at their pace in a way that they're not able to do, particularly in large schools, because the system is so big and doesn't respond as quickly. Here, the response time to their progress or lack of is going to be immediate. So, I mean, every credentialed teacher, the plan is to hire a credentialed teacher who has EL authorization. That teacher will be qualified into understanding the essential ELA standards, the ELD standards, and how to offer, provide designated and integrated ELD to students.
Any other questions, Cynthia?
No.
Okay. Eileen, it looks like your hand is up again. No? Okay. Taking it down? All right. So I don't see any other questions from members of the board. So the question now is, do we have a motion?
So if I could just clarify a little bit on the budget piece that Matt was asking about. So what the petitioner, I believe, was providing was a budget based on the May revise, because there was, during the recommendation for the ACCS, there was a review by the department using of a budget using the May revise. But of course now the May revise has changed, and I'm wondering, for the petitioners, did you have an updated budget based on the budget that was passed? Or
we have not updated the budget since the budget has passed due to the time constraints. The original budget we submitted did include the $250,000 charter school revolving loan as other income. When CDE did their review, they removed that, which generated the negative fund balances. The revision we provided was based on the May revise, assuming a worst case scenario in our funding. And that is as far as I have taken the budget at this point.
Was there at any point, did you all, the petitioners, talk to the district about a district program that would meet your needs?
I have asked the Twain Harte School District more than once. I asked prior to Rick Hennis being the superintendent. I asked this year, after I submitted this petition, if we could work together, even trying to pass a tax measure if they were worried about the fiscal impacts to the district. I have a lot of respect for Kathy Parker as the county superintendent, and have also spoken to her on multiple occasions. The Twain Harte School District is a basic aid district, and I know you mentioned it early on about the closure of the Pinecrest School. The Pinecrest School did operate until 2012, was originally under the Columbia School District. It was given to the Twain Harte School District in the summer of 1995, and Twain Harte ran it until they were changed to the basic aid funding schedule. So they lost their necessary small school funds and the incentive to run a school in the Pinecrest area. The Pinecrest School did operate for nearly a century in this community with a small student enrollment. Peggy is an alumni of the Pinecrest School, as am I. And those multi-grade classrooms did function. And I do understand that we're not Little House on the Prairie, and I'm not trying to make it seem like that. But I also understand that in the 21st century, that the community does still have substantial educational needs that are not currently being met. And although the district does a fine job at their sole location, it does not extend to this area of the community, which does provide them substantial support in their basic aid funding statute, with their excess tax. This is the high property value of that district, and we need to continue to support that so all parties involved can continue to survive and thrive.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So
oh, go ahead, Ting.
No, go ahead. Well,
Was that Matt who I heard?
Yeah, go ahead, Ting. I'll go after you.
Okay.
Yeah. So this has been this is a difficult one. I again, do admire what the petitioners are trying to do in serving the needs of their students in their specific community. It is very difficult to get over the small numbers and to be able to provide the expanse of services. I do hope that the district, the county, will try to work with the petitioners in helping them provide some choice for this. But I'm going to go with the CDE recommendation to deny the charter.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll now hold a roll call vote. Karen, please call the roll.
Okay. Patricia?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Ting?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Ide?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
The vote's unanimous.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Stephanie. And I want to reinforce Member Sun's plea that the district think about the choices for these parents and community members. And we're now going to take a 10-minute break before the next public hearing. So I want to ask you to please turn off your microphones and cameras, board members, and be back here at about 3:52.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know Member Rucker had to step away for a moment, but it looks like we have everyone else. So, Karen, would you like to reestablish a quorum by calling the roll?
Yes. Okay, Patricia stepped away for a moment, but she'll be right back. Brenna?
Here.
Jim?
Here.
Ting? Ting, are you there? Okay, we'll go back.
Yes.
Ting's there. Okay, good. Eileen?
Yes.
Linda?
Here.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Matt?
Here.
Ide?
Here.
Kim?
Karen, would you like to?
Here.
Okay, everyone's here except for Patricia. We know she'll be right back.
Okay. So agenda item 17 is a public hearing regarding petition for the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education, consideration of Eagle Collegiate Academy, which was denied by the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District and Los Angeles County Board of Education. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to establish Eagle Collegiate Academy, TKK through grade 3 charter school. This item will be presented by Stephanie Farland of CDE. Stephanie, please begin.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want to clarify one thing based on the overview I gave before the last item in terms of the SBE role. I just want to clarify that the law does say that petitions shall be approved unless one of the findings that I had listed in that slide are made. And so I want to be clear about that. piece of ed code. So today we're going to talk about Eagle Collegiate Academy. They are seeking authorization from the State Board of Ed to establish a TK through grade 8 charter school within the boundaries of the Acton-Agua Dulce Unified School District. The petitioners previously sought authorization. Oh, got to remember to move this forward. Previously sought authorization through Acton-Agua Dulce and the LA County Board of Education. They were denied by the district on November 14th, 2019, and denied by the LA County Board of Education on January 21st, 2020. They appealed to the state board on January 27th, 2020. There may be some board members who see that this sounds familiar to them. Eagle Collegiate was in front of this board last year in May 2019, and obviously they were denied, so they're back now. The California Department of Education recommends that the state board hold a public hearing to deny the request to establish Eagle Collegiate a TK through grade 8 charter school under the oversight of the SBE. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools on June 9th considered the Eagle Collegiate Academy petition, and they moved the CDE recommendation to deny the request to establish Eagle Collegiate petition by a vote of 7-1 with 1 abstention. The basis for recommendation for denial is the petition is not consistent with sound education practice. The petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program, and the petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required 15 charter elements. A little background on this school. Their mission statement is to empower pupils to become self-confident and authentic global citizens prepared for 21st century careers and responsibilities. The enrollment projections are their intention was to open in 2021 with 168 pupils in TK through grade 3 and grow to serve 438 pupils by 24-25. And the program intends to adopt an international baccalaureate IB model. On to our findings. Unsound educational program. The petition provides an insufficient description of the educational program. It does not include a reasonably descriptive plan for the implementation of the IB program or the professional development plan for IB teacher training. Does not sufficiently describe how English learners will receive targeted English language development instruction. Very insufficient description of teaching methodologies and IB pedagogy, and scope, and a lack of scope and sequence in each subject. Inability to implement. You'll see this slide in all of our charter appeals, just to remind everyone that, like you need reminding, that we're in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, and the budget is the proposed June agreement includes $11 billion of apportionment deferrals for 2021. It's something that charters, and especially charters that are looking to establish, will probably be a burden and problematic for them. The inability to implement fiscal analysis. This is a fiscal analysis of the budget plan that was submitted with their petition. If you can see here, the first year they are in the red with no reserves, and then they move up the second 2 years. I think it's important to note that part of their budget is to borrow receivables. They will be borrowing receivables, $515,000 on startup year, $893,000 for the following year, and $1,600,000. I'm horrible with these numbers. $1,006,536 for the following year. So that's a lot of borrowing, and borrowing receivables for a startup school who will also may have to deal with deferrals as well. It also is important to note that the school must meet its enrollment ADA projections in order to be fiscally solvent. There's no wiggle room there. We do believe that they have aggressive enrollment assumptions. And as I just mentioned, their budget plan is completely reliant on their enrollment projections and growth to cover expenditures. Their enrollment growth in the first 5 years 168 in 2021 and 438 in 24-25. The district that they're located in, the Acton Agua Dulce district, serves approximately 1,000 pupils. The district has 1 elementary school, 1 junior high, and 1 high school. The petition states that ECA will be an IB candidate school by its opening. Again, opening times have been affected by COVID-19. So that's something that the board can discuss. We have concerns regarding the ability of the school to recruit staff, create a high-quality instructional program, initiate the administrative processes and facilities needed for all grade levels, and meet the requirements for the IB program. Additional concerns surrounding the level of professional development for IB teachers is also one that CDE staff has found troubling. In terms of their facility plan, we do have concerns about the facility that they plan to lease within the boundaries of the Acton Agua Dulce district, and also the modular buildings that they are proposing to acquire and put on the land. We felt in the original budget, we saw that they did not have the budgeted amount for the proper budgeted amount for the types of modulars that they would be using. And we felt that they were not, had not budgeted for the amount of work the facility actually needs. The petition also has insufficient descriptions of the charter elements. Charter elements 1, 2, 4, and 5. Educational program. I had spoken about that a little bit ago, but to also, in addition to that, the petition does not include a comprehensive description of the IB primary years program and middle years program, which is primarily what they would be implementing. As you know, the full IB program is a high school, so they would be implementing these 2 earlier programs. Does not include a comprehensive description of the professional development needed for IB teachers, and it does not sufficiently describe how ELs will receive their instruction. The petition does not outline measurable pupil outcomes that address increases in pupil academic achievement, both school-wide and for all groups of pupils. We find this is common and really, in my estimation, a big gap in knowledge when it comes to measurable pupil outcomes, because this is how authorizers oversee and measure growth in schools. The governance structure, the petition states that ECA board members cannot simultaneously be members of the compensation committee and employees of the school. But of course, this conflicts with their bylaws, which states that no director serving at any time may be current employees of the corporation. So there's some language in their bylaws and in their petition that conflict, which we had concerns with. ECA School Site Council is in violation of Ed Code Section 65000. The number of parents, pupils, and community members does not equal the number of school members selected. Employee qualifications. The petition does not identify key positions, nor does it specify the additional qualifications of individuals in those positions. Given the IB program described in the petition, if teachers teach only one discipline, ECA would possibly need 32 single subject credential teachers. This is just some of the issues that we had in terms of confusing language and not quite sure whether they understood how the credentialing works for schools and what they would actually need to implement the very aggressive academic program that they outlined. The petition does not outline measurable pupil outcomes that increases in pupil academic achievement both school-wide and for all groups of pupils, and that is pertaining to the 8 state priorities. So in conclusion, the CDE recommends that the state board deny the petition to establish Eagle Collegiate. The petition does not provide a sound educational program. The petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program, and the petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required elements. And there is the public comment page.
Okay. At this point, we will hear from the petitioner. The petitioners will have 12 minutes. Then we'll hear from the district and county that are opposing the petition, who will also have a total of 12 minutes. And after there are presentations from both sides, we will have an opportunity for public comment from any individual who has not already presented for 1 minute each.
Linda, you need to officially open the public hearing.
I'm sorry, yes. I officially open the public hearing at 4:05 p.m. And we'll open the phone line for public comment queue. Can we hear from the petitioner? Is the petitioner?
Yes.
Ready? Okay.
Absolutely.
Please begin.
Linda, you need to officially open the public hearing.
I'm sorry, yes. I officially opened the public hearing at 4:05.
She did. She's opened it.
I did do that. And we'll open the phone line for public comment queue.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board President.
Hear from the petitioner.
Good
I'm sorry, somebody probably has their live feed on, which means we're hearing what I said a minute ago now. So if you have the live feed on, please turn your computer volume down.
Yes.
Ready? Okay.
Absolutely.
Linda, you need to officially open the public hearing.
Can you see this? Can you guys see the screen?
She did. She's opened it.
We're in some kind of a strange Groundhog Day loop. Okay, I think the petitioner, you should be prepared to begin. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Board President Dr. Darlene Hammond and Honorable State Board members. I am happy to see that all of you are safe, healthy, and still smiling after a long day. My name is Ogokoye Johnson, founder and lead petitioner of Eagle Collegiate Academy. On behalf of all our families anxiously waiting for our decision, your decision this afternoon, thank you and the CDE staff for taking the time to review our petition. Our board president, advocate, architect, fiscal consultant, and charter school law consultants are here with me to answer your questions. I would like to emphatically state that our families and team would be happy to accept a fall 2021 charter term start as a condition for approval, recognizing the unknown impact of COVID-19 as early as in March 2020. We sent a letter to CDE and SBE staff affirming that we would agree to a delayed start to give you as much comfort as possible about our readiness for a successful launch. It will also make up for the 4 months of delay caused by the district and by CDE's removal of ECA from ACCS April agenda and refusal of our request to be placed on SBE's May agenda. Throughout the 4 years since a group of local parents, educators, and professionals embarked on this journey to provide access to quality education for our children and our community, ECA team has listened, compromised, sacrificed, persevered, and addressed the concerns from potential authorizers, even when upon resubmission, new concerns are raised and areas that were previously found comprehensive are reversed. You recommended in May 2019 that we open with less number of grade levels and students that will fit within the building the first year. We listened intently to your remarks. Board member Ms. Rocker, you stated that our program is innovative and that you would have liked to have been able to attend such a school. Board members Dr. Sun and Mr. Nabo stated that there is an apparent need and a demand for ECA based on apparent interest, which Board Vice President Dr. Strauss saw when she visited our community. Board President Dr. Darlene Hammond, you affirmed that IB is a solid educational program. Board member Ms. Fatila Brownson was pleased to see that we included pre-K students in our program. There was no question that ECA program is consistent with sound practice. Your words gave us hope and energized us to start over again. So we met with the district, county, and CDE charter school staff. County staff recommended having an IB trained leader. Although not required by IB, I paid for and completed the IB school leader training. To give you comfort about our seriousness and readiness to open, we started the site plan ministerial review process by hiring architects, engineers, and arborists who spent extensive hours over several days canvassing the interior and exterior of the property to develop the site plan which Los Angeles County Department of Regional Planning used to deem the site feasible, having met all zoning requirements. The county staff engineer stated that they visited the site in January on the morning of our scheduled board vote. The district staff stated during the ACCS meeting that staff called Public Works seeking current permits for the site. However, it would not be fiscally prudent for us to request permits to make changes to the property without an approval of our petition. These tables show numerous inconsistencies in CDE reports. The most recent is from June to July. CDE has had ECA petitions since January 2020 and found ECA's petition to be consistent with sound educational practice in its April and June reports. It is unclear what changed in the 2 weeks after the ACCS meeting because CDE did not cite new reasons to reverse this finding in its July report. We have documented evidence found throughout the petition that ECA is a sound education program that meets the needs of all our student groups, specifically on these petition pages. We have a letter of support from Charter Schools Development Center who works with charter schools to make sure that they are on board with what they're doing. ECA has also been accepted into the El Dorado Charter CELPR after a very rigorous application process. CDE found that ECA has aggressive enrollment, but that's not the case. The chart on the left shows that in 2019, we had 355 versus 168 students in 2020, a 53% reduction, which is pretty much doing what you asked us to do in May 2019. The chart on the left showed that, and we had pre-K through 8 and not pre-K through 3, which is what we have now, 5 grade levels less. The table on the right shows the population of the 11 school districts in our surrounding communities and the distance from their respective district offices to ECA's proposed site. 5 are in Santa Clarita Valley and 5 are in Antelope Valley. 1 is in Castaic. The nearest school district in Santa Clarita, about 8 miles and 15 minutes away to the site. And the nearest school is about 5 miles and 6 minutes away in Santa Clarita. The furthest school district is 35 miles and 41 minutes away in Antelope Valley. These communities are within short to very reasonable driving distances from each other. There are over 114,000 seat-based students across these school districts. ECA's 168 students also include private school and homeschool students. San Fernando Valley Schools, about 14 miles away, where 16% of our interested families reside, are not included in this total 114,000 population. The chart on the left shows the communities where ECA families reside. 56% reside in Santa Clarita Valley, 22% in Antelope Valley, 16% in San Fernando Valley, 4% in Castaic, and 1.5% in Acton Agua Dulce. The chart on the right shows that we have 396 students interested in ECA with a breakdown of the number of applicants per grade level. It's important to note that Albert Einstein, which is a former Acton Agua Dulce school district charter, opened with 650K through 6 students with over 1,200 during lottery in September 2013. And only 10 students were from Acton Agua Dulce. CDE stated that our site is remote and not safe. However, that's not the case as well. The left top and lower quarters show that the site is within a residential neighborhood with Sierra Highway running through it. The right top quarter are close-up photos that show both right and turn views from the entry to the site. One can clearly see far ahead on the road each way. The lower right quarter is a contextual analysis of the entry plan showing the lanes to turn into the site and student drop-off. There is adequate space to accommodate the proposed modular classrooms that will be added incrementally over the years. The photo on the top left shows the exterior of the building with its beautiful bricks, while the photo on the top right shows the sanctuary of the church. The 2 lower photos are homes directly across from the site. The property owner submitted a letter to SBE that is seen here, taken into taking responsibility for any repairs needed to ensure that the site is leasable. Therefore, ECA is not going to be incurring any funds to do that. The site is central to families coming from all surrounding communities, especially those who commute to work via Sierra Highway. On June 19, 2020, at CDE's request, we submitted a balanced revised budget using the May revised LCFF calculator that CDE stated it will include in its presentation to SBE. As a result, we believe that the figures presented by CDE do not accurately describe our fiscal status and is now defunct because the new state budget has changed that whole scenario. Our current budget on the right meets net asset requirements over the 3 years. We maintain the cuts in the reductions from the May revise in order to be ready for any unanticipated COVID-19 impact. Some of the cuts we made were the CEO salary, classified FTE, and other overhead costs, and we submitted this to the CDE. To ensure ECA has cash flow as a result of the deferrals, we increased receivables, AR sales, and interest expense. We have applied for and met the eligibility for the public charter school grant several times, and we will apply again. We also have had conversations with these other foundations who provide funding to charter schools. We use CDE's COVID-19 operations written report template to plan for opening, and we will follow all the guidelines required for opening. We are considering phased opening. Why do we need ECA? Our community needs ECA because it will help to eliminate the huge gaps between educationally disadvantaged and not educationally disadvantaged students in ELA and math. 61 to 91% of EDS are not meeting ELA and math standards in our communities. It will lower chronic absenteeism, especially for SED students, as can be seen in these two charts. And it will be the first and only pre-K Ivy Wall school in the Valley, provide rigorous access to college prep classes for underrepresented groups. Here is research supporting our model. And these are the support that we have from the city, the state, and national leaders. Honorable Congressman Mike Garcia, Honorable Senator Scott Wilt, Vice Chair of California Senate Education Committee, Mayor Pro Tem Bill Miranda, City of Santa Clarita, Mr. Reyes, owner of a Reyes winery that is right there in Agua Dulce. And here are the IB support that we have and other community organizations. The most important people why we're here are the people you will see in this 1-minute clip.
Honorable commissioners and board members, I am here for the Korean families in Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and San Fernando Valley, who have been waiting for Eagle Collegiate Academy to open. It is an excellent educational program, and the location is perfect and ideal for our families. Please approve Eagle Collegiate Academy for our families. Thank you.
We are the Amacus, and we support the ECA.
We are the Madiski, and we support Eagle Collegiate Academy. We are the Michaels, and we support ECA.
Let's start this unique opportunity for all children.
Hi, my name is Edwin Recinos. I am the pastor of City on a Hill Church. I am here with Dr. Ogo, and this is our congregation who are asking you to please approve Eagle Collegiate Academy. And the people say,
Time.
Our charter meets legal requirements. Although we worked very hard to open by September 30, 2020, because we have students, staff, funds, families, and others. Due to the continued unknown impact of COVID-19, and to give you comfort about our successful launch, we once more implore you to approve Eagle Collegiate Academy's charter petition.
Petitioner, that's your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think we are ready to hear from the district and the county. Do we have district and county representatives here?
Yes, this is Nishay Pattison. I am the Director of Charter Services for the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District. I'm here in support of the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District and LACO's staff findings to deny the petition to establish a charter by Eagle Collegiate Academy within the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District boundaries. I will be presenting with Jeffrey Hartman, who is the Coordinator 3 of the Charter Schools Office. Our number one priority in Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District is ensuring that our students are provided with a safe and quality education. We are in a rural area, and whether it be through our district services that we provide in our seat-based schools, which are a elementary, middle, and high school, or through the authorization services we provide through our charter partners, which we currently authorize 12 charter schools, all of which we work collaboratively with. We hold their operating procedures to the highest standards, and the same matrix that we use to evaluate current charters and renewals is the same matrix that we use to evaluate new charter applications. The petitioners for Eagle Collegiate Academy have submitted on at least 3 separate occasions that, when independently reviewed by charter staff, demonstrated that they were demonstrably unlikely to be able to implement the plans that are outlined in their petition. So essentially, the enrollment numbers that Eagle Collegiate has proposed, although they've decreased in overall totals for the year 1 of operation than when they had previously submitted, it's still inconsistent with the grade level numbers that continue to trend in our district. Both district and both county boards determined that the petitioners were unlikely to successfully implement educational programs. The petition does not contain required signatures. The petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required elements. Their unrealistic enrollment plan is that the school intends to open in August. We are talking about the current year, not a delayed opening, with 168 pre-K through 3rd grade students. Currently, we do have a seat-based school, which is I Lead Agua Dulce. And in November in 2019, I Lead had a total of 124 students in TK through 3. And as of right now, they have 137. I Lead is an established charter that actually has a school in the Santa Clarita Valley area. And they've been established in this area for over 3 years with a growth of only 13 students. And as these numbers were likely to result in a need for distance learning due to COVID-19, Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District in November of 2019, our preschool through 3rd grade program had 265 students, and as of today has 273. We have not seen an increase in student enrollment that would be significant enough that would imply that the enrollment projections that Eagle Collegiate is proposing is reasonable. Those numbers are excessive, and although they have decreased the grade levels, they have not decreased the number of students in the grade levels that they propose to serve. I will now turn this over to Mr. Hartman.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jeff Hartman, and I work for the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Although LA County Board of Education adopted the same 3 findings stated previously by the local district, I will elaborate only on the issue that was found to be most concerning. The facility on which Eagle Collegiate Academy proposes to locate is not currently fit for use as a school, especially for children ages 3 to 8 years old, which would occupy the site during year 1. This is the same site ECA proposed to use at the appeal before this board last year on May 9th, 2019. The site is located on a 55-mile-an-hour stretch of Sierra Highway, a major commuting alternative to the State Route 14 known as the Antelope Valley Freeway. As you can see on the slide, there are no signal lights, speed bumps, turning lanes, crosswalks that would accommodate the up to 168 families attempting to safely drop off and pick up their children twice each day. In addition, there is not fencing surrounding the entire site to keep these young children from accessing the adjacent highway, an on-site drainage culvert, or the vast undeveloped expanse of hilly countryside that borders the site to the south. We sent 2 representatives to the site on 2 occasions, and a report from our engineer stated that there was visible damage to both the foundation and roof of the main building, as well as evidence of copper wiring theft at this unoccupied facility. It was determined that not only does the provided engineering quote of $100,000 greatly underestimate the costs that would be needed to make the site school ready, but that neither the petitioner nor the engineer have budgeted for the necessary permits and studies that would be needed prior to construction, making the proposed 3-month timeline also unreasonable. Even with the additional time, the costs and studies needed to be completed prior to the project are not sufficiently addressed in a submitted budget. All of this is prior to the consideration of COVID-19. The petitioner plans to divide the sanctuary of this former church into classrooms using partitions. Much more expensive interior renovations would be needed to be done to make the building safe for the number of students they plan to serve. These concerns regarding the choice of facilities contribute to the finding by both the AAD-USD Board of Education and the LA County Board of Education that the petitioners would be unlikely to successfully implement their educational program. Next slide, Shay, please. One mic. In conclusion, the Los Angeles County Board of Education recommends denial of this petition based on the 3 findings adopted by both the local district and county boards: that the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the proposed educational program, that the petition does not contain the required number of signatures, and that the petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all required elements. Thank you for your time. Representatives from both the district and county are available for questions.
At this point, we'll open up the phone line for public comment and allow people to get into the public comment queue. I guess we want to post that slide again in case people need to see it. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item, there we go, may do so by calling 712-432-0075, entering the access code 651-905#, wait for the operator prompt to press *6, and then another prompt to press 1 to enter the queue. Do we have anyone lined up for public comment yet?
We have several callers that are in the queue.
All right, we encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record, and remember to turn down the volume on your computers if you're following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each, and I want to ask the translator to provide these instructions in Spanish for callers who need translation of their input. All right.
Is there, Linda, we were hoping the translator would jump in here and say it in Spanish.
Yeah.
Is the translator listening?
Available?
No. Okay. We're going to keep going, Linda. Sorry. Keep going.
Okay. The Spanish instructions are there to be read. So let's begin our public comment.
First caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your consideration. Can we please have 2 minutes, since it's myself, Don Hakeem, and my son, Zane Hakeem, would also like to speak?
Yes, we'll allow that.
Thank you. My name is Don, and I am a parent with considerable charter school background and experience. And we have been involved with the Eagle Collegiate Academy for the past 2 years. I believe passionately that they absolutely will do a fantastic job with your IB program. They have been in front of you. This is their second time. They've been to Aqua Dulce a few times, and with every suggestion that has been made, every feedback, they have soaked it up and made those changes. This is a team that is showing great flexibility, and they're willing to work with whoever authorizes them. They are backed by a group of strong parents who want to help, who want to volunteer, who will be doing work at the facility, who will be giving their services. I myself am a skilled human resources professional, and I will be helping. I was on the board for a charter school, so I have considerable charter school experience. I think that we're comparing apples to oranges when we say that Aqua Dulce has low enrollment, that ILEAD has low enrollment, because ILEAD has schools operating very close to the
That's your time for your first speaker. Can you please start with your second speaker? Thank you.
Hi, so I do better. I'm Zain Hakim, and I'm 12 years old, and I do better in a smaller learning environment because the teachers can help me focus on things that I didn't that I couldn't understand in class. And it's a lot easier for me to work in a charter school type environment, and there's a lot of children and learners like me. I'm currently in a private school, and it is smaller, and it has helped me a lot with individual attention. And this year my grades were significantly better than last year's, and I've improved on my organization and other skills that I needed to do better. And Dr. Johnson has helped me immensely. She's been a great influence in my life. Thank you for your consideration.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Dr. Oscar Scott. I am calling in support of approval of Eagle Collegiate Academy. I have known Dr. Ogo Johnson for nearly 30 years, and I would like to speak to her character. So much in regards to making decisions are made in regards to statistics, but you have to have character and determination and drive. And Dr. Johnson is well respected in the educational community. I have never known her to take on a project where she has never been successful with. So I really urge with the bottom of my heart that you would not rely so much on cold statistics, but you would rely on the burning desire of Dr. Johnson. And I respectfully request to give this consideration and approve her. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
State board members, this is Sheila Whitley, and I represent the California Teachers Association. CTA recommends that the State Board of Education vote to deny the petition of establishment for Eagle Collegiate Academy as recommended by the California Department of Education. ECA is demonstrably unlikely to implement the program set forth in the petition due to an unrealistic financial and operational plan, including aggressive enrollment assumptions, and their petition is not consistent with sound educational practice. The ECA petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all of the required elements, including elements 1, 2, 4, and 5. The State Board should deny the Eagle Collegiate petition and ask the Eagle Collegiate Academy to stop their continued attempts that are wasting taxpayer funds and burdening the staffs of the district, county, and CDE. Thank you.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Andrea Douglas. I'm an associate at Eagle Collegiate Academy.
very nervous. I just want to say that LAUSD currently has over 229 charter schools, and Santa Clarita does not have any. I think that your approval will give us this additional educational opportunity to meet the diverse educational needs and priorities of all students and families in the Santa Clarita area. Thank you so much for your time.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This is Catlin O'Halloran with the Charter Schools Development Center. CSDC has worked with ECA for several years. The lead petitioner, Ogo Johnson, contacted CSDC the first time she brought her petition to Acton Olga Dulce. And CSDC has continued to work with her as she moved her charter through the appeals process. Ms. Johnson and her team have been responsive and reflective and have made the changes suggested to them by the CDE analysis and by ACCS. We've seen her enrollment data, facilities plans, and her balanced budget and remain confident that even in these challenging times, ECA is a school that will attract a diverse student body and will offer a strong educational program. As such, we urge you to grant ECA's charter. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
My name is Paulina Johnson, and as a member of the public, I'm expressing my support for the approval of Eagle Collegiate Academy. I believe the students who will be served by this school deserve the opportunity to attend it. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Chad Jackson, and as a member of the public representing public interest, I support ECA and I wish to see it recommended for approval, as I believe that this charter will have a positive impact and create effective relationships with the people and the businesses of the Santa Clarita Agua Dulce communities that it will occupy. And as a member of that community, I would love to see this charter be approved to serve its community well. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Tyler Goldstein. As a member of the public, I would like to express my support for Eco Collegiate Academy. In these increasingly uncertain times, parents and children benefit from an increase in the choices they have in pursuing and achieving a quality education, and I believe that Eagle Collegiate Academy will add an incredible value to the options that are currently available. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabella Jones, and I am a member of the public interest in support of the approval of Eagle Collegiate Academy. Many families in our city and surrounding areas have their kids homeschooled, some have hired private teachers, some drive all the way to San Fernando Valley in search of choice schools. Some have opted for some blend of these different methods for years. I've had friends wake up very early in the morning to travel to a school for a better education. The application by ECA will bring these students on board due to strong commitment by ECA for robust parent involvement. While LAUSD has over total 229 charter schools, Santa Clarita does not have a charter school. Please approve this great educational alternative and choice, especially for our Black and Brown children and families, to meet the diverse educational needs and priorities for all students and families. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello. My name is Kristen James, and I am a supporter of Eagle Collegiate Academy. This is a sound program and good for our community. Please listen to us and approve Eagle Collegiate Academy. We know what our children need. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Debbie Rodriguez, supporter of school choice in the Santa Clarita Valley. I have had the honor of being the founding office manager for both charter schools in our valley. That would be SCVI and Albert Einstein Academy. Two very different programs, but needed in our community. When Albert Einstein surrendered their charter, it was a huge loss for our community. Students were forced back into their home schools, or some families chose to homeschool or put them in private school because there was no other choice. Eagle Collegiate provides that other choice and is desperately needed for our families. And being the office manager at AEA, we had families where one child attended our school, the other child attended their home school, or even the other child attended SCVI. Different programs for different learners. And how lucky were those?
Time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, board members, and a warm welcome to our new board members. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core, here today in strong support of Eagle Collegiate Academy and urging your yes vote for approval. Eagle Collegiate represents a remarkable story of perseverance and commitment. These are the kinds of petitioners the legislature imagined back in 1992 when it passed the Charter Schools Act. Parents and educators coming together to provide choice and unique opportunities for a very localized student population. They're not backed by large organizations. This is truly a grassroots group. And the charter petition meets legal requirements. As you've heard, the CDE has 3 times determined the educational program to be sound. We cannot fathom why that assessment changed just in the 2 weeks since ACCS. ECA has a facility and it's ready to break ground on improvements. ECA can manage through apportionment deferrals. And for each charter element the CDE deemed not to be reasonably comprehensive, a condition was offered to mitigate that designation. ECA agrees to these conditions. Eagle Collegiate has passed all of the tests. It's jumped through all of the
Time.
It's met the legal requirements. We ask the State Board to follow the mandate and approve this charter petition.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, State Board members. I'm Elizabeth Chislett, and I'll be teaching art as one of the highly qualified teachers at Eagle Collegiate Academy. Our school will accommodate a diverse population of students. We will have staff and resources necessary to provide appropriate special education for children with additional needs. ECA will also offer the International Baccalaureate program that trains teachers and gives them ongoing support. Students benefit from the IB program by gaining a deeper understanding of subject matter and learning the important skills they will need for a successful future in the 21st century. For these reasons, I'd like to ask for your approval of Eagle Collegiate Academy so that we can offer our community students and their parents this unique and valuable educational opportunity. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
My name is Jones Okeke. I support Eagle Collegiate Academy. I'm a teacher with Eagle Collegiate Academy, and I have a Level 2 Specialist Education Instruction credential. Eagle Collegiate Academy will have a unique group of skilled and dedicated faculty members who are patient, knowledgeable, caring, and have drive for self-improvement. At ECA, the faculty will place greater emphasis on refined skills and digital teaching tools. Please grant approval for ECA today. ECA staff are determined to integrate electronic learning, remote teaching, and virtual education as components of its overall educational model. Teachers will be set to use online classrooms and interactive platforms to deliver lessons and assignments. The goal of this year will be to adequately prepare our students for tomorrow's jobs and to be well-rounded globally.
Time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernest Carr, speaking on behalf of Eagle Collegiate Academy. I'm a retired educator, teacher, and school administrator. I am one of the pool of retired educators who is volunteering to support the operations of the Academy with my skills and time. I believe the Academy will provide access, rigorous college preparation for students, especially underrepresented and socially economically disadvantaged children who need this access the most. Every child deserves a quality education, no matter the socioeconomic status of their parents or guardians. Black and brown children especially must be given the opportunity for the access into a rigorous college preparatory program, an education environment that is positive as well as emotional, psychologically nurturing. The Academy will provide this access through its International Baccalaureate program that will start in primary schools. Please allow the families of Santa Clarita, Agua Dulce, and Allen Valley area. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
I don't know if that was somebody trying to speak, but we couldn't hear them.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have my time begun yet?
We will start your time right now. Thank you.
Start now.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Derek Hill. I'm sorry. I'm one of the founding staff members of ECA, and we've been struggling to go ahead and get this approval, and I believe we're going to go ahead and continue to work at getting better at getting this approval. I just recommend that if the state could just work with us and approve us, because we're going to keep going, and with Dr. Johnson's guidance, she's going to be diligent to get this approval. Everything that we've been asked to do to make it happen and work, we've been doing it. We've been following all the necessary steps, and we're just excited to get started. Most of the staff have kids. Our kids are going to be ready to go ahead and go to school there. I have 2 school-age kids, and we're excited. And I know on Facebook, we've been petitioning and getting kids and families involved to come to our school, and we're ready to go. So just if you can approve of us and look out for us, we will definitely make this school happen, and we will populate this school. All right? Thank you for your time, and thank you for, listening to us. We will not go away. So just understand that. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Please state your name and affiliation and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is DJ Okoye. I'm a parent of 2. I'm in support of Equitable College Academy. My kids can't wait for the school to open for them to be attended to the school. I'm waiting for you guys to approve Equitable College Academy. Okay, thank you so much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Nkechi Amako. I'm a mother of 2, and I'm highly in support of ECA. I've worked closely with Dr. Ogo Johnson, who is the CEO and founder of ECA, and I tell you, she's not going to fail. She's a very hardworking professional teacher, and she has been in academic for a long time. And I tell you, Rome is not built in a day. We are not to be limited by looking at the structure, which I know Ogo Johnson will do her best to have a quality approved structural. Everything she needed to do, she will do and fix it up. She has done that for this past while that you've complained about this and that. She has worked so hard tirelessly to put up structures in place. And I believe the board won't be disappointed in future, because she's even coming from a pure African background. She started in Nigeria and came over here and worked to, the peak of her career. And I tell you, she's a single mother of 4 and raised 4 kids that successfully finished college and are very responsible. And she will do to her utmost best to make sure every child, no matter the color, black or brown or yellow, gets the best in life. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Ken Higginbotham, Eagle Collegiate Academy. And as president of the board of directors, I am proud to extend my many years of executive leadership and operational experience to the mission and success of ECA. Being the proud grandparent of 2 grandchildren that attend charter schools, one just graduated, class of 2020, honor student, the high quality of learning, individual growth, academic achievement, and enrichment make ECA the pinnacle of a top-tier educational institution, greatly benefiting the children and their families. The foundation for success is evident and strong. Approval of this petition is paramount in providing educational options in this cultural and ethnic diversified community where Black and brown children's education strongly matters. In conclusion, there is no other public school option in Santa Clarita. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Okay, that caller hung up. We do have additional callers now that are in the participant queue, so I will ask them if they would like to make a comment. Hello, did you wish to make a comment for item 17?
Good afternoon, board members. This is Brian Kite, Managing Principal of SRK Architects. I'm the architect that has been retained to assist Eagle Collegiate Academy. We have investigated the site. We believe the site is completely feasible for use as a school. The issues that have been raised relative to the county were done very early.
Oh dear, we just lost you.
Am I back now?
Yes.
I believe
Thank you.
we're still going through our public comments at this time.
I'm sorry.
Are you calling as a public commenter?
I must have misunderstood that this was that I saw a notification of 17, so I just spoke, but I can speak.
We're still doing public comments, so Shauna, go ahead and continue with public comment.
And we'll come back to you for questions.
Caller, did you wish to provide public comment for item 17?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
My name is Ayodeji Ido. I am a resident of Santa Clarita Valley, a parent and supporter of Eagle Collegiate Academy. I'm also a friend of a parent of 2 children who can hardly wait to send their children to ECA as soon as it opens its door. I attended a presentation about the school, and I love the International Baccalaureate program. I also like the fact that the children will be at the school from pre-K to 8th grade with the teachers and staff that already know them and watch them grow. I am one of the family that started petition about the school, and I was determined to keep fighting until we get the school approved. Please listen to us as parents and educators, because we know that what our children need. Children also learn in different ways, and we need to realize one size does not fit all. So please hear our voice and approve Eagle Collegiate Academy for our. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Did you wish to make a comment, a public comment on item 17? Caller, did you wish to make a comment on item 17?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin speaking and we'll start your time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Eliana Howe. I hold a teaching credential, and I have known Dr. Olga Johnson for over 10 years, and I know that she's doing everything possible to have the school provide all the necessary things for this community, such as great education, emotional support for the students, and a safe and an amazing place to learn. So I'm just calling to give my support, and I pray and hope that you also support the school. Thank you.
Caller, did you wish to make a public comment for item 17?
Hello?
Hello, caller. Would you like to make a public comment for item 17? At this time, we have no additional callers in the participant queue.
Okay, I guess we lost that last one. Thank you very much to everyone who presented and took the time to make public comment. At this point, I want to ask, I'm going to close the public hearing at 4:57 p.m. and commence with board discussion and action. I want to ask Ting Sun as our state board liaison if she has initial comments, then we'll move into discussion.
I had to unmute myself. Well, first of all, I really appreciate the petitioners for their persistence and perseverance and enthusiasm in their presentations. And I have seen the petitioners and their efforts to address concerns that the state board had expressed in their petition a year ago. I'm also extremely impressed by the overwhelming support of the community members who had called in for this school, and clearly this is an area that needs school choice. So I'll just leave it for that as an intro for now, and then have my fellow board members ask any questions that they have.
Okay. I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair and say a couple of things and ask a few questions, and then we'll get the ball rolling with others. I also remember when Eagle Collegiate came to the board just a year ago, and there was enthusiasm from members of the community then, and there's clearly still enthusiasm from members of the community now. I am not concerned about the enrollment projections because I think there was a pretty persuasive case made that this really serves multiple districts. It is a community that has an alarming number of non-classroom based charters and homeschooled students. So there is sort of a felt need from many places for this kind of a school. I'm not concerned about the quality of the IB program because I know that program well, and it's a very high quality program with embedded assessments. And I know IB has pledged to work with this school. And I see the determination that the school has. I would like to ask about several issues, however, that have been raised, and we need to hear more about them. So I'd like to ask the petitioner to be available, and also the architect who was calling in a few minutes ago. One of my questions has to do with the facility and the plans to make it safe and adequate for students. Second question I have has to do with the training for staff around the International Baccalaureate program. and then I'll have some other questions about timing. So is the architect with us?
I am.
Can you continue the thoughts you were going to share with us?
Sure. Thank you so much. So we were retained about 3 months ago in order to begin work on the ministerial site plan review for the county. And so I do believe that there was an overlap of information. We did our due diligence about 3 months ago, as I said. We believe that the site is accessible from the perspective that the buildings themselves are set back. They were originally buildings designed originally for high occupancy. And so a school is a very reasonable and normal, from our practice experience, change of use from the existing use to the proposed use as a school. We've done layouts, both the site plan layouts as well as traffic studies. We retained a civil traffic engineer to assist in striping that would be required to allow for adequate access to the site. We've just completed a queuing study for the property to determine, based upon the 1 hour, 8 o'clock worst case scenario of 168 parents arriving by automobile and queuing up, and there is plenty of space. The site itself has 2 acres of essentially flat land, and because of the layout, we believe, and we've done studies to determine that not only is it adequate for the initial pre-K through 3, there is flat space available for additional modulars for the future. So we believe that the site has all the components that a good school should have, and we wholeheartedly support it, and we put our name behind the fact that we believe we can adequately get permits for the process for the school as the time would allow.
And I assume that in the course of your analysis, you've evaluated the ability to have adequate fencing and so on between the site and the
yes, because yes, thank you, board member. Since the site is not currently occupied, a temporary fence has been put up, but there is along Sierra Highway, there's about 300 or so feet that would have new fencing placed. The owner of the property, separate from the school itself, has also stepped up to the plate with commitments to do all of the what we call shell and core work, separate from the tenant improvement work, to convert the interior. So we believe that a budget for both will be required, and the landowner, with your approval of school there in the site, will initiate a significant amount of improvement to the property that would be normal. It was referenced about the theft of the copper wiring. In our experience, in any site that is not in use, the copper wiring will be stripped out, and that is very normal. They've already committed to replacing that, so that puts back there's plenty of power to the site, more than 400 amps to the site. So we feel that the basic infrastructure is there, but it does need to be completed in order to make it permissible. We do lots of school work, and we think that this is a perfectly great structure and site for this use.
Can I ask you how long you think it would take to do that work?
Sure. Permits are not the easiest thing. We'd love to have 6 months to do that, but it's the permit cost or time that is required more. So I think that the notion of doing it in a month is probably difficult, but that's in part because of the elapsed time that's gone by, since earlier this year.
Yeah. I have another question for the plaintiff. I mean, not the plaintiff. It does feel a little like a court of law, doesn't it? For the petitioner. And let's see if I can find you on our Zoom screen here. So I wonder if you can talk to the question of training. I'm not sure that credentialing is a problem because you're planning to be TK through grade 8, and there's most of those grades hold a common credential. But IB is, a fairly serious change from much of the curriculum experience that many people have had. So can you talk to us about what the plans are for training staff for the IB curriculum?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Madam President. Yes, we plan to train our teachers, and it's a requirement by IB anyway, before the school starts. One of the things that we plan to do, or we had hoped to be able to do, was to have a 2-day in-person training whereby IB will send their specialists to the school and train the teachers. And that's the required training that 2.5 days that teachers are supposed to have. So they're going to do a training on how to create the lesson plans, how to access the resources that IB has already for them, and then how to be able to receive help as they go along the way. So the IB requires about 2.5 days to get the clock hours needed for teachers to get started. There are 3 categories of IB training. The very first one, which is a category 1, is for those who have never been in an IB at all. And that's understandable because IB is not, here and there where there are teachers who have done it before. So IB recognizes that. And as a result, they plan to train you and they don't require that. So category 1 is for teachers who've never been in IB, and they teach you and train you and help you to get your resources, your training materials. By the time that training is over, you would have your lesson plans and resources ready to guide you at least for a long time into the year. And then there's category 2, which you participate in after you've already taught for a little bit. And then there's category 3 for those who are flying, that will do that along the way. So we are working with specialists that have been working with us for almost 4 years. And they are willing and ready to come to the school and train. But because of COVID, there is also online training that teachers can participate in. And you go through and receive the same quality materials and instruction during that online training for teachers to have in order to prepare them. And that's one of the things that excite parents about this program. The fact that they know that IB requires training and that they're not just going to have teachers who are not trained to teach IB.
Right. So and they provide curriculum materials, I know, but 2 days of training is very modest. So what is the plan beyond the 2 days?
Absolutely. And we have that in the petition as well. So one of the things that we built into our schedule is a Wednesday training. And so we have a minimum day, a half day on every Wednesday, just devoted to training. Professional development is one of the things that we take to heart because we know that we can't hold teachers accountable if we're not giving them the tools and the skills they need. So every Wednesday, teachers have the 2 hours every week to just focus on PD and also collaborating with each other. So it's an ongoing weekly training throughout the year.
And does IB also provide coaching along the way? And is there a plan for tier 2 and 3 training?
Yes, IB does provide coaching, and they will come and visit the school. And that's one of the things they have to do. Once you apply for candidacy, because I have taken this IB school leader training, we are really able to now become candidates once we're approved. And then they will come because we are assigned an IB specialist that will tell you what training you need to take, when you need to take it sequentially throughout the year. So there is a plan for that coaching and support throughout the year.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my 2 pressing questions. I want to see if other members of the board have comments or questions. Looking for hands. I see Cynthia Glover-Woods.
Thank you. Really just a couple of comments. A very strong program, and again, a lot of kudos for the support in the community for the program. Of course, this is my first board meeting, so I didn't have the pleasure of listening to the petition when it came forward the last time, but it seems evident from my fellow board member comments and from staff that there has been a lot of work done. I do have a concern, as was expressed by President Darling-Hammond, regarding the facility. and the preparation of the facility. And the thought of a August 2020 opening seems like an extremely heavy lift considering we're in the month of July. So just a point of consideration as far as if there might be benefit of moving forward with the school, but doing so in the next year so that there's sufficient time for facilities to be prepared, for adequate training in the IB program and other aspects, and also to clean up some of the other areas that has been brought forward in the board item related to the school site council membership and other pieces of that sort. So just a thought on how we might be able to possibly move forward and do some cleanup.
Yeah, and could I piggyback on that and sort of ask the question, given that you already have some people who are prepared to teach, we heard from some of them who've been part of this conversation, but also that you have facility needs that could take some half a year to manage. What would be the ideal time of starting? Would it be 2021? Would it be January of 2021, September of 2021? Or how do you think about the assets and difficulties that you have in relation to the timeline?
Thank you very much, and we appreciate that opportunity. And that's one of the reasons why my very first statement after introducing myself and thanking you and CDE staff is that we are open and we are willing. And we sent a letter as early as in March 2020, recognizing the impact of COVID-19, not knowing what would happen even before all the budget changes. And the delays that we had, both at the district level as well as at CDE level, while we understand the delays, also impacted our ability to move forward with the plan and with the facility and everything else. So we do implore you that if you so wish, we are willing to move our start to the following school year because we're on a traditional calendar. So it's really best to work that way. And so we're willing to have that done, even though our parents whose children will be aged out again, but they will be so happy. They'll be thrilled. They'll be dancing. You don't even know. They'll be calling you and just saying thank you that you gave their other children an opportunity to participate in this program. I will be dancing too.
Member Navo, I think I saw your hand go up.
Yes, it did. Thank you. Dr. Johnson, I am really impressed with your persistence and your enthusiasm on this issue, and I'm quickly becoming a fan of yours. I think that you're doing some, obviously this is not a trial on your character, much more about the substance of the petition, and I just want you to know that I greatly respect the work that you're doing and how persistent you've been. That being said, I did watch the ACCS. Yes. I did watch last year's board meeting again to get a feel as to where you were. And I remember there were, several issues came up at the ACCS that concerned me. One is the budget and the reality that what CDE shows in the inability to implement the program is also complicated by the reality that we're facing a potential $11 billion in deferrals because of COVID. The other issue is the facilities, and I think it's the conflict between what the county has found in their foundation and also what your ECA architect, the gentleman who spoke, and what he says is viable. There's clarity issues there. And I remember I watched in the last year's, Board Member Ruckers pressed you quite a bit on the facility and the e-permit and does it have a cafeteria? Does it have a library? Does it have a playground? Those things. And I don't necessarily know that those were resolved between now and then. I think those are probably still issues. So my question to you is, with regards to the petition and the staffing and the educational program, tell me a little bit about, I think the two issues are going to be the budget and the facility. So tell me a little bit about the difference that you see in relationship to your budget as opposed to what CDE has presented on slide 12.
Thank you very much, Board Member Navo, for that question. And I will start it, and then I'm going to hand it over to our fiscal consultant, because we submitted in our petition budget that was submitted was very viable and met net assets for the 5 years. However, because of the way that CDE calculated the money, about the $100,000 that was supposed to be used to do the tenant improvement, it made it look like our first year wasn't viable, but it is. And I will let our fiscal consultant, Ms. Lee Taylor, go into more details for you so that she will explain everything. And we also did a May revise and submitted it at the CDE's request on June 19th, which they said that they will present to you. And that May revise was also budgeted, and it met all the net assets starting from year 2. And so, like I said, I'll just let Ms. Taylor tell you a little bit more in details. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Yeah, and if you answer that, I'd like to give CDE an opportunity to respond too. So just
absolutely,
very briefly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Ms. Taylor.
Hello, board members. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you?
Okay. My name is Lee Taylor, and I would like to say thank you for the time and thank you for the question. I've been working in charter finance for over 8 years, and I've worked with several different charter schools as a back office provider who've been authorized by the CDE, and I know your staff, at least via email and our various correspondence. And I have to say, I'm shocked and concerned about the inconsistencies and inaccuracies of the financial information and analyses that you've been presented with over and over again. We have repeatedly attempted to correct their erroneous errors and the skewed presentation of the financial situation. I will tell you that I am also, prior to a dramatic industry change, I spent 20 years in financial accounting coming from a Big 5 CPA. And so I'm very shocked, and it took, so the first thing I want to point out is that there is an error in what you were presented. We never gave them anything that said that year 1 ended in negative $60,000 in net in income. What has happened is that, and this, honestly, I want to acknowledge the financial staff at the CSD, because this is not consistent with what I've learned over my years of working with them. There is a misunderstanding of the difference between governmental and not-for-profit accounting. So they added expenses that do not belong and negatively skewed the numbers. It took multiple requests and multiple months to get a schedule to find out where they came up with all of these negative adjustments. We gave them a response detailing that out of all of the adjustments, that only $15,000 of after the May revise revenue reductions of $165,000 in revenue or in net income adjustments were actually valid, and we incorporated those into the budget. But interestingly, when they were making all of these negative adjustments to the bottom line, they failed to include anything that would show a positive on the side of the school, including the reduction in STIRS costs. So the $15,000 that we said, yeah, you know what, you're right, that is a valid item and we should pick that up. But, oh, it's more than offset by the fact that you didn't include a credit for the reduction in employer STIRS contributions that are also in the May revised budget. After, and I understand everybody in finance and education with COVID has been scrambling to understand, but every time there was a proposal or a suggestion or a conversation at the state senate or legislature or the governor, we were asked to do another revision over, well, what if this happened? And these are very complicated issues. I'd be up at night because there was no other discussion. I'd be up at night reading the actual laws, trying to interpret them as opposed to having other people, because I had to implement them into a forecast of what might happen in 2 weeks. So we've done multiple reforecasts, multiple corrections, and then it turns out that the revenues are fine. Now, so there's that issue. I would like to state that very clearly. As far as deferrals and cash flows are concerned, you are also being given some very significant misleading information that I'd like to explain. When it comes to accounts receivable sales, this is an incredibly complicated financing tool, simply because of the way state funding flows and the way that the borrowing has to be done. It's not like going and getting a mortgage on your home where you borrow $500,000 and you pay it back over a term. This is more like using your credit card every month, and when the bill comes, you pay it off. And then you get to use your credit card up to your available credit, and then the bill comes and you pay it off. So when the CDE, and this is a consistent issue that I have, they tell you that the school will be borrowing $1.4 or $1.5 million. That's not exactly true. They're borrowing the same money over and over and over again. So I have an apportionment that's been deferred 3 months. So I will go to the receivable sales and I'll say, I need the cash now to make payroll, to pay my rent, because I can't send vendors an IOU. That's not an option for not-for-profit entities.
Do you mind if I interrupt? Because I appreciate your your explanation, but I think I don't necessarily know that I'm getting the
gist of it.
Yeah. So let me shift it to CDE.
Narrow me down and I will.
Well, let me shift it to CDE. If CDE can, if Stephanie is, I don't know who's going to answer this question, but I'm just curious about the financials. If CDE can answer that.
This is Stephanie. I'm here. So a couple of things. Number one, yes, we could not predict or what the state legislature was going to do in terms of the budget. So we did ask all the schools on appeal to us to submit a budget based on the May revise, which we now know is not what ended up in the final budget numbers. That's the only time we've asked the school to submit a new budget, which we ended up not using as you know, because the May revise didn't look like the final budget that the governor signed. So that, number one, that's what that is, and it is complicated. And I have, secondly, what was on slide 12 is the CDE's analysis of the budget that the petitioner sends in. So we don't just take their budget and put it on the slide and say this is it. We do our own analysis. We do have a budget analysis person in the charter schools division that is very strong and has done these analyses for several years, and I trust her work on it. And so the budget analysis that we have there is what we analyzed based on the original budget they turned in with their petition in February, I think. So that was their analysis based on the original budget. Any new budgets that they have submitted since the ACCS meeting, which I think they did possibly last week to the state board as a whole, we have not had the opportunity to review that yet. I do think also that I need to add in, because I haven't had a chance to speak, is that all this new information that's coming out in terms of plans that the architect has, for instance, or the details of the IB program, that's all new to us. And so all of that is nothing that was heard at the local level. The district didn't get to hear the plans that the architect had. They didn't get to hear all of the details about the IB program. Neither did the ACCS, quite frankly, because this isn't something that was brought up then. So there is a lot of new information that is coming out today that we have not had the opportunity to analyze or verify or evaluate for quality, including the budget support, since, like I said, we have not had the opportunity to review the newest budget that they turned in. But I do want to just reiterate that we had only asked them for one budget, and that was me revise, and that was taken out of this final state board item because of the new budget that was signed.
I appreciate that, Stephanie. And I watched the ACCS, and some of this information I'm aware of is new. So I appreciate your answer. So, Board President, I'll leave it for other board members to ask questions. I have more about facilities, but I think like to.
This is why we do a de novo hearing, right? Because information changes, new pieces of information come up over this course of time. So one of the things I'm curious about now is how do we get a chance to take a look at or hear succinctly about the most recent budget of the school, because we're dealing with old information and old analyses at this point that are not relevant now. And I don't know if there's a way that the petitioner can succinctly state what that is, or whether there's a way that we can see that. I don't, there's a lot of documents here, so I did not see it in any of the documents, but I might have missed something.
Thank you again, Madam Board President. Our slide number 9 does have our current budget there. That's the only one we placed in. And then Appendix E, also in the packet that we submitted, is our current budget. And I will try to be succinct because I don't have all the information that Lee has. But if I could share my screen for slide number 9, then you'll be able to see, hopefully succinctly, what our current budget looks like, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
And now if you could make it bigger.
Yes, I am going to do that. Okay. PowerPoint, slideshow, play from current site. Is that big enough?
Yeah.
Can you see it? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So when you take a look at this budget here, I know it's on the other side, you would see that fiscal year 1920 is always a negative because it's a start year, and that's where we borrow the money because we don't have the money yet. But when you go to, oh my God, sorry about that. Okay, I'll stop touching this. Okay, so when you go to year 1, fiscal year 1, Ms. Stella tells me that I like to see my percentages, and I do, because it gives me, not having all the finance background, the snippet of what is going on in my budget. And so when you take a look at the ending net assets for fiscal year 21, you would see that we have $122,991,000 as net assets, which is about 7.68%, which is higher than the 5% that CDE requires. And when you go to fiscal year 21-22, and you take a look at everything else, and it goes all the way down to net assets again, you would see that it's 23.59%. Again, showing that we have reserves that we can use in uncertainties. And then when you go to the last year, which is the third year that CDE actually looks at, you will find that we have 33% net assets. And so that's like a short description of that. But how did we get there? So what we did was we used since there is no current LCFF calculator currently right now, so what we did was use the May one to use the current budget that has been approved by the governor to come up with these figures with zero COLA and cuts. And we also maintain to make sure that we take care of any unanticipated COVID-19 impact that will show up. We don't know. We decided to maintain the cuts that we created in the May revised budget. And those cuts were the CEO salary, classified FTE, and overhead cuts, so that we would make sure that none of our programs are impacted buy anything. And if nothing happens, then we may restore those things. And then in terms of cash flow, like we also talked about, for deferrals, we are going to increase receivables, AR sales, and interest expense. And so that's how we were able to create those balanced budget using the current budget and the May LCFF calculator.
So you used a conservative estimate of state funding.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. I want to get this to other board members. Member Pangilinan.
Thank you. I just want to echo some of the concerns of Board Member Navo about the facilities. I would like to learn a little bit more, just because I believe it's one thing to say the facility is fit, but I'm not quite understanding the changes that were made. Just also not being here a year ago, what were the issues before and how are they being addressed now? I don't think that was clearly stated, so I would just appreciate if someone could explain that.
Okay. I'm getting back on the Zoom. At this point in time, I would yield to our architect if he could share the created site plan on his screen so that you can see visually what we're trying to say to you. So, Mr. Kite, are you able to pull up that site plan, please?
Mr. Kite, you're muted. You need to unmute, please.
I'm sorry. Thank you. If you can allow me to share the screen, I'll do my best. This will stop the other sharing screens. May I do that?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So one of the key elements of this building, it's actually in two pieces. Both of them were built in the 50s. Back in the 50s, buildings were built very well. To our knowledge, there are no foundation problems other than that we did determine that somewhere along the line, I believe when it was the church, there were some unpermitted structures built that are, by the definition of the code, if they're not permitted, they're not actually there. So we have recommended that they be removed because, to our knowledge, the way they're constructed, they're not permitted. So they're small little adjunct buildings to address that point. We went through a very comprehensive analysis of the buildings and the site. According to the Construction Specifications Institute, there are 16 categories of different types of construction. We've done a complete analysis of that and provided that to Dr. Johnson for disposition between what would be shell and core improvements and what would be school tenant improvements, essentially on the inside of the building. And so there's a very strong line of demarcation between those two costs. But in our professional opinion, the infrastructure related costs to the shell and core of the building, such as the replacement of the windows. So the building will have to be brought up to Title 24, which is the California Energy Standard. So that standard will require replacement of the windows. That's an item that is accounted for to the landlord because the landlord will own the windows for the life of the building. And that's just a basic part of and I think that was noted in the initial county assessment that the windows are not to code, and that's certainly true. So there's no element of the building that we think is insurmountable with respect to foundations or the nature of the framing of the building. It's very, very stout building. And as well as the fact that it was originally built as a restaurant. So there's a lot of electrical, mechanical infrastructure. There is roof repair. There has been some evidence of leakage, but it's in the repair. It's not a comprehensive take the building apart and put it back together again. It's really very normal. We've executed many projects very similar to this and didn't find anything that, if we had found anything that we thought was insurmountable, we wouldn't even take the assignment.
Okay. I want to recognize Member McQuillan, who's got his hand up, unless, Brenna, you had any further questions on this. Brenna, are you on mute?
Not right now.
Okay. Member McQuillan. We can
Thank you.
take the slide down. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation. Very good. My question is more on facilities also, and we heard from the county perspective that those cars are whizzing by there at 55 miles an hour. And then I heard the architect say that there's room for striping. Is there other plans to have a turning lane, or is there a verified space for turning or safe access for all those cars to get in and out of there? Is my concern. Thank you.
Happy to answer that.
Okay. Go ahead.
As it exists today, there are 2 points of entry, and our initial recommendation, based upon our traffic study through our civil engineer, recommended a single point of entry. That point of entry is actually in a portion that's widened already, so that will allow for deceleration for eastbound traffic and plenty of stacking space. Of course, the leftbound traffic is the one that is the worst case and would require the most amount of if anything needs to occur. The main thing about this site and at a single point of access is that there are complete sight lines for roughly a half a mile in either direction of Agua Dulce. And that is a subject that would be debated, but we believe that normal traffic mitigation to allow for a left turn onto Sierra Highway can be accomplished. It's as a school zone, there would be certain striping that would occur as a result of just the fact that it would become a school. So all those things are in our initial investigation that we've done thus far quite mitigatable, and that's a subject that we would concern ourselves with a great deal, of course, as well as our civil engineer.
I am looking to see if there are any other board members who want to be recognized, and I don't see any other raised hands. Do we have a motion? Ting, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I would like to, to address some of the concerns from the board members, and it's very difficult for a school to start this year moving into a very uncertain 2021 school year. And, I do believe that the petitioners have the background, the enthusiasm, and the support to successfully implement the educational program. And we do have a couple of just the facilities and some of those and just going into next year. So I would like to offer, and the petitioners have stated that they would be willing to open and enroll in the following school year. So I would like to make a recommendation that we approve this charter, but with some conditions. And I can share those conditions, or I can talk through them.
You have the floor. Why don't you do that now?
Okay. So I have something written. Would you rather see it, and then, or should I maybe talk through it? Do you want to
share your screen?
Yeah, I'm able to do that. Let's see.
And if not, you can talk us through it.
Okay, I can share screen. Okay. All right, I think it's easier to see it. Are you guys able to see that?
Yes, you did. You did it well.
Okay, great.
Can you make it larger? I hate to ask that question. I could just take my glasses off. It's okay.
This make my. Whoop. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So what I would like to So I'd like to recommend that we approve the Eagle Collegiate Academy charter. It would have to be a term for 5 years. So it would be from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2025. But the school will begin instruction between July 1st, 2021 and September 30th, 2021. So that would give them a fall opening in 2021. And this would be with the caveat that you have 4 years, actually 3 years before renewal. So that's going to be a quick turnaround for the school. The school will produce evidence of May 28th of a prospective enrollment of 168 students, because there was some worry there. And I want to make sure that they are able to maintain the numbers of students for their opening. The school will submit a plan to the Department of Education by October 1st that describes how Eagle Collegiate will implement the IB program, and then provide an update annually that describes the prior implementation outcomes, so that we're ensuring that there is that consistency and the implementation moving forward. That all facilities improvements, including improvements to the roadway access and occupancy permits that have been expressed, the concerns have been expressed, that those are required to begin the school operations in 2021, and it needs to be completed and ready and submitted to CDE by May 21st, 2021. And the school will submit to the Department of Education a revised budget with real numbers, knowing where we're going to be going next year, and any changes to the charter petition that addresses the deficiencies, including language that's outlined by the CDE staff analysis.
Those are a lot of conditions. I'm just trying to process them.
Yes, I understand that.
It seems to me that on the second one, they may or may not have precisely 168 students. They might have, 160, 170, 175. But the real goal of that should be to produce evidence that there is prospective enrollment of a sufficient number of students to support the financial viability of the school. I don't know that it needs to be precisely 168, no more and no fewer. Would you take that as a friendly amendment?
That would be fine with me. It is. I wanted to make sure, because the petitioners did propose 168 students to start with, and yeah. I don't know if staff wants to chime in on that, but I believe that when we have a certain number, there's some flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, usually it's, some minimum number that you need to make the budget viable, but I don't know that we would say you can't have more, or if you have too fewer, if you have 166, but your budget works. Most charters, are ballparking in that regard.
Should we say at least 168 students?
Yeah, this is Judy Sias. Generally, we allow in the MOU, I'll have to double check. I don't have a copy of it in front of me, but in the past we've allowed up or down by 20 to 25% in order to not be considered a material revision. So that's sort of what we've looked at in the past.
Okay. So do you think that needs to, Judy, do you think that needs to be in the conditions stated, or do you think that we can rely on the legislative precedent?
Sure, we can add something, 168 students, plus or minus 25%, if that's your preference.
Yeah, whatever the convention is, that would make sense.
Okay.
All right. Are there any so we need a second on this motion then? Is there a second?
I'd second. I'll second.
Who was that?
Glover Woods.
Thank you. So many boxes up on my screen. Okay, we have a second. Is there further discussion?
Linda, Matt has his hand up.
Okay, Member Navo?
Yeah, I hate to be a bearer of bad news here. I'm a little uncomfortable with it, but I have a question to staff or board member Ting on how you see this. Am I understanding this correctly, that if we approve this, if one of any of those 5 is not completed, then they will not open? Is that how we're on? Because what concerns me most is that although I appreciate the petitioner's budget, having not had the CD staff have an opportunity to review that really makes me uncomfortable about saying, okay, we're going to take their budget and their information and we're going to grant them an approval. So what I'm concerned about is number 5. If CDE doesn't come and doesn't agree with the petitioner's budgeting, we're going to be in this dilemma, and CDE needs to make a call. And so I'm wondering, if we get to number 5 and they don't agree with the petitioner's budget templates or the budget plan, then I'm assuming it doesn't open.
This is Judy Sias again. I think conditional approval is always legally challenging, and the reality is by the time the school opens next May, there will be another budget, right? Because we will have another state budget at the time. So if it gets to that point, we will possibly have to come back to you all. If it gets to where things do not look viable for the school, and we are unable to reach agreement with the school, the budget situation is obviously very unclear right now for all school districts and charter schools.
Okay, so that helps. So Judy, if I understand you correctly, because they had a 7-1 vote for not opening on ACCS. So by us approving this on conditions, if one of those 5 doesn't come to fruition, they'll come back to us.
You're asking the question, Matt, whether it will come back to us.
Correct.
If one of these 5 is a question of any kind, right?
I
Yeah,
think
they have to meet all 5 conditions.
They have to meet this is Judy, they'd have to meet those 5 conditions, and if there's a disagreement with the school whether or not those 5 conditions have been satisfied, and then it's a choice of whether or not they will open or not, then they will have to come back to you.
Okay.
The issue with the budget, which I don't believe is the fault of the petitioner, is they submitted an original budget. There was some disagreement with CDE on how that budget was analyzed. It sounds like there was not the communication or agreement. But before then CDE did an analysis based on the May revise of their budget using the May revise. They responded to that, which caused more confusion. And now we no longer have the May revise. We have another set of numbers to go with. So there has been quite a bit of back and forth, and I don't feel that is the fault of the petitioner. So and they're not necessarily real numbers. They don't have real numbers really to work with until we know better what the budget conditions are.
So this is Judy again. I would add that CDE treats all budgets the same. The way they analyze the budgets and the numbers they back out and how they analyze budgets, they treat them all the same. So I would disagree strongly with how the budget analysis presented by some of the petitioner statements. That being said, it's true the budget situation is uncertain right now. I think that's an understatement, and that's true for all districts and charter schools. And who knows if the state is going to have to reopen their budget in a few months. We just don't know. With COVID, the uncertainty is clear.
So if there is a question mark or disagreement about the adequacy of the budget, it will come back to us. Right? Is that what the main question was, Matt?
I think what I would say is, again, if there is a question about whether or not these conditions have been satisfied, and there's a back and forth with the school, and it's unclear whether the conditions have been satisfied as such that they can open, then it will come back to you if that question is outstanding.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Are there any other board members with questions or discussion? Seeing none, we will need a roll call vote. Karen, can you hold the roll call?
Yes. Kim?
Yes.
Ide,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Cynthia,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Eileen.
Yes.
Eileen, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Ting,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Brenna,
Yes.
and Patricia Rucker, but I don't think she's rejoined us. Patricia, are you there? No. Okay. So, of everyone voting, it was unanimous. Linda, it passed.
All right. Thank you very much to all the presenters and to the staff for all of this work. And we are now ready to take general public comment, which is the last thing between us and dinner. I just want you to know, hold on, we're almost there. We'll put the public comment slide up. General public comment is invited on any matter that was not included in the printed agenda, and we will open the phone line. We need the general public comment slide.
Chad, can you put up the general public comment? Thank you.
We're getting there, but we're not there yet. Might be the last slide. Here we go. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling 712-432-0075 and following the instructions on the slide. And with that said, I know there's a little lag, so we'll be patient while we ask if there are any public comments.
We do have 2 commenters in the queue.
All right.
Speaker, please state your name and your affiliation for the record, and your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, speaker, please go ahead and start.
Oh, this is Mrs. Arias, and my son is with me, so we request a 2-minute comment, please. He's going to start.
Yes, go ahead,
Hello.
please.
Hello, my name is Samuel Arias. I am a 10-year-old student in 4th grade. I need help in math and in reading. Fontana Unified School District has failed due process against me not to provide services. Please assure SELPA's use funds to provide services, not to litigate against students. Please help children like me in need. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Second speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, State Board of Education. My name is Maria Arias. I am the parent of 3 children with special needs. My local SELPA department within the Fontana Unified School District has wrongfully used taxpayer funds to litigate against special needs children, my family included. This is all while requesting additional funds for special education alone. The legal vendor has also requested Payment Protection Program, PPP, loans while filing against special education children. I have completed Public Record Act requests, and for the past 3 years, FUSD has spent $469,953 in legal fees. FUSD is using funds that should be going to students, not towards litigation. If you wish to find more information about all this information that I provided you today, please support my local movement, the YouTube movement, Every Student Successful, More Education, Less Litigation. Thank you for the opportunity to make a comment.
Time.
Have a great day.
Next speaker. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please state your name and affiliation for the record, and your time will start now.
Thank you. My name is Rita Loof. I am a parent and a member of the San Bernardino County Board of Education. Our family has been victimized by some of the law firms that districts contract with. I was involved in a litigation in the West End SELPA, which lasted 7 years. SELPA litigated all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to deny my child special education services. They lost, but the lawyers billed the district for every single minute throughout the 7 years. Now, amid the coronavirus outbreak, another vendor, the law firm of Fagan, Friedman, and Fulfrost, is suing children with disabilities. On March 18th, while our state was under stay-home orders, FFF sued our family for $12,000, arguing they are due the money they needlessly spent on hiring private investigators to conduct surveillance on our family's attorney and private tutor. They spent over $120,000 in an 8-month period to litigate.
Speaker, your time has ended. Thank you.
Thank you. Please look into it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please introduce yourself for the record and your affiliation. Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Marianne Grosner. I am the mother of 2 children with special needs. My youngest son is very impacted by autism and is nonverbal. He was in a public school system, but we had to pull him out because our school district was getting ready to sue us for a 3rd time, and we honestly could not afford to keep paying attorneys to keep my son in the public school system. Something is seriously amiss with the public school system. If you disagree with what the IEP team offers, you get sued, and this is what happened to us. The second time around, the school district didn't have a placement for my son for the first 3 weeks after the school year started, so we exercised our right to file due process, but yet the school district sued us back, saying our lawsuit was frivolous. It doesn't seem right that the school district can use their own budget, our taxpayer dollars, to pay for-profit litigators to deny services to children with disabilities. And I want you to know that parents don't have these kinds of resources, and denying services impacts these vulnerable children the most.
Speaker, your time is up. Thank you. There are no more public speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now adjourn today's meeting at 5:57 p.m. We will reconvene at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.